Mic test, 1 2 3, 1 2 3.
Mic test. Is this volume the same?
It's around the same, I think.
Forget.
Hi, hello. A very good morning to everyone joining us, wherever you may be. Warmest welcome to P.A.K. 2021. My name is Clarence, President of SMU Eagles and Organizing Chair for P.A.K. 2021. Exactly 6 years ago, SMU Eagles was officially established by our donors and SMU alumni Ben Tun and Jeff Chung. And what a journey it has been so far. Across the years, only two main things have motivated and drove us to support the student entrepreneurship community here in Singapore. First, our ethos, our North Star, which is to cultivate and inspire students to take on the challenge of entrepreneurship head on. And second, our PAK values, passion, adventure, and kickstart. At Eagles, we want our student founders to embody these values as they pursue their passions, think of it as an adventure, and kickstart their journey through the world of entrepreneurship. These values have also pushed us to continue organizing Southeast Asia's largest student-led startup competition, the PAK Challenge. A startup competition that brings the best and brightest of student founders in Singapore together to vie for essential startup capital in the form of a $50,000 grand prize. And for the first time ever this year, with the support of Prodigy Ventures, we are hosting our first ever virtual PAK office hours alongside PAK 2021. PAK office hours is where all startup founders have the rare mentorship opportunity to have FaceTime with some of the most prominent VCs in Singapore, like Quago Partners and the KK Fund, among others. That said, the journey this year has been filled with much uncertainty and doubt. But despite that fact, we are encouraged by the record number of PAK teams who have been pushing ahead in the competition, especially those who have made it thus far. And as we see the number of founders who have signed up for our office hours today, their perseverance and hunger inspires my team and I to continue supporting student entrepreneurs who are innovating with the startups of tomorrow. To our startups in the PAK Challenge finals today, congratulations and all the best. We look forward to seeing you grow, becoming change makers and industry leaders in your own right. And this is only the beginning for you. As you embark on your next phase of growth, we hope you continue to embody the PAK values and pay it forward. I want to also take this opportunity to thank our donors, Ben and Jeff, for their unconditional and tremendous support in all our activities as a club. Without them, PAK 2021 and PAK Challenge would be impossible. Finally, before we dive into the day of exciting panel discussions and intense pitches later on, I want to hand it over to Ms. Ting-Pei Ling, elected Member of Parliament and CEO of Business China, to say an opening address and some encouraging words to officially kick off PAK 2021. For now, sit back, relax, and enjoy the conference. And once again, a big warm welcome to PAK 2021. Enjoy.
Hi everyone, I'm Ting-Pei Ling from Singapore. Really happy to be able to join all of you in this very meaningful event organized by the Eagles Inc. from the Singapore Management University. I understand that this is the largest student-led startup competition within the ASEAN region, and that our youth from across the region will be participating in this. The way I see it, this is a wonderful platform for our young people to come together, to learn from each other, and to sharpen their entrepreneurial skills. And most importantly is to cultivate that spirit of entrepreneurship. I have many friends, some of them younger, some of them maybe about my age, and they have gone through different roles in life. Of course, amongst them include entrepreneurs as well. So just earlier, I was chit-chatting with a friend who has been in the startup scene almost since the day he graduated from NUS. And I was chatting with him to find out from him what drove him to want to continue to be in the startup scene. Of course, there was his passion. The passion of wanting to creating something that he felt was aligned with his ideals, including, for example, the culture within the organization that he felt would be aligned to his ideals of encouraging, all the colleagues to come together, to collaborate, and in a very light-hearted manner. So that was something that he felt really edged him to do that. And of course, he's very much into tech. And so I think so far, most of the startups that he had been involved in, I would say are quite sizable and definitely very active in the tech scene. So it's again something that he has always been very passionate about. Then I asked him, what were the lessons that you have gleaned from your so many years of experience? He went from one startup to another, from one platform to the next. And he shared with me a few things, but perhaps I will just share with you some of which I thought may be useful to you as you embark on your own journey as well. I think for one, he basically said that you need to be true to yourself, and that people will be able to tell whether you are genuine in terms of what product you are selling or creating, whether you are genuine to make friends, to network, to build relationships. This is something that is very fundamental, but very important. So being genuine is something that came out from his sharing with me. Then the second thing, his word was to be early. And by that, it means that, you have to be early in the scene to occupy the space. Maybe perhaps others haven't already been there. Perhaps even early when you meet up with someone to show your sincerity. But basically, it's to be early and to be able to anticipate, to do your homework before you talk to someone, before you pitch that idea. And so that's, again, the other learning point that he shared with me. And the third one, from what I heard from him and what I could conclude, is that network is also very important. It is obviously critical that you must have a good product, and it starts off with what you believe in from your mission, your ideals, your values, but also network. And that network is something that you have to build over time. Because whether it is from, at the very beginning when you're trying to conceive that new product ideas, people could share what they see as doing well, working well, or perhaps what you could improve on. And then eventually, when you have launched a product, if you want to disseminate the product, I think that's another opportunity or another stage that you will need to leverage network on, so on and so forth. And so basically, it is not a journey that you would like to journey alone. You will need friends in this journey. So these are some of the learning points that he had shared with me at this point in time. And I thought that I could share this with you. But from my perspective, I also feel that it is important for young people to try, to just boldly step forward, try something, get out of your comfort zone. I think in Singapore, as well as in many parts of the region, we would have seen many tertiary institutions, universities being very encouraging of our youth to try entrepreneurship. From the way it's being set up, having incubators, for example, having, a competition like this, the resources that are being invested to cultivate our youth, I think it's highly encouraging. And of course, there are also other venture capitalists, other financing institutions and avenues out there willing to put their big buck behind very aspiring young people. So I think the overall environment is an encouraging one. But at the same time, I think it is also that it's for our young people to get out there and to not just look at your domestic market as the destination market, but to look beyond. The world is big. Our region is one that is with the highest growth and continues to have high potential. We have a relatively young population across the region, and the middle class is growing. And with a younger population, it also means that there could be emerging new needs and therefore new opportunities for your products and your services to leverage on. And you as young people, you will know what you want. You know what your peers want. And so I think you are very well positioned to capture these opportunities. And I will also add that in this journey, there will be ups and downs. We might have heard from some people who say that, well, being an entrepreneur or entrepreneurship may not be for everyone. Perhaps it is true. But regardless, I think it is still worthwhile trying. Because it is through failures, it is through sometimes by falling down and experiencing that pain that we learn. We learn what not to do in future. We learn to be wiser. We learn to be stronger. And these are very important life lessons that will put you in a very good position, come what may, in the future. So I think net, it's a net plus. So I definitely would encourage you to get out there, get out of your comfort zone, try something new, build new skills, go out of your own home country, experience the world, that worldview that you gain will also be very important. Whether you continue in this path of as an entrepreneur, or perhaps you decide that you will join another company that is aligned to your values. I think these are all very important, value add that you can gain and also offer to the organizations that you are in. So, to all of you, participating in this competition, I sincerely wish you all the very best. The good thing about being young is that don't worry about failing, because there's plenty of time, long road in front of you for you to pick yourself up again and still emerge as a winner. So don't have to be worried. Don't be afraid of being embarrassed. After a while, people will not remember your past mistakes, but they will look at who you are, where you are, what successes, what achievements that you have right now. And I think that's quite encouraging. And I will add that everyone is rooting for you to see you succeed. And together, we can help one another to do good and to do great. So with that, all the very best to you, and I hope to see you soon.
Thank you, Ms. Tin Pei Ling, for kicking off PAK 2021 with that inspiring opening address. Welcome, everyone, to PAK 2021, a student-focused startup conference where the best entrepreneurial minds congregate in a day of panel sharing, keynote presentations, and, of course, the PAK Challenge, SMU Eagles' flagship competition. PAK Challenge is Southeast Asia's biggest student-led startup competition that aims to identify student teams with the most executable and validated business ideas and provide them with real funding opportunities to help make their visions a reality. With that, I'm Roshni Idnani, and I'm honored to be your MC for today. Before we begin, a gentle reminder to everyone on site to refrain from intermingling and to keep your masks on at all times. Now, today is going to be an exciting day of panel discussions and amazing pitches from our PAK Challenge finalists. We'll begin with our first panel titled Journey to VC, Getting VC Funding and Getting into VC. This panel discussion will dive into how first-time founders can approach VC funding, the key components of what VCs look out for, and how individuals can break into VC. You'll get to hear real perspectives from prominent VCs in the space. Our panelists for the first session are Annie Chai, investor from Sequoia, India; Dr. Jeremy Loh, Managing Partner of Genesis Alternative Ventures; and Alan Kwan Su, General Partner of KK Fund. The moderators for the session are Rahul, an Associate at Protégé Ventures, and Benedict Chong, Managing Partner at Protégé Ventures. I hope those of you watching will enjoy the panel discussion, and I'll now be passing the time over to the moderators.
Thank you. Good morning to everyone. We are excited to kickstart the PAK Finals organized by SMU Eagles on this amazing Saturday with the topic on the journey to VC. Insights on getting VC funding and getting into VC. I'm Benedict. With me is my co-moderator Rahul. We are both students from Protégé Ventures, and joining us today is a wonderful panel of VCs, Dr. Jeremy, Annie, and Kwan Su. Good morning, panelists. Right, so let me start with a quick introduction to our panelists on stage today. Dr. Jeremy is the co-founder and managing partner of Genesis Alternative Ventures, a leading venture debt lender in Southeast Asia, as well as being a member of Enterprise SG's Seeds Capital Investment Committee. Dr. Jeremy began his investments career at EDBI's healthcare fund, BioOne, and EDBI's Silicon Valley office, before leading venture debt investing at DBS Venture Growth Partners. He holds a PhD engineering at University of Southampton with postdoctoral training at Imperial College London. Annie is an investor at Sequoia, India. Prior to this, Annie was doing venture capital investments at General Catalyst in the US and private equity in Blackstone before that. She holds a degree in statistics from Harvard. Lastly, Kwan Su is the co-founder and general partner at KK Fund, a seed-stage VC for internet and mobile companies across Southeast Asia, Hong Kong, and Taiwan. Kwan Su started his career at McKinsey in US, followed by supply chain management at Selectron, investment banking at Merrill Lynch and Goldman Sachs, private equity at Temasek, before leading Gree Ventures Southeast Asia's operations as the principal. He holds an MBA/MA from University of Pennsylvania, Wharton. Okay, so let's deep dive into the first topic of our discussion today, getting VC funding as a first-time or student founder.
Thanks for the opening, Ben. So maybe I'll start with the first question for Dr. Jeremy. There was an article in the Straits Times talking about how students and fresh graduates are more interested in the entrepreneurship space. Have you seen this trend growing, and where do you foresee this in the next 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, so having been involved in the venture capital space for the last 14, 15 years now, definitely we see a lot more interest from the student community. I mean, there's a lot of programs out there like Prodigy Ventures and also incubation and acceleration program, right, that help students understand, the value of actually starting a company. And also, a lot of them during their university life have interned for many of the different startups out there, right? They can, do internship for Grab or Gojek or even Shopee or C, right? So I think that probably helped inspire some of them to even start their own companies. And it's a very good sign, right? Because if you look at more successful, innovation centers like Silicon Valley, right? A lot of the universities have actually incubated students, and they started their own ideas and they jumped straight into starting a company. And some of the university folks didn't even finish their degree, and they founded very successful companies like Apple, right? So hopefully we'll see something like that. I'm not encouraging you not to finish your university's degree, but definitely if you find that inspiration and the hunger to do that, why not?
Great. Thank you so much for sharing. Maybe I'll pose the next question to Kwan Su. At KK Fund, what are the type of founders or the founding teams that you like to invest in?
Sure. Thanks for the question. For us, given that KK Fund is an early stage investor across Southeast Asia, also Taiwan and Hong Kong, we've recently also expanded our mandate to include Korea as well. So in terms of the type of founders that we are looking for, actually it's very hard to come up with any set of so-called the hard KPIs that we try to screen for. So it's really mostly about the quality of the team and the founders. And I think it's about the founders' capability to not just have a strong vision and be able to articulate that vision, but also be able to attract people to him or her to help in building that vision. And also I think, again, this may sound cliche, but it's really true in terms of having humility and not always thinking, I can do everything and I will be able to achieve whatever it is that they needed to do. It doesn't usually happen that way. You need people, you need teams to help you build the team and a successful company. So I think founders who add in a dose of humility, I think, to us is the perfect combination of qualities we want to find in founders.
Thanks, Kwan Su. I'd like to allude to your point that you just made, as well as what Dr. Jeremy mentioned, the few inspirations that I think many student founders are looking at today. In 2021 alone, we had Carousel as well as PetSnap, so they were both started by fresh graduates, and they are newly minted unicorns of Singapore, proud unicorns. So I was wondering, how much does track record and industry experience actually matter in building startups?
So I'm not going to comment on how much experience Aaron has in terms of the used car industry. I'm not going to comment on that. So my take is, look, as a founder, you don't need to have an intimate knowledge of the industry, right? Like if I were in private equity, yes, perhaps I would look for that. But not so much for the 0 to 1 stage, right? And I think what is probably more important is the founders realizing that look, I don't know anything. I need to have industry experience if I want to scale the company and grow the company. And so I need to somehow get that capability or experience from somewhere else, right? Because, you know, you can always do the rent versus buy type of analogy, right? Do I spend the time and energy to build that capability? Or can I inspire people to join me and to provide that capability to me? So to answer your question, no, you do not need to have direct industry experience, but you need to have curiosity, and you need to have the ability to attract people who have related experience to join you. That, to me, if you have that, those elements, yes, you could be very successful without, you know, not spending any time in that industry yourself.
I see. How about Annie? What are your thoughts on this? Building on Kwan Su's point about bridging that gap in the lack of industry experience as a student founder, for example.
Yeah, I completely agree with Kwan Su that you don't necessarily need to have a ton of industry experience. For example, the founders of Stripe, which is another good example of a student team that's built a world-class company now. They famously started the company out of college and with a product that consists of only 7 lines of code. And they certainly didn't have any fintech experience prior to that. So I completely agree with Kwan Su. I think it's much more about realizing that you need to complement your own skills with that of other people, be it experience or be it functional areas. What I think it's great for founders is you need to know yourself very well. What are your key strengths? We call them spikes, right? In the case of the Stripe founders, for instance, it could be their programming capability, and then you can always complement that with other functional areas like marketing or or hiring. But what is important is having the bare minimum, the spike, to get to your minimum viable product, and then recognizing in which other areas you have to complement your skill set with.
If you don't mind me, taking this free form a little bit, I think going back to the first question, right? Because our audience are mostly students. And I think the first question is, hey, how do you see the trend of student entrepreneurs? And my point to add to that is, look, the student programs are great at university levels. Obviously Prodigy has done an amazing job. But I think that in order to be able to help students develop the sense of what Annie just shared, programs is one thing, but having actual experience is another thing, right? For example, right, like this is, you see this pretty common in the US, right? Let's say the parents are having a yard sale. And guess what happens? It's the kids who are out there and say, hey, uncle, auntie, right? They don't say that in the US, but, anyone want to come in and we have some good stuff, a garage sale, let me show you what's good. And they're practicing business and entrepreneurship. And to be able to have that experience, I think that will help students learn even more quickly about, okay, what am I good at? What am I not good at? Am I good at sales? Am I good at thinking of strategy? And am I good at, getting other people to come and get my friends to come and look at the stuff I'm trying to sell or what, right? So I think having those real life experience will help a lot. So just to add on to what we had shared.
And I actually love, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I actually love Kwan Su's example of the yard sale, getting all the aunties and uncles to come, because that flies in the face of the typical scenario, okay, I have to go to Apple or Google or some other big branding company to get quote-unquote experience. In fact, a lot of the very senior, very successful people I've had the pleasure of interacting in the U.S. Kind of date their skills, their charisma in selling to childhood experiences like being a busboy or being a golf boy. And that's where they develop the skill of reading people, of networking effectively, of selling whatever it is to sell. And so having all these, perhaps unremarkable on the outside type experiences outside of the classroom, I think it's very important.
So just to add one last comment, I guess, I had the fortune of working with some great founders. One of them actually started his 4th company now, right? The first 3 companies are all in different sectors. He has no prior experience of being in the travel industry, neither is it in the IoT space or even in fintech, right? So there's a lot of courage that's required to actually step out of your comfort zone and try something different, right? programs are good, but actually program also boxed you in as well. And it kind of shape your thinking into, oh, I have to do this first before I do that, right? Whereas founders actually needs to go out there and say, I will just move forward. If I come into an obstacle, and then I'll try and avoid it, right? Do I need to pivot it or do I need to jump across it? So programs are good, but try not to box your thinking too much into it that you become encumbered and you can't move fast enough.
These are really insightful thoughts, panelists. And thank you, Kwansu, for the advertisement for Prodigy Ventures. Let's pose the next question to all of you guys as well. In your experiences, what are the most telling differences between an inexperienced and an experienced founder? And what are the common mistakes that founders should avoid when interacting with VCs?
So if you don't mind, I'll take the first part. Very quickly, I think I also alluded to it earlier. It's the founders who think they know it all, and the founders who think they can do it all by themselves. And they don't feel that they need to have, collaboration with other partners. They don't feel they need to strengthen their bench. They also don't have a good read in terms of their own strengths and weaknesses. And that, to me, could be fatal mistakes, right? So for example, I'll give you an example. If one day I decide, hey, I'm going to launch a fashion startup, I'm probably the worst person because you just look at the way I dress. I'm never going to be successful as a fashion startup founder, right? Because I know myself, right? That's not my strength. My strength is somewhere else. And so the founder having that in-depth knowledge. So it's not about, reading case studies and, successful cases and so on. That's all great, but do you even know yourself to start with? Right? So that's why I always said, okay, product market is great, but founder, product, and market. You really need to think about these three elements. And the founder part is something that all of us, right, students, you can do that right now without even having to have any experience in entrepreneurship. Like, what are you like? What are your strengths and weaknesses? So that would be, my response to your first part of the question. I'll leave the rest of the panelists to answer the rest of your questions.
Yeah, I think what Kwansu mentioned, that's definitely the number one thing. Thinking that you as a founder have to get everything set up well on day one, everything has to go perfectly on day one. And that segues to my kind of addendum to the question, which is, I think first-time founders perhaps have less of a calibration on what is truly mind-blowingly bad or good. And so the psychological fluctuation tends to go like, ooh, ups and downs, right? Like a roller coaster ride. And the folks, like for example, that four-time founder that Dr. Jeremy mentioned, those guys have been through it. They know what they're capable of. They know, for instance, that not getting the fundraising done within a month is not the worst thing in the world. They have the resilience to kind of slog it out through the bad times. I read a statistic somewhere, fundraising can take any time between 6 to 9 months. So kind of, imagine that, having the resilience to sit through that roller coaster ride for such a prolonged period of time. And I think the more experienced founders have hardened their resolve and as well as become inured to a lot of the ups and downs in the startup journey.
So I would add to that an experienced founder also started his journey from being inexperienced, right? And you have to stumble, you have to make mistakes. You're not to be afraid to make the mistakes, but to learn from the mistakes and do better next time around, right? So I guess, even most of us here who are venture investors today, we all started from somewhere where we first saw our pitch decks and we say, hey, is this something that we should invest? And looking back at it 3-4 years later, you say, oh, actually I should have invested there because it became a unicorn. So even venture investors also make mistakes, right? Not to mention about founders. It's good to be an experienced founder, but it's great to be an inexperienced founder who can start doing something incredible right from the beginning.
Thank you for the insights on that. I think just to build on that point, when we're talking about founders being able to make the mistakes and learning, we also see that there's a trend that there's a lot of founders that are going to get funding even before they build their product. I guess in a very general level, do you think that there's a specific time at a startup where they should look to start raising their first round? Any of the panelists?
Yeah, let me take this one first because yesterday I gave a session to the SMU BIG, right, the Big Idea Generator group. And there was like, I think, almost 40 groups of founders there. And one of the questions is, when am I ready to raise funding, right? I don't think that's ever a good time to raise funding. You should do a lot of things in parallel, right? You should start looking at your ideas, turning your ideas into products and services. But at the same time, you should start networking with the potential investors, right? Whether they're individuals, angels, their family offices, or even VCs, right? Like KK Fund here, or even Sequoia. It takes a long time. Annie mentioned that it takes anything between 6 to 9 months, and if you are that early, right, then it takes perhaps even longer to do that, right? And there are programs to help you to do that. I think Y Combinator is probably one that put you along the path there. And on demo day, there's a lot of investors that are put forward to you. If you are fortunate enough to be in one of those programs, then perhaps you have to accelerate that timing as well. Fundraising is a never-ending job, right? All of us here have to do fundraise even for our own business itself. Founders find it even worse, right? They have to convince someone to back their ideas, and once you get off and running, then you'll be in good hands.
Yep. If you don't mind, I'll add to that. Obviously, as what was shared, you always want to prepare early. Right? When you go fundraise, when you actually need the fundraise, guess what? It's a tougher spot to negotiate, right, with potential investors. I know I'm an investor. I shouldn't say that. Sorry, guys. But as a startup, when you want to go raise money, usually the strength position of strength is when you don't need the funding. All right, so think about that. Always be prepared, as well as sometimes you need to build the longer-term relationship. Right, as mentioned, it could take 9 months, sometimes even longer, especially now given the COVID situation, making fundraising even more challenging for many startups. So let's say you were introduced to a VC. Perhaps you don't need the funding right now, but what you can do is you can ask for feedback, comments, thoughts. Hey, Miss VC or Mr. VC, what have you seen in my industry? Right? What have you seen, or the trends that you're sensing, and what are some of the things you think that you would like to look at when I'm ready to fundraise from you? Right? So you sometimes could be surprised is when you are not actually looking for fundraising, the VC will actually say, hey, maybe I want to invest into you. But when you say, I'm actually here to fundraise, it could be a little bit more challenging in that situation as well. So that's just my 2 cents.
Yeah, absolutely. And now that we're on the train of, being altruistic and giving away good advice for startups, perhaps making it harder for ourselves to do the job, I think an experienced founder, again, might think more about the fundraising dynamics. And I'll give you the story from the other side of the table where, founder X has just received 2 or 3 term sheets, and they're banging on our door saying, okay, when can you give me an answer, because I need to sign on this in 3 days. And that's when, the tide has completely turned in your favor. VCs, like it or not, or we also suffer from FOMO on our end as well. So how do you get into this position where the VCs are having FOMO and you get your pick of investors? And that's to Dr. Jeremy and Kwon Soo's point. Start early. Network with the VCs. Ask for advice when you don't need their money, and then you can perfect your pitch. You can set up the narrative well, and if you play it right, you can almost get kind of this buzz around the industry where the VCs are telling each other, "Oh, I've been talking to companies so and so, and they're doing really well." And then if you hear that from enough of your peers, that's when you got to get on that company, right? And once you do your research and do all this preparation, you can even kind of put together your ideal cap table for your round, and go to your ideal VCs in a very systematic manner, and almost line up their term sheets at the right time to make it the optimal outcome for you. But as both Kwon Soo and Dr. Jeremy mentioned, the foundation for that is you have to start very early and be very intentional about building your fundraising process.
Right, thank you, panelists. I think we've had a wonderful session for the first half of the discussion. And I think really great insights that were gleaned from the discussion. So perhaps we can move on to the second half of the discussion, and this pertains more towards individuals who are interested in actually breaking into the VC scene. People like Rahul and myself, for example, right? So this will be particularly personal and helpful for both of us as well. Right, so to provide some context, and we did mention student venture funds or angel networks even have been gaining prominence, not only in Singapore, but in fact started in the US, across the world, and started gaining traction across the world. So in Singapore, we have Prodigy Ventures, of course, and more recently, we have NUS Alumni Ventures. So if I was an aspiring VC today, perhaps Dr. Jeremy as well as Annie, you could help me answer this question. What is the first and or most important skill that I should develop?
Yeah, I can take this one since I'm hopefully closest in terms of years and experience to the folks in the audience. So I would say number one thing is learning how to build relationships, and you can call it you can call it networking, but I don't really like the term, and it evokes the idea of you going to a function and handing out your business cards and then copying down everyone's contact numbers and spamming them with messages afterwards, which is not really what happens. I think relationship building in the VC industry involves being very intentional as to who your constituencies are, who are the people who perhaps both you can help and who can also lift you up over the course of your career. And it involves a wider range of skill set than simply just getting yourself out there. It involves understanding what value you can bring to the table. I think for a lot of students, they sometimes, when they're meeting industry folks who are a little more experienced, like Dr. Jeremy and Kwon-Soo, who have many decades of experience in the industry, you might feel intimidated, right? Like, I'm just fresh out of school. What do I bring to the table? But actually, you guys bring a lot in terms of fresh perspectives, in terms of just this curiosity to learn, and you'll be very surprised to find out how many people are willing to help you. So, number one, again, don't be afraid to put yourself out there and showcase your own value. And number two, just, the basic niceties, following up promptly, even sending out an update on yourself to your network every now and then. And then to the softer skills like, again, reading body language, communicating well, behavioral language and all that, all that fine stuff that perhaps you don't learn nearly as much in school, but would serve you very well over the long term. So yeah, that would be my 2 cents. Relationship building and networking, whatever you call it. That's, I think, the bread and butter of VC.
Okay. Thanks for that. I'm going to add my 2 cents to this. And this is also what I try to tell my colleagues who perhaps only have a year or less of VC experience when they join KK Fund. My advice to them is always give the other person a reason to want to continue to talk to you, right? Whatever that could be, right? Whether it's your knowledge of the geography of Southeast Asia in terms of what's happening in the tech and VC space, or your knowledge of business models. Let's say you've just read up a lot on SaaS, and you understand all the different success cases of SaaS models in different geographies, and then you can have a decent in-depth conversation with anyone who talks to you about it. It could be that, hey, you know a lot of the alums from SMU, and you know what they're doing, and you know who's doing what startup, and you're friends with them, and if you want to, you can get a VC to invest into their companies. All right, it could be any of these, all right? Or sometimes, if you were to let's say, hey, you have a deep knowledge of, I don't know, F1 or wine or something, that, don't underestimate those things. Those are also ways in which you can build a relationship with other people. Right, and so whatever the topic is, that's why I say, give the other person a reason to want to continue to talk to you, right? Whether it's professional related, not the professional related topics, and that's the key that people want to talk to you, engage with you, because to me, VC is a very people business, right? In terms of how we source deals, how we invest into the companies, how we help the companies grow, it's pretty much just people, right? So having that capability and desire for people wanting to talk to you, that's pretty important to me.
So my younger co-founder always tells me that the VC is a gray hair business, right? So maybe the first thing to do is to go and dye your hair first. But if I recall, if I recall back from the day that I started my VC journey, right, that was back in 2007. I was a research scientist at A-Star. We had patented quite a number of IPs, and we wanted to start a business, right? And that was the point of realization that, hey, actually I don't really know how a business runs, right? I don't know how to put a business plan together. The technology is great, we know how it works, and all the stuff that you can put together on a piece of paper. But when it comes to pitching and building a financial model and stuff like that, then that's where it really stumbled upon me. So I decided to join the VC industry, but leveraging on my technical skills, right? So to what Kwan mentioned just now, you have certain skill sets in you that you can leverage upon, and then you have to build up on something else, right? And in that essence, for me itself, is on the financial side, right? I have to learn how to do financial modeling, read a P&L and a balance sheet as well. But I bring to my fund the technical knowledge that I have, right? I can evaluate very tough medical technology startup companies, right? And then I learn how to look at their financial statements and evaluate whether they are worthwhile investing as well. So from that standpoint, I guess, bring something of your own expertise to the bear, and then you start learning from there as well. Being a VC is also a very sales-oriented business, right? I think founders always see VCs as like gods, right? Godly beings, but we also have to sell ourselves in order for us to win that deal, right? To get into the best company that we think we want to invest in. So we have to also practice ourselves how to be a salesman. So that's also a very important skill set I think you have to bring to the table.
Thanks for sharing that. I think just leading to that point, I think all three of you have tremendous experience in this space. So let's say if someone new joins your team, whether it's as an intern or a new analyst or new associate that joins, how would you determine if they're a good VC? Like, what are the soft skills or the hard skills that you look out for, and seeing whether you think they have potential to become a partner one day?
Okay. Sure. Maybe I'll take a swipe at that, because at KK Fund, we do take interns from Prodigy. So if anyone is interested, let us know. But to answer your question, in terms of working with interns, I think it's pretty much in alignment with what was just shared, right? Which is I see VC as a very broad-based set of skills that are required, but also, I think Annie also alluded to this, you also need a spike, which is very similar to any kind of consulting, for example. That was what I was taught as well. You need to have a broad base of skills, but you need to have that one or two spikes to determine what you're truly good at and what people will remember you as. So I think as an intern, and obviously if the intern joining a VC fund, I would at least expect that person to be well-read and keep reading and keep learning as much as possible, because they don't have that much experience. So where else can you get experience without actually having done the job than from reading, whether it's books or podcasts or YouTube videos, also talking to other people, right? So having that intellectual curiosity, to me, is very important, right? If the intern shows up and says, hey, Kwan, you gave me these 3 tasks, I got it done, boom, and that's it, maybe I'm not as convinced long-term you'll be able to be successful as a VC person, right? Versus if the intern comes back to me, hey, Kwan, I finished these 3 tasks, but this is something that I learned while I was working on these 3 things you asked me to do. I learned A, B, and C, and, Kwan, I'm very curious, what do you think about these things? Okay. That is at least a good, one check mark, right, for the intern, so to speak. So being able to demonstrate that, and as well as, okay, having a comprehensive thought process in terms of, okay, where can I potentially build my spike, right? Is it, for example, as Dr. Jeremy said, hey, in the analytical and the in-depth knowledge of certain topics in VC, right? Whether it's calculating CAC, whatever, right? Or is it a broad-based knowledge of what's happening, within the region? Or is it the ability of being able to get in any deals just because they have friends all over the place, right? A very sociable person. And I've had interns who demonstrated different skill sets, right? One particular intern that we actually converted to full-time is, I was visiting an LP, actually, limited partner. And, I didn't tell my team member that, this is the company we're visiting. But, when we said, okay, we're going now next to this company, and then he says, oh, hey, I happen to know the intern who's working at the company. And it happened on more than one occasion. That intern who used to, who now is a full-time person, just seems to know everyone. And that is, perhaps his spike, right? And he also, of course, demonstrated the intellectual curiosity, but he's like, hey, yeah, so for some reason I seem to know a lot of people in this space. Okay, and he enjoys it, right? So I think it's also the ability to be able to show that, hey, this is what they love to do on a daily basis, even if I don't ask them to do, right? So if interns can demonstrate that, yeah, we'd love to take them on and convert them to full-time at some point.
Yeah, so we take interns in as well every 6 months. We had the honor of taking one of the Prodigy Ventures one, so I want to do some advertisement there as well. I guess, when I say, Genesis will take interns in for at least a minimum 6 months, right? And I have some of the guys coming to me and say, oh, I can do 2 months with you. Would you take me? And I'm saying, if 2 months, 8 weeks, right? Probably you come in, you set up a computer, and you're about to go back to university. You don't learn anything. What you get is maybe the advantage of putting the internship on your CV, right? But you don't really go through the whole process of meeting founders, saying no to founders, and going through the motion of maybe even writing an investment memo, evaluating a real deal, right? And that's what we put our interns through as well. We don't expect our interns to come in and be a VC straight away. They are coming in to learn. And I think what Kwon mentioned about intellectual curiosity is very important, right? In the interview process, my one favorite question is, so what is your favorite startup? And some of the guys are like, oh, I can't name one startup. I say, oh, but you're surrounded by startup every day, right? You take a Grab, you order food, right, from Deliveroo, right? And then you go Shopee to do all your online e-commerce stuff. So how can you not name me one company, right? So it's about intellectual curiosity, right? You are curious why certain things can work, right? Why Grab versus a traditional taxi industry? Why Shopee versus a offline retail mall, right? You must be curious enough to know why things works for one versus the other. So, and that's what we're looking for, right? We're looking for that, and we're willing to invest time and effort to teach you how to be a VC. But I think it all comes within yourself.
Right, so we talked about interns. How about associates for that matter? And perhaps Annie, you could answer us to that.
Yeah, I was waiting for my moment because I realized I haven't had that many interns work for me over the years. Just kidding. So, at Sequoia, I've had this conversation with a bunch of the senior folks. I think to Kwon's point about the different kinds of spikes, and it seems, one is knowing everyone in the world, and two is having a lot of domain knowledge, or at least a lot of domain curiosity. And I would say these are probably also the two most important things. At Sequoia, we take a very long-term view in terms of developing VC talent. And I think to start with, when you're early to the industry, you likely won't have a lot of judgment as to which companies are good, which might become unicorns, or even which founders are good, because you just haven't seen enough. So that will come over time with a lot of years. But what folks with no experience can bring to the table is just one word: hustle. What does hustle mean? Hustle means that when you're going out to source companies, you keep discipline and maintain that pace kind of day in, day out. It means doing the hard work of following up, answering, founders' questions, going the extra mile in terms of doing research on a deal that you're working on, educating other members of the team. So I'll name a personal example, right? We are very interested in crypto investing recently, and I must admit I don't really have a ton of technical background in crypto. How to code blockchain and things like that, not really. So I spent a good many days going through probably about 10 or 15 white papers of different protocols just to understand what it's all about. And after that, I condensed my learnings into a one-page document for more senior members of the team. And it's not only helpful, it also makes me that much more likely to hop on the next crypto deal within our team. And so, it's the same for analysts or associates. Venture is the kind of business where there, fortunately or unfortunately, isn't really a well-defined career path. You kind of have to just navigate your own career over time and figure out where is it that you spike, how can you complement the areas where you don't spike, and figure out over 5 or 10 years what you might be able to stand for, be it sector expertise or geographical expertise or operational expertise over time. So yeah, that's my 2 cents. Hope it's helpful.
Thanks, Annie. Right, so we did touch on, and in fact, most people do tend to see the, I guess, the sexy parts of VCs. And I was wondering across the panelists, are there any, not so glamorous parts of VC that you would like to let the audience know?
Yeah, I'll start and everyone else can jump in. But of course, fundraising, right? I think that's the #1 thing that most VC funds dread. It's like, oh my gosh, why can't I just focus on investing into the up and coming, the newest thing, or the best founders and so on, and build a company and so on and so forth. But on the other side, yes, you need to fundraise, and depending on, I guess, the VC's own spikes, that could be a pretty daunting task as well. So that's certainly one thing. The second thing I would probably say is, look, right, like investing, right? That's what most people think is the sexy part. We fly around all over the world to meet amazing founders, and we kind of pick and choose who's going to be the next potential unicorn. That sounds sexy, but the true work happens after you invest, right? I mean, we have a saying: it's so easy to give money out, but it's so difficult to collect more money back afterwards. Right? And I would probably, I think there's been a lot of research that says, 70% of the work with startups is actually on, kind of working with them after the investments, right? Helping the startup, having the discussions and sometimes fights in the boardroom with the startups in terms of the direction or who they should hire or things like that, right? So that's really the hard work. And perhaps many founders don't realize once you invite a VC to your cap table, that's a long-term relationship that you have to work with a VC, for better or for worse. And you are going to have times where you're going to argue, right? And you're going to disagree, or even disagree between the founding team members as well, right? So those are the part that most founders don't think about, and those could be really not sexy. Once you get into that situation, because it can get ugly sometimes as well. So that's my 2 cents. Yeah,
thank you, Kwon, for sharing more about the portfolio management side. None of the companies I've invested in have gone to an exit, just given how early my tenure is. So I speak more about the sourcing and trying to get to the term sheet side of the equation. It is really not as glamorous as you think, because, as Dr. Jeremy mentioned previously, VCs also have to sell to founders in order to convince them to take your term sheet. And so the actual process, I think, or actual breakdown of your time is probably 50 to 60% even just sourcing for deals, depending on your seniority and depending on the breadth of your network. And then perhaps, the other 50% then is the quote unquote sexy work of doing diligence, putting in your term sheet, and then followed by the perhaps also unsexy work of helping to build the company. And especially as there is so much capital now flowing into the industry, I think if you look at the balance of power, or even just supply and demand, there are more and more angels, VC funds, even private equity funds moving downstream into VC. So it gets incredibly, incredibly competitive. To the extent that, at least speaking personally, we're frequently reacting to companies coming in and just, already having several term sheets lined up. And so you often have to hustle over the weekends or turn around a deal within the span of 2-3 days. And then, the joke now is the first board meeting is the conclusion of your due diligence. and then I see the other panel members chuckling. But so you kind of have to be prepared for kind of working, at this kind of pace over a very long time, always in overdrive. And I think that is probably the least sexy part of the job.
So I would add that, to Kwan's point about portfolio management, right? I think that's the most challenging part for VC. Investing is always glamorous, and on the press you will see, X startup, get sold for how many hundred millions of dollars or become a unicorn, right? But at the back of it, that's a lot of hard work that's gone in to help the portfolio company raise more money. A lot of time it gets into stress, right? With COVID, actually, if you look at the beginning of COVID, right, back in April 2020, all the VCs basically paused all the investing activities and moved their focus into portfolio management. Why? Because they don't want their portfolio to fail, right? So it's easy to give away money, as Kwan mentioned, but you want to make sure that the money stays alive, right? If the company stays alive and it goes on to raise more money and achieve better things, then you have a chance of actually returning more money back to the fund. So a lot of the time and effort has been spent on mentoring some of the founders who are, when they take your term sheet, is very cordial and very happy, right? But the moment you get into that boardroom discussion, right, and some founders just don't want to step aside, even though they don't have the experience of leading the company to the next phase of the growth, right? They just want to hang on to power, right? And the VCs that then have to do a very challenging job of trying to, manage the mood around, right? While you want to keep him happy, you also want to make sure that the company is able to move on to its next phase as well. So portfolio management takes up a lot of time. Stress portfolio, and then if the company really cannot make it, then you have to really manage it as well. So it is still glamorous. I think on behalf of the panelists, I would say that VCs are still doing a very glamorous job, but there's a lot of hard work going behind the scenes.
I would also just imagine, right, that as Annie pointed out before with the FOMO, with the influx of capital, especially into Southeast Asia, early stage investments, like sticking to your investment thesis and like investing in startups that you want to, not just because there are bigger VCs that are also investing in a startup, would be a new point that's becoming more and more prominent, because startups sometimes use it, right? They'll say, hey, X VC invested in me, so I think maybe you should invest in me as well. And having the ability to say, oh, we don't think that this is the right deal. But yeah, I'll pass it on to Ben for the rapid fire questions.
Thanks, Rahul. Right, so unfortunately we are nearing the end of the panel discussion today. Hopefully the audience have managed to gain quite a bit from this wonderful panelists over here. So we'd like to close out the discussion with a quick fire or rapid fire segment. So this will be posing questions to all the panelists, and you guys can take turns to answer them. And this will be very short answers, so don't worry about having to spend so much time on each answer. Yep. So the first question, and perhaps we could get Dr. Jeremy to answer first. What is the one book or podcast or any other resource you would recommend to young entrepreneurs and VCs, and why?
Yeah, I've given up reading since I got my PhD because I've done too much reading in all my life. But if there's one book that I want to recommend, it would be The Lean Startup by Eric Lies.
Why is that so?
Well, I guess, companies need to really think about how to manage a given set of resources, right? Especially money, right? If you raise $1 million, then you have to make sure that you do everything within that set of finance that's kept to you. So being lean, being mean, right, means that you can actually do more with less.
I see. How about Annie?
I highly recommend The Growth Handbook by Elad Gil. I read it just to get a better sense of what challenges startup founders are facing.
Thanks. How about Kwansu?
I'll give you 300% of what you asked for. So I'll recommend 1 book and 2 podcasts. How's that? ROI is good, yeah? Okay, so the first book is Hard Things About Hard Things. And I recommend that because that gives you an insight into the human side of startups. We could read about all the glamorous fundraising and the business model and so on and so forth and the metrics, but what are the human elements that's going inside? Right? What are the fears, the hopes, the dreams that people encounter, and what happens when there's misalignment? What do you do? Right, so it's very real especially for entrepreneurs as well as for VCs to understand the human psyche of what we're doing. In terms of 2 podcasts, having been a finance person, I actually like Capital Allocators. That's a very good, you get a sense of how different investors think, not just VCs. But there was a recent episode about a real estate investor, and I thought, again, very brilliant insights, and some things that we can all learn as VC investors as well, especially if you look across different industries. And the last is How I Built This by Guy Raz. It's a fabulous account of interviews with the founders, and what was it like from 0 to 1, and then from 1 to 100. Amazing stories.
Thank you. Right. So our last question. And perhaps Dr. Jeremy could go first again. If you could only invest in one company today, what sector would that company be in?
I think for me, I'll go back to my earlier roots, right, where I first started and pick a medical device or medical technology. I think with the pandemic, there's a lot of different diseases out there as well that will come, in the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, right? So if we have the vaccines and the medical diagnostics out there, then, the world will be a very different place today.
Annie?
Can I 2x ROI here and also mention 2? Actually, I would second Dr. Jeremy. Healthcare in general would be the one I'm very interested in. 1, because it's never going away, and 2, because we all know there's this silver tsunami coming on. So anything with at-home care or digital health and all that would become increasingly relevant in times to come. But the 2x ROI, if I could mention a second, crypto is really hot right now. Just telling you guys, if you want a sector where, as a young, experienced founder, you can still get reasonable good capital allocation, that would be crypto.
Okay. Actually, I have pretty similar answers. So I would say if you are a momentum investor and you want to catch the hottest thing right now, crypto NFTs. No doubt, right? There's the youngest guy, $22.5 billion in terms of net worth, even faster than Zuckerberg. Amazing, right? It's really in this new creative space that you'll get this kind of wealth accumulation and disruption in terms of technology. And then in terms of long term, anything that is age related, right? Like age defying, right? The quest for immortality. Right, that's what. That's what. If you go to Silicon Valley, all the VCs, they all say, "Hey, yes, of course, I would love to invest in something that prolongs the age of humans." But obviously, they're saying "Hey, I want to prolong my own age," right? So that is something that demand will never go away. All right. So that's my two answers.
All right. Well, unfortunately, we have reached the closing of our panel discussion. Thank you to all of you at home for joining us this beautiful Saturday morning. Let's give a virtual applause, of course, to our panelists for today's insight. We definitely hope that they were useful to all of us. Last but not least, do not forget that we have more exciting panel discussions, as well as the P.A.K. finals happening throughout the day. So you can head to SMU Eagles Instagram page at SMU Eagles to find out more. Bye, everyone, and stay safe.
Thank you to our panelists and moderators for that very in-depth sharing. We'll now be taking a quick 2-minute break while we prep for our second panel. We'll now be moving into our second panel session titled Female Founders. And this is the first time SMU Eagles is collaborating with SMU Women in Business. So very exciting times. This panel discussion features 3 female founders who've had various experiences in the startup space across different industries and functions. It'll unpack some of the challenges female entrepreneurs face in this day and age and delve into how these female founders started their entrepreneurial journey. These are our panelists for the session. Caroline K., founder of Susgain, Elise Tan, director at Vertex Ventures, and Cecilia Chu, co-founder of uTrip. This panel discussion will be moderated by Gladys Kaur, founder and director at SMU Women in Business. For all of you watching, I hope you take away some great insights from this session, and I'll now be passing the time over to Gladys.
Thank you very much. A very good morning to everyone and a warm welcome to the Female Founders Roundtable segment of the P.A.K. Challenge. And thank you for taking the time out on a Saturday to tune in with us, and thank you to the panelists for your participation as well. So my name is Gladys, and I'm one of the representatives from Women in Business at SMU. And for those of you who don't know, we are actually a student-led initiative to build a community of women with the aim of providing a network, resource, and mentoring to help each other chart their own career paths. So you can see us as a one-stop career exploratory platform, and we aim to help our members gain awareness of the different career options that they have and gain the necessary skills and knowledge to get to their career goals. So today, we have 3 female founders who are currently very active in the entrepreneurship scene, and they have varied experiences across the startup scene, ranging across different industries and functions as well. So without further ado, I'd like to pass the time to our speakers to introduce themselves. Perhaps we can start with Caroline.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Caroline. I'm the founder of Susgain. So we are a social enterprise and on a mission to accelerate the change towards a more sustainable nation. And we do this by better connecting the different stakeholders, such as consumers, businesses, charities, and also the wider communities. So we have developed an app, which is the Susgain app. You can find it in the App and Play Store. And what we are doing is, first of all, we help discover our local eco-landscape. So on the app, we have mapped all across the island more than 1,500 green data points, starting from recycling points, public parks, nature places, donation points, events and activities. And you can earn points, which you can later convert into trees by taking eco-habits. And then secondly, we are also featuring more than 200 local businesses on our app, which we have verified to feature their sustainable and socially and environmentally best practices. And we are encouraging you to support them by giving you a cashback and a matching charity donation for supporting these local businesses. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Elise. Thanks for having me here. So for me, I wear 2 hats. One is the entrepreneur and the other one is as a venture capitalist. I started Mentor for Hope and Makan for Hope since last year. So this is a community that connects to mentors who are entrepreneurs, seasoned entrepreneurs, or VC or ecosystem players, so that we might help each other to scale and create better tech startups. We also raise donations to benefit vulnerable communities. The other role that I hold is leading the community work and also communications at Vertex Ventures. I'm with the Southeast Asia and India Fund, which is a 305 million fund that invests into tech companies. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cecilia Chu. I'm the co-founder and CEO of uTrip. So uTrip allows our users to pay online and offline in any currencies around the world, all without any fees or any forex markups. The product take the form factor of a mobile app that is a multi-currency wallet that comes in with a debit MasterCard that we issue and mail to your home. Really grateful to be on the panel today. Very excited about the conversations.
Thank you for the introductions, panelists. Now let's jump right straight into the main discussion for today. Let's start off with maybe talking about how everyone got into entrepreneurship. Elise, maybe I can pose the question to you. So how do you get inspired to start your own business?
Sure. For me, I think it's kind of an accidental foray into entrepreneurship. And it's so natural for me because I have been working in incubator, accelerator, so have been always among entrepreneurs. But how Mentor for Who started, it was because I was actually in between jobs at the time, and I saw that COVID was taking a toll on businesses. And I was doing investor relations just before I left my previous firm. I thought, what if I could rally people from the investor network to provide mentoring for startup founders so that, maybe they could get advice or open doors to customers or potential investment during this period of challenging, difficulty. So it was just something I thought I would start with a, Excel spreadsheet, and it just kind of grew out of proportion as people come in. They saw like the need, and they kind of feel really inspired by what we're trying to do. Yeah, so it was kind of I just thought there was a need in the market, and then I had what it takes to make it happen, and I just did it.
What about you, Caroline? What were some of the considerations you had when you're starting out your journey?
Okay, so for me, the journey was actually I was mission-driven. So I saw that the awareness for sustainability is really high, and there's a lot of new products and solutions. But I also realized that the consumer demand isn't there, and that we all sit at home and have these good intentions of all of the things that we want to do better and we want to do differently, but we are actually not doing it. And so I was really I'm still on that quest to close that intention-action gap and basically drive sustainable behavior change. And so the key consideration I had is, how can this be a business? Because I think what's very important when you're working on a very mission-driven project is how can, and especially in sustainability, how can sustainability also mean financial sustainability? And so that was one of the key considerations, like what is the business model? And secondly, is there really a market for what you're trying to do? And so for us, in order to prove that, we really went to speak to a lot of different stakeholders, like SMEs, charity partners, community partners, and really try to, first of all, understand what are their challenges, and then see would our app, our solution basically help to tackle these challenges. And only after we got the kind of proof of concept or in principle agreement from these parties that they would like to join us, we only went to and incorporate the company, start investing in the development of an app, and so on.
Okay, what about you, Cecilia? How was your journey? How do you begin your journey?
Yeah, so, I always thought that, going into being a founder, going into the entrepreneurship journey is a deeply personal choice. So for myself, I was born in Hong Kong, and I grew up in a very common family. My dad was a postman, and my mom was a kindergarten teacher. They really hadn't had a chance to study in grade school like this. And I remember when I was 5, my dad wanted to get a small business loan to start his own business. He knocked on the door of every single bank in Hong Kong. And Hong Kong, incredibly, has one of the highest bank-to-people population. We have over 100 banks on a 6 million population. So, it's very, very well banked, but he got rejected by every single one of them. And so growing up, I have this worldview that a mass market consumer, like myself, like my father, is always underserved by financial institutions, no matter how well-banked or not well-banked the place looks to be. So I would say this is one of the key motivations for me to dive into the entrepreneurial journey. It's full of ups and downs. I think that is the fun part. But for us, it's really about providing that equal, super affordable access to financial services for every person, for everyday person, on the street, for everyone, and really give them the best value in terms of the services that we provide.
Right. Cecilia, you mentioned about providing financial services to the mass market. What about funding for your business? Do you think that, in a more male-dominated industry, do you think that it's harder for female entrepreneurs to get funded by investors? And do you think that women are given equal opportunities to get the opportunity to get funded?
Yeah, so I think Elise would probably be in a better position to, to tell us, the perspective of an investor. For my own journey, I would say, when I was studying in the US, there was a saying, flying is a great equalizer. To me, I think technology is a great equalizer. At the end of the day, it's just about, whether the service works or doesn't work. It really, doesn't matter, who you are, what differences you represent. And, for me, I think it's really about, consistently delivering what we promise in terms of the product, in terms of the technology. And, I believe that, as long as it does its job consistently and do it well, I've never thought that, being a male or female really has, that much impact in terms of fundraising or, other aspects of building the business.
Yeah, that's great to hear. What about from the VC perspective, Elise? Do you have anything to add to our audience?
Sure. So I would say that I joined the entrepreneur scene in about 10 years ago. Maybe since then, a lot has changed. So we have, gender lens focus VCs now. We have VCs who are investing into quite a few female entrepreneurs, like Vertex Ventures, Southeast Asia. We invest like 25% of our portfolio are female founders, such as Roshni from Asia Parent and so on. So definitely mindsets are changing. And like what Cecilia said, technology is really an enabler. Because, for example, when I'm running Makan for Hope this year, I think a lot of time I was with my child and I was just like typing into my mobile and trying to make, changes into the website or launching like a post on LinkedIn and all that. So, we could multitask at the same time now. Yeah, so I think a lot of things have been made possible. But I would say that, of course, I have that intimate conversation with some of the female founders who try to fundraise. And there are still gender bias. There are still questions that are difficult to answer. For example, and even, as a female who is interviewing in the workplace, people are looking at your age. People are asking you, when are you going to have your child? And this is questions that investors may ask. So I don't think this will change dramatically in maybe not the next few years, but I would think that mindset in general are more accepting, and people see that females are able to multitask, females are able to succeed in this entrepreneurship world. So I feel very optimistic about it.
Yeah, I think so as well. Maybe we could go more into the more social and environmental focused startups. What were some challenges you face, funding or non-funding, as a more social and environmental focused startup, Caroline?
So what I could see from also talking to a lot of, other passionate individuals in this space, that there's a lot of great ideas, but sometimes it's not as obvious, that for a sustainability startup that you need to have that business case and that you need to have a proper revenue stream as well. And so I see some interesting ventures starting, but they start off and they say, okay, I look after how do I finance this later on. But I think this is a very difficult path to go, because you will ultimately you will have it much harder to get any grants, any funding, and so on. And so I think the biggest consideration would always, if you want to start a business, looking at what is the business case. The beauty in the sustainability space is there's like a lot of focus on this right now. I mean, we hear it in the news almost every day, and I think it's a very exciting area to go into. There's a lot of different government initiatives, grant, VCs who are looking into that. Another observation that I do have, though, is that the focus is very much on creating the supply. So there's a focus on ag tech, on plant-based meat, on renewable energy, and a lot of investments are geared towards creating the infrastructure. At the same time, the area that we are looking at is on Saskin, for example, is the demand side, and I see there's a little bit less focus on it. But I think it's equally critical to focus also on the demand side, because looking at the businesses that we have within our ecosystem, a lot of them really struggle to find customers who want to buy the solutions they have. And so I think it would be nice to see also that more focus is put in how can we create conscious consumer demand as well at the same time.
So maybe I can have a follow-up question to that. Do you think that this trend towards more sustainable demand is changing in the near future? Do you see? Are you optimistic about this trend?
I'm optimistic because you can see that the awareness for sustainability is ever increasing. At the same time, I'm a little bit pessimistic because, for example, there was just recently published this OCBC Climate Index, and it actually showed that the gap between awareness and action is actually biggest in the Gen Z generation. And they, for example, all know about recycling, but are least likely to recycle. And I think, yeah, it's really critical that, we tackle this in a multi-stakeholder approach, and a lot of different partners and parties come together in order to facilitate that change that needs to happen.
Okay, thank you for sharing, Caroline. I think I'd like to go back to the entrepreneurship journey in general, and I'd like to understand a bit more about what were some challenges that you faced during your entrepreneurship journey. In particular, Cecilia, was there a time when you kind of felt like giving up during your journey? Was there something like this?
Well, I think the COVID, pandemic really hits us in pretty profound way. For uTrip being uTrip, essentially before COVID, we built our brand around the travel use case, and we have been successful in doing so. I think when the pandemic first happened, I would say early last year, we sort of lost 60-70% of our transaction volumes overnight, and I would say it's really something we have never expected, even in the worst case scenario in our business case. But I think what last year has taught us is really how we can turn on a dime as an organization. I'm incredibly grateful and super proud of my team that we were able to not just recover the business volumes that we used to have with cross-border e-commerce use case, but really exceeding it. I think having that muscle to adapt and continuously reinvent ourselves would only make it a stronger company. So last year, we spent the last 12 months really focusing on building features and building partnerships. We recently just launched a uTrip Perks, which is like really incredible deal with great merchants, our top merchants on our app to really turbocharge that transaction business. But also, we are looking into expanding our product offering into the SME segment this year. So, I think having that ability to adapt, reinvent ourselves, continue to innovate, regardless of how challenging or not challenging the situation is, I think it's greatly making us a more capable company and definitely a more capable team.
All right. I think I'd like to understand from the other two founders as well. Was there some challenge in your journey that was really tough, but you managed to pull through?
Maybe I'll go first. So for Mentor for Hope, Makan for Hope, we are mostly volunteer-led and non-profit in nature. So during we organized Makan for Hope Festival recently, raising 120,000 for free organization within about 1 month. Yeah, so I think the whole idea of managing team is challenging, and not being able to pay them is even harder. I had a lot of transition during the event, during the whole planning and organizing, because some of them, they have other commitments, or I have to work around the time that they have. Yeah, but I think that has been a very, really amazing experience, because I actually see people taking time like 11 p.m. to help maybe draw up a campaign idea and all that. So I think I was really it was very challenging for me, like tiring, but I was also very, very inspired by the heart that people have, in my team. I think that's one. And two, what I learned is that, and this is what we have been mentioning also, like purpose-driven companies is important, because when people see your purpose, people see your mission aligned, and they align themselves with the mission and the values of a company. When the challenges come, usually it's easier for people to stick around, right? And to think about how can they continue to sustain this company, because we have a promise to deliver, right? If we give up, it's going to impact certain people in the society. So yes, it was really challenging, but I also learned a lot and made so many good friends in the process.
Yeah. What about Caroline?
I can actually very much relate to what Elise just shared. So for us, it's also building a community, and I can't really talk about the challenges of COVID because we started in COVID, so we are COVID babies, so we always say it can only get better. But definitely the idea of building a community, starting from finding partners, businesses, SMEs, charity partners, customers, we have now corporate clients, government agencies, communities, so it's a lot of building all the time. And so we defined for ourselves, I would say also our own timeline of doing it. And in terms of the challenges, I think also sometimes there has not been such a platform before, so it's a little bit this kind of pioneering a new idea. At the same time, what gives us that confidence and that confirmation of keep going is this community spirit, as you mentioned, and how we can touch, like individuals' lives within all of these different communities with what we do. And this is really what energizes us to keep going and to, continue on our mission.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for sharing, everyone. I think moving on from, challenges that you face during your journey, I think our audience today will be interested in understanding a bit more about any advice, if anyone has any for them as startup founders or as students who are looking to be founders eventually. Maybe we could start with Elise. What are some of the resources or some of the resources that you found helpful in your domain knowledge or in terms of personal growth as a founder?
Sure, but I think I'm going to do a shameless plug first. So we run an SG Founders Slack community. So right now we have over 600 members across Malaysia, Singapore, Indonesia. So we often ask questions, support each other, and share resources. So we find that very helpful. For myself, I also curate events and resources as well through like weekly, bi-weekly newsletter to these founders. Whenever they need fundraising support, myself and a few others, we are always there as well, to either make introductions to investors or just give them advice. So I think this is one group, you can join. You can always reach out to me to get the invite link. But beyond this, there are a lot of support in Singapore. So, first of all, there is ACE. So ACE has been there since the very beginning. So they have a lot of events and also like links and resources online. I find, for me personally, actually talking to entrepreneurs who went through a certain specific journey that resonate with the challenge that I face, very helpful. So I think, but that is only possible because I have been speaking to entrepreneurs like the whole time. So I kind of remember, bits and pieces of what they've gone through. So then I'm able to knock on the door when I actually need the advice. So I think maybe with that, one thing is about going to online resources. I think the other part is also really speaking to fellow founders, because as you journey together, you will face similar challenges. And some of you may have been there and done that. Then you could, give somebody a boost, right, by giving, sharing your advice, what you've gone through and all that. So that's why we believe in running the community and keeping it alive, even though all of us have like full-time work and all that.
Okay. Maybe Cecilia, if you have anything to add to that question.
So I think Elise has said it really, really well. Lots of things that Elise mentioned truly, resonate with me. And, I would say that, what I can add is since we're actually in a school environment today, I hope, I can say something a bit more relevant. If I reflect on my own journey, I actually studied at business school 2 times. One time was during my university. I was in the US. I was a finance undergrad major. And, I also did my business grad school degree in MBA from the US as well. And, something when I reflect on it, I felt that the school, a lot of times we discuss about the tactics, the strategies, management case studies, and so forth. But when I actually walked through the founder journey, I realized most of the hard work actually happened mentally, in the mental capacity. It's really about, when the going gets tough, how do you keep going? And when you're faced with something that you wanted to do, but you not necessarily know how to do it, the job is to figure it out. So, I encourage everyone to, really try it out. It will be a journey that for sure you won't regret because you will learn so much from it. And, now I think with this incredible resource, like a panel like this, encouraging women founders and, great community that, both ladies have set up, I think you can find a lot of like-minded people that you can seek advice, you can seek investments, you can seek mentorship. So, don't be afraid and, just go for it, would be my final thoughts.
Thank you, Cecilia. Maybe we could go to Caroline, and a question I'd like to pose to you is, what do you think are some important skill sets, for founders when they're starting out that they should be building up as they go along?
I guess I could just echo some of the things I heard now from Cecilia. So I personally believe 3 skills are very essential. The first one being having confidence. The second one being resourceful, and the third one, resilience. So why these 3? So first of all, I think as female founders, we are always, a lot of females, let's put it that way, have that ambition to do everything perfect. And sometimes we have these amazing ideas, but they never are put into practice because we always doubt ourselves, or we are not ready to put ourselves out there. So having that confidence of just going with it and taking that leap is very, very important. Secondly, in terms of resourcefulness, so also looking at my own journey, I have not been in technology before. I have created an app. I don't have had a previous work experience in sustainability. I went into this, and I think the mindset that I always had is like, I don't need to be an expert in all of these different subject matters, as long as I have the ability to create a circle of advisors and experts around me, which I can seek advice from. So really, instead of trying to think you need to be the answer to all of the questions, looking into how can you be resourceful and having these answers in your network, and having that mindset that it's okay not to know everything. And then lastly, in terms of the resilience, I mean, current times ask us to be very resilient, of course. And I think, again, leading back to the previous comments as well, entrepreneurship is like a steep mountain to climb. And I think as you are on the journey, you will see the mountain keeps growing as well. So it's very important not to give up too fast, and to go with the waves. And as we heard earlier from Cecilia as well, as long as you are on a mission and you know what you are working on and what's your driver, you can find creative ways to get there with other means. And the products we have are just the tools to get there. And as long as we have the mindset of being adaptable and able to change, we will actually be able to get there eventually, and maybe in a slightly different form than we initially thought.
Yeah, thank you, Caroline. I think I'm interested in understanding a bit more about the team building aspect. You mentioned about bringing people that have that are able to advise the team, and people who have answers to questions that you have. I'm interested in understanding what are some considerations to have when you're building a team, especially when you're starting out. Maybe I could pose this question to Cecilia.
Yeah, so I think for us, we have gone through stages. So, I think 5 years ago it was just me and my co-founder, and now we have a team of almost 100 people, and we are spread across 3 different locations. So I think we certainly have gone through a few stages. The first stage was very interesting. I think being entrepreneur for us, being in the finance industry, which is, we have been around for many decades, we are contrarian by nature. So, I think for the first stage, we actually really like to hire people who are payments outsider, including myself. Before I started UTrip, I absolutely no background in retail banking or payments. We really learn everything from scratch. But I really see that as an advantage, that we see things, we understand the problems from a very much a first principle perspective. And whenever we face with a problem, we don't come with conventional wisdom. Okay, this is how so and so does it. That's why we do it that way too. We essentially look at every problem, take it apart, and reassemble our solutions based on what we know best. And really, I think as an industry outsider, we have a lot of strength in doing that. At the same time, I would say, as we continue to scale the team, I think for certain aspects of the business, sometimes it's actually helpful to find and to recruit people who have seen it before, and to help us kind of avoid some of the missteps, particularly around some of the managerial aspects, how to run a process better. And so I think every company would have to go through stages. And as a founder, ourselves, I'm sure every 6 to 12 months or 18 months max, we sort of have to go through a internal evolution ourselves to really reinvent ourselves in leading a broader and more diverse and bigger team as well. So, I thought there's no one size fit all, and it's very much a stage dependent.
Okay, yep, got it. I think I'd also like to ask a question on, general advice in general for female founders especially, or rather aspiring female founders. Do you have any advice for people who are watching today, females, and want to start their journey but don't really know how or don't really have the confidence, like what Caroline mentioned just now? Anyone can start?
Yeah, I want to just say that now is the best time to start a company because, there's lots of liquidity in the market. VCs are looking for fresh ideas. They are looking to fund female founders, right? Because there's also a growing emphasis on ESG. So if you want to start a company, start now. And you can start it in school. I have met some of the finalists at this event. They are still, they are still students. Yeah, so it's great to start in school. I think one is, especially if you're running a B2C company, for example, Carousel. I think Carousel, if they have not leveraged NUS community so much, they wouldn't have, that leg up when they first started. So you can start now, right, as a student. And then, secondly, is there are so many, no code. There are so many software tech tools and all that they can use to piece together some mock-up, some MVP, to validate your idea and very quickly improve it over time. So really, I think now is so much more effortless to raise money to create a company. And it's okay to fail, right? Because what happens is that when you fail, you actually don't really fail, right? Because if you continue building another idea and all that, what you will learn along the way is what are your strengths and weaknesses. And you learn also how to build a great team to get there. And people are not going to judge you because you build a company. And I would say that VCs are more likely to invest in you because they know that you are able to maybe avoid some of the tricky parts of the business this time. Yeah, so this is my advice. And the other part that I want to say is, when you start a business, I really encourage you to do something that you really feel a lot for, you're passionate about it. so that you'll be able to create this company that has mission, values that are very distinct. Okay, maybe not very distinct at the beginning, but over time you get there. And this is what will help you to attract talent. This is what is going to help keep the talent there. Because what is going to happen in the future is that there are so many startup companies, that there's so much demand for talent. How are you going to keep people, be great people? I think that comes with really having a clear idea of what you want to build, what kind of value is going to bring, and the values of your company that is going to bond people together.
Thank you, Elise. Anyone have anything to add to that? Okay. Maybe I'd like to also pose another question, because I think earlier Elise and Cecilia mentioned about how important mentors are in the networking is in terms of your entrepreneurship journey. And also in Women in Business, we believe a lot in mentorship. I think mentorship is a very integral journey, especially in terms of career exploration. So maybe my question is, how do you, what's the best way to go about expanding your network, or what's the best way to go about finding mentors that will be interested in speaking to you? Maybe we can start with Cecilia.
I don't have a good answer to this question. In many ways, I think I'm still exploring and experimenting myself. I think couple thoughts comes to mind. One is cast your net wide. You literally don't know how good the chemistry could be until you actually spend some time with someone. So I think cannot just focus on how the resume look like, or what you kind of read about the person or the company, in the press. I think you really have to go out there and interact and experiment and to find out how good, how deep the chemistry and trust could be. I think that is again a very personal and a very deeply very very specific to each pair of persons. So no good answer to that. I think no short answer to that. I think my advice would be just go out there and really try it out and spend time with people and and find out your best mentors in your network.
What about Elise? Do you have anything to add to that, since you mentioned about mentorship earlier?
Sure. I think there are a lot of opportunities to seek mentorship these days, from your school especially for to start. And what happens is that there are VCs as well who are organizing mentorship programs throughout the year. So one that is especially for female founders is Cocoon Capital. They do it maybe like every half a year or something. So you can look into it. And I think LinkedIn has been especially useful to reach out for mentor, because on LinkedIn you can reach out via message and all that. But of course, you will take some experimentation on which co-message will reach these people. But of course, go through second degree connection if you can, get introduction if you can. Yeah. So I think these are many tools out there that you can explore. The other thing I want to say is, and this is actually said to me by one of my mentors, is that when the student is ready, the teacher will appear. So I think, it sounds really like, big, right? But the thing is that when you build a business, when you create something valuable, you have been communicating about this online to people, and that will actually reach certain mentor who feel that it's interesting to mentor you, and because they see that you are the younger self of them. Yeah, so I would really encourage you to go out there and speak to people, share about what you're doing, get into maybe a society where community of entrepreneurs and all that. Yeah, because that will really help you to even draw mentors to you.
Yeah, I agree. I think the most important takeaway here would be just to go out there. You never know who you're gonna meet, and you never know who's gonna be your mentor eventually. I think now we can move to the last segment of today. We did have a couple of questions come in from social media, and the first question is, how can one make full use of their time in university to pursue their entrepreneurship journey? Maybe you could start with Caroline.
I personally feel university is a great time in your life to gain as many experience as possible. And I think internships are really great as well for that. So you get the chance to explore different industries. For example, if you want to found your own startup, intern in a startup, so you can see the process, you can get to know people and really know firsthand what is it like and what are the skills needed. The second point that we just mentioned already is the networking. I think it's super important, and it shouldn't be underestimated how important it is to cast your net wide and reach out to as many people as possible that can bring you forward in your journey. And I think also having an open mind, building relationships and building a network is not something transactional, as in like, I need something and I go to get it, but it's more an open-ended, relationship that you're building with people who you trust, and having that open mind to see what you can get and what you can learn from everybody. And then lastly, in terms of skills, I would say going outside of your comfort zone. So oftentimes we are more inclined to learn things that we are already passionate about or that we have previous experience in. But from my own experience, especially when you want to run a startup, you can see that almost every other day you are put a little bit outside of your comfort zone. Like, for example, we're sitting here and having a panel discussion. And the only way you can overcome that and learn is actually by having that experience. So I think good as a student, a good place or a good skill to have is business development skills and sales skills. And this is actually best learned on the job, for example, by having a job which requires you to cold call people or, for example, work in customer service or handle customer complaints. And I think this gives you a lot of very valuable life skills, which are not only of technical nature, but really of the social nature and the EQ and the social skills that bring you very far later on.
Okay, thanks for sharing, Caroline. I think another question that came in to us was, what are some core skills one should gain to pursue the goal of starting a business? So let's say you're in school right now, what are some things you should definitely do before you start a business? Maybe we could go to you, Elise. Or Cecilia.
Okay, I would say actually the most important thing is critical thinking and communications, if I were to add. Because the thing is, you can never anticipate what kind of challenge you're going to face when you're going to start a business. But if you're able to break down the problem that you face into bite size, and think through how do you get the person to do it? How do you figure out how to get this part done? And how do you pass it along to someone who is an expert? How do you find money to finance this portion, right? So I think you'll be able to overcome quite a few of the problems that you face. Yeah, so critical thinking is important. And along with critical thinking, you would know how to plan well, what to do, what first, and it's truly important. And this is something that I think back in my time, we don't focus a lot on critical thinking. I think we only had one module on that, and a lot were memorizing and regurgitating. But I think a lot of now it has changed a lot, right? So I would challenge you to, really just even put effort into your assignment, into your group work, applying that critical thinking and all that, because it will come very useful. And even if you're not an entrepreneur, as an employee, it's super important as well. And then the other part I mentioned about communication. So it's so easily overlooked because we think that it's just about talking, it's just about writing, it's just about putting content out there. But it is not. It is being strategic, is knowing what your audience wants to hear and what your audience needs to know, right? And then being able to package that and then being able to share that with your audience, with your potential customers. So this, I think you can learn by organizing events like that. You can, and even just start small, create so last time my time we had blog shop, so I created blog shop. For now it's really easy to have a Instagram shop, for example. Just try it out. It's low cost, right, and hone that communication skills when you're still a student.
Yeah, maybe I think, I will also echo what Elise has just shared. I think if from school onwards, I think over the next 10, 20 years or so, you really don't know where your journey will take you. And, it's very, very hard to say what kind of core skills you can gain today that would be absolutely relevant to you 10, 20 years or 30 years out of school. But what I can say is being a student has one great advantage, and that is you can focus 120% of your time on learning. It is something you can't do once you start working. Once you start working in a job, you'll be assigned projects and things that, something are more interesting to you and something may not be as relevant to you. And I think being a student where you can focus all your time on learning, what I would do is to try to really expose yourself to as wide as spectrum as you can in terms of subjects, in terms of companies, in terms of industries, in terms of geographies, in terms of markets, in terms of everything. Because if I think back over the last 20 years of my work life, of my school life, everything that you have done will eventually connect the dots, by itself, and it really becomes a new tool set, within your toolbox when you, embark on your most ambitious journey ahead. So definitely try to expose yourself to as much, to as broad of a spectrum of experiences as you can. Would be, how I would think about my my school years.
Yep, that sounds great advice. I think there was also one question that came in. I think it's quite interesting, but not sure if you have anything to add on to that as well. But this question is more about, what advice would you give to a female founder who's looking to move into a more male-dominated industry? Do you have any specific advice for this? Anyone? Cecilia?
I think don't let it bother you. I think the starting point is don't let it bother you. But, what I would further say is that, I think today, male and female, I think, are equally receiving a lot of good intentions, even from the investors and, many new industries. I think at any point in time, what I tell myself is embrace being different and use it, to your greatest benefits you can. In a very male-dominated room, I enjoy every bit of being a female there. Like I said, entrepreneurship is, being contrarian by nature. So embrace being different. If any point in time I have a choice, I would choose to be different. And, it really helps you stand out. So embrace it. Don't be bothered by it. And, give it your best.
I just want to add, because this kind of is something that I'm planning for as part of the Black Legion Women Conference. So I interviewed a few panelists, and then people were saying, they were sharing how they survive in the male-dominated world. I think one thing really important to mention is that the masculine energy is not something that you have to adopt in order to be successful. It is possible to be feminine, embrace the feminine side and yet be successful. And what I mean is not, talking about being soft and all that. What I mean is, for example, empathy. I think that's something that female is very strong in, and that is something really important in a male-dominated world, because when you hear people, when you talk to people and their needs, their voices are heard. This is important in terms of kind of inculcating the loyalty in people, in your team or your customers. So there is this importance to embrace yourself. Be okay with being different in the male-dominated industry, like what Cecilia says. Yeah. So really, don't see gender as a disabler. You have to change your mindset as well. You will need to believe that there is, you would need to respect yourself. You need to think that your opinions are important, right? So with all this, the right mindset, I think being male dominated or not, right, it is not important. it's all about starting a company, it's about running a company that has value, that creates values.
Yeah, and I agree a lot with that. I think embrace the differences. I think that's the most important takeaway I got from the two answers that we got. So I guess right now I'd like to just give a minute to everyone to share maybe some last words you have for our audience, or maybe you could even talk about where we can find your business on social media or something like that. Maybe we can start with you, Caroline.
Okay, sure. Maybe as my final word is that I think if I can just leave you with one thing, think about what is one action that you can take now towards achieving your goal. And it might be a simple thing as researching on, like the business idea you have, or making a connection, but just get started. And about SASGAIN, so yes, I would be happy if you check us out as well. We can be found in the app, in the Play Store, and on social media. And yeah, we are looking forward to receiving your feedback as well, and hope that we can invite more people to join us on our journey, which is really all about accelerating the change to a more sustainable nation. Thank you.
Elise? Yeah, I think I'm going to go a bit deep. I want to say that as females, most of us, I think, maybe would think about settling down, would think about having children. So I really urge you to find a partner who will celebrate your success, who will be there through the hard times of building a company, because building a company really require 100% of your time and dedication. And if your partner is not ready to accept that, it will give you a lot of challenges along the way, and that's going to take time away from the business you're trying to build. So really look for a partner who is supportive of your achievements and what you're trying to do.
So yeah, I really agree with the two ladies in the panel and what they share. Those are really meaningful lessons for me as well. I would just keep myself short. My final advice and thoughts would be always be hopeful. I think, first of all, always be hopeful. I think especially, during this pandemic period, I think there's lots of uncertainty. I think, one thing I constantly remind myself and my team is always be hopeful. And the second point is believe you can. Every great company, every, great person you read about in the news, in the history, really start off with having an idea that they dare to dream. And while being a student, a lot of times in Asian context, we're tuned into, being in a very modest mode. We learn things, we go here to gain exposure, we're always a student. But, you have to believe that you already have all the resources you need to be successful. And that is really the starting point. So if anything, I hope you can remember that and believe you can and go for it.
Yep, and I guess the final concluding statement I'd like to give is, and the biggest takeaway I got from today is that, just if you have an idea, just go for it. You never know what's going to happen, and be resourceful. Look for people around you that might be able to help you out, and look for mentors as well along the way. So with that, we've come to the end of the session. Thank you very much to all the panelists. And before we leave, I just want to say, do connect with Women in Business at SMU on our social media if you're interested in finding out what we do. And thank you so much, and have a great weekend, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, panelists, for that very empowering sharing. For all our viewers watching, do stay tuned for the upcoming panel discussions happening very shortly. But for now, we'll be cutting to a quick lunch break. You may explore the Philo platform to check out our finalists in the Expo Hall floor or our partners at the Partners floor. And feel free to also stay on the main stage stream, where we'll be playing some videos of our founders for you to get to know them a bit better. And we'll see you very soon, right after the lunch break.
Hello, everyone. This is Ras from Social Collider, and thank you to be here to share about my journey and what Social Collider stands for. So a quick introduction. I was a teacher for 10 years at a school in Singapore, a secondary school in the East. Right, and I think experiences shape action. Okay, and in one of the key things that I've come across was when I saw this when I had this student who did not come to school for many days. And when I went to do home visits, right, I found out that, oh, her right arm was in pain. And being, she came from a family of 5 children, of whom the mom was a single mom, right? So 1 mom and 5 kids, money was tight. Despite our polyclinics being very affordable, they just saved money and self-medicated. Half a year later, the girl fainted at home because of pain, right, at the right arm. And then she was diagnosed with bone cancer, and then 1 year later, she died. So that left a very lasting impression on me. Right? What if they had a little bit more money? Would the girl be still around? So I think this is about, the things they experience and what we have come across, right? Experiences will propel us. You haven't found any that's enough yet, that just go out and experience some more, be open-minded, right? And I think the major turning point was when I was in China, and I went to Tsinghua University in Beijing to do my master's and my MBA. Right? And my thesis was to help this charity become more sustainable through business. Right? So the charity helps children impacted by AIDS. But impacted means what? Means the kids, the parents have died of AIDS, but the kids are healthy, or the parents are HIV positive, the kids are healthy, or the kids themselves are HIV positive. But why was there this AIDS epidemic, right? So in the mid-90s, right, mid-1990s, I think before many of you were born, all of you were born, right? A lot of pharmaceuticals went to this part in China called Zhengzhou, or called Henan, to buy blood. And a lot of villages sold their blood. So huge demand, huge supply, right, but not enough hospitals to do the proper transaction. And underground stations sprouted, and whatever could go wrong went wrong at these underground stations. Reuse of syringes, and there's this process known as plasmaresis, where plasma is extracted and the rest of the blood transfused back to the seller, the donor, right? So after a while, imagine to save time, they'll say, oh, all the 10 donors just lie down there and all the blood went to this centrifugal, right? This is this container. And the bloods got all mixed up. So those of us who have taken biology before, you know that blood types you can't even mix blood types because they'll form blood clots. Right? And that was how also AIDS spread so rampantly. So when I went there, I shadowed the founder, right, to take a look, and I was like, shite, okay. I thought I had seen poverty, but this was probably another level down, right? And then that night when I was reflecting, I was asking myself, why would people need to sell their blood, right? Why? It's not like, and there's only one reason, it's poverty. No other reason, right? It's not like hunger. Some people go hungry because they want to lose weight, right? They're fasting, okay? When people sold their blood, it's just because of that. And that was like a, how should I put it, like a lightning strike, right? And then the phrase, give a fish, feed a day, teach the fish, feed for life. Right? At the very moment, I realized that feeding for life is not enough, right? Especially for these villages. So they could feed themselves alive, they wouldn't die of hunger, right? But they just did not have enough to get out of poverty. Many of them have more than one child. And in the villages, it's allowed to have more than one child because the policy at the time was to let the children help out with the farm, right, the farming and stuff. So imagine they have one boy and 2 girls. Who got to go to school? The boys, right? The girls would either get married at 16 or at the age of 12, they started working, right? And I was like, I have an 11-year-old at home and I cannot imagine that she starts working at, now, right? Because she's still so childish. So coming back, it was just a huge realization, and I just felt, if they had a little bit more opportunity, would things have been better, right? So same thing as to my former student, right, who passed away, unfortunately. Okay, so when I had the opportunity to start Social Collider, right, I told myself that the vision is about the marketplace, creating a marketplace for people to sell the fish. So you give the fish, teach the fish, sell the fish. right? You help people to sell the fish, okay? And that's why if you see what Social Collider does, right? I build ecosystem, I try to connect people, I give training. If they don't know how to, if I don't know what to do, I will tell other people, right? I will get other people to come in to do it, okay? So these are just some of the key things that I feel are happening. Well, this is what Social Collider is all about, okay? And of course, for us, in order to build community, it's always important to have a space. So we run a co-working space at Corporation at Taising, and welcome you to visit. And then we have another one that's coming up at Corporation Drive. We also have an academy where we conduct social entrepreneurship workshops, and I'm very happy and proud to say that I've since conducted 4 runs, and from there, right, there have been 4 social startups, right, social impact startups that have spun out from that, and I think some of them are doing okay, right? Yeah. So, quick introduction about myself, quick introduction about the company, right, and of course why I'm doing this startup, right? Yeah. So earlier I mentioned, right, one of the key central points is about having an open mind and experiences shaping actions. One of the key, so this is the 3rd year that Social Collider has started, right? We just passed our 3rd birthday, and it has been a very uphill journey, especially for the last 1.5 years. I mean, last year was a non-event year, and this year also, but thankfully things are picking up. So I'm not a religious person, spiritual maybe, but not religious. However, I'm increasingly beginning to believe in this notion of luck. What is luck? Luck is not from the divine, right? I mean, to me, because I'm not religious. However, right, I distill luck into 3 things: time, action, and readiness. Right? Action taken. First week of July 2018. So I was with a corporate, right? So, I was a teacher for 10 years. And then in the 10 years, I was sent by ministry to Laos. Right? I loved my time there. Okay, and then I came back to ministry again, to MOE. And then in 2012, I decided to leave the service, and I went to Tsinghua to do my MBA. And then after doing my MBA, I joined a corporate. Right? So for 3.5 years, I was leading the global diversity and inclusion strategy, as well as the talent development, the regional, just doing training. So it wasn't like after I left Tsinghua, then I began my startup journey. No, right? It took me another 3.5 years. Okay, so very quickly, in 2018, first week, I left my former company without telling anyone. Somebody came and approached me and said, "Hey, Raz, there's a space at our old office, right, at 1 North. Do you want to come and take a look? We know you are very interested in this social impact space. Maybe we can do something about it." So I was wondering, wow, how did they even know? Right? Because I just tendered last week, and then this week somebody came and talked to me, right? So I went, submitted a proposal, and then the last day of my work, at the end of July, the proposal was approved. I was like, well, it's literally like a jigsaw puzzle. Like finish that, and then went to this, right? And after that, the whole of August, I actually bought tickets to travel already, but then I just decided to cut short my travels and just focus on Social Collider. So that's one example of my notion of luck, right? And I think if I had not taken action, if I had not, readiness, I think we can slowly build to get there, right? But you always have to take action, because the timing is always in retrospect. You don't know what's going to happen at that moment. You always look back, right? Oh, because I met this, then something happened, right? So I'm going to share with you another example, one of my favorite examples. So October, same year, 2018, I was at Singapore Red Cross for a meeting, right? When I was walking down the stairs, I walked past this young man who was going into the general office. So he walked past me, we walked past one another. And he kept staring at me. I know, because I walked past and he stood there and then he stared at me. I was like, oh, I didn't recognize him. When I was about to leave the building, I heard Mr. New. I was like, oh, who's that? So it turned out to be my former student, Jeremy. I was like, oh, okay, what are you doing there? And he said that he was volunteering, right? He left his old job and bumming around because couldn't find a new job for a couple of months. I said, okay, fine. Send me your resume, right? I don't know what I can do for you, but right, maybe I can. I don't know what I can do for you, because I left public service. I left government, private sector already. I passed him my name card, and I did. There was no other way to contact him, That night, he emailed me his CV. Right. 3 days later, my former company called me and said, "Hey, Ras, do you have any engineers to recommend?" I was like, "Well, okay." Look at Jeremy's CV. He was engineer trained, but he used to sign with the Navy, and the corporates, the corporate they discount military experience most of the time. Nonetheless, I sent his CV over, Jeremy's CV, and 1 month later, Jeremy called me. He said he got a job. I was like, wow, goosebumps, goosebumps, because timing, right? So it's lucky for him, of course, luck for him. And then I just checked with him 2 months ago, or 3 months ago. He's still with that company, right? He's still. So timing, walked past. And then he took action. He didn't say don't want to call him, very paiseh, because I didn't recognize him already. It's been how many years since I taught him, right? So yeah, but he called me, right? So action taken. I passed him my name card. He sent me his CV, action taken, because I had no way to contact him, right? And then of course, I forwarded his CV on his behalf, so action taken, right? And he was ready, right? He didn't say, "Oh, I needed 3-month notice," or "I needed to fill my CV," right? So it was all done. So coming back, this is some of the key things that I felt that I've learned tremendously, right? You always have to have a purpose. What is your purpose? What do you see in life? What do you want to do, right? What do you hope to do, okay? Your purpose will be your moral compass, and your purpose will propel you to do the things that you do, right? And because many times, right, some of the challenges that you'll face is you may be swept away. There's so many things happening in your startup, whatever kind of startup, right? Whether it's an impact kind or just the traditional startup, digital startup, tech startup. A lot of times you'll be swept away because you're very lean, right? Unless you have a good team and most of the time, in Chinese, there's a saying, 摸着石头过河. It means that it's a river, you don't know how to cross the river. So what you do is you just enter the river and you feel your steps slowly crossing the river, right? And it's the same way, right? Because we always don't know what's the future like, right? Nobody can see, the future. So you may be swept away, and then when you're swept away, you need something to bring you back, and that is your purpose, right? So be very clear, be extremely clear that what is it that you want to do, right? Ask yourself why. So I ask myself why all the time, right? You see, even my beard is turned black, turned white, gray, other parts of the hair too. No, I'm just kidding. So coming back, then I think these are things that hopefully it will make you stay rooted, right? And how I overcame some of the challenges, well, like I mentioned, I'm still trying to overcome many of them. It's firefighting. Every day you firefight, right? Oh, this thing not working, and then some staff having personal issues, and then your cash flow, right? So these are some things that you always have to make yourself very resilient. But I enjoy the process because it makes me think. And when I say that, it doesn't mean that I didn't think previously, but the thinking was different. Right? Being in corporate, being in the civil service, you're very comfortable. You're in this cocoon, you're protected, especially in the civil service. Okay, but having done my own startup, I never knew there was a side of me that was so, be able to gun things, be able to see things, be able to chase after things. Right? There's a saying that once you do your own startup, you need to have the instinct of a shark. Right? You need to be able to sense where the blood is so that you can go in for the kill. I mean, just to put it like that, right? So likewise, you need to sense where the opportunities are and then ready yourself. If you're not ready, it's fine. Just take action first. Right? By the time some people say, "Oh, I need to be ready," that's a very, I would think, a civil service or corporate kind of thinking, because you have resources, you have time, you have resources. But as a startup, take action first. Not ready, quickly along the way, right? Let's say you're from A to B, you get the thing already, you get the deal, you are going to B to fulfill your mission, then along the way, quickly get yourself up, ready, and then, execute, right? Because a lot of times we say, oh, when we are ready, then we are swept under the wave already, because the wave is coming, right? You must ride the wave, right? You must windsurf, you surf the wave and not be swept under, right? This is one of the things. Again, what keeps me going is the same thing that I've shared earlier, right? It's about the purpose, the mission, right? What I believe. Okay, nothing noble, right? It's nothing noble, and also for me, it's to bring the movements out of Singapore, because Singapore, when we talk about poverty, we don't really have poverty. Have different kind. Okay, right? And it's impossible to eliminate poverty, right? It's impossible to kill off poverty, but I think it's possible to alleviate it, right? You raise up the what's the word? Poverty line, right? You just provide a little bit more, okay? And if you look at it, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, the first goal is zero poverty or no poverty, right? And then the rest follows: zero hunger, gender inequality, or gender equality, right? These are some of the things. But the thing is, and I believe, if you tackle poverty, probably 70% of the world's problems will be solved, right? You talk about hunger, where people don't go hungry? No money, I think, right? Maybe they go on diet to lose weight, right? Or fasting or whatever. But I think most of the time it's no money, right? Gender inequality. Why is there gender inequality? Not enough resources most of the time, right? Okay, like I mentioned, let's say you have 5 children, 2 boys, 3 girls. Who got to go to school? Probably the boys, right? Or the eldest, or the boys, right? Most of the time, right? Then the girls, especially in our Asian context, I think it's even more pronounced, right? This particular case. And then, of course, if you don't have enough resources, the people with disabilities, again, they will be the first to be neglected, right? All right. So coming back then, that's why I firmly believe in this notion of poverty alleviation, right? And again, coming back to this point, Singapore, we don't really have poverty, so it's about improving the quality of life, I would like to think, right? You improve the quality. It's not about the lack of food, but the quality of food, right? It's not about the lack of sitting places, right? I mean, of course, there are homeless people, but, I think that sometimes they go homeless because it's a choice. Okay, so that aside, right, there's another story. So parting advice for all of you. Okay, so my favorite quote is, I think a few things have surfaced. Give a fish feed a day, teach the fish for life. Feeding for life is not enough. Maybe it's time to build the marketplace to help people to sell the fish, right? And also, the world is your oyster, right? That's from Shakespeare, okay? What does it mean, right? The world is your oyster, is in your hand. That sometimes the oyster that have pros, okay? Means it's how you want to live it, right? How you want to live it, and always take action, okay? Always take action, all right? Don't leave it with some of the things that are happening, okay? Right. So always take it. So these are some of the key things. A lot of things, a lot to share still. It's a bit jumbled here and there, but I do hope you take away with this, and always happy to be connected. Right, ras@socialcollider.co. Right, or you can just look for me on Facebook, on LinkedIn. Right. That's it in a nutshell. All the best.
Thank you so much for inviting me to speak in this particular event. Yeah, like many years ago, I was just a student like you. I used to study EEE in a local university. But guess what? I was studying electronic in EEE, and then what I ended up doing as a software engineer in one of the Japanese MNC. So after a few years, I managed teams of developers in Singapore, India, as well as China. Right. So as things changes, so the teams get bigger and the technology changes. So we did into new areas of development, including VoIP, voice over IP. And then subsequently, a few years later, we became the director of managing the hardware and storage of that company. Yeah. So during this process, I was had the opportunity to work with some of the startup from US. So that was beginning of 2000. So it was quite fun I saw them how they work and so on. Then at that time, I was thinking myself that maybe one day I want to start my own company as well, just like them, but of course that remains as a dream at that time. As the things progresses in about 2010, so I think technology changed. That was where the cloud came to the picture into the technology area, and because I was selling the servers and storage at that time to the people to build cloud, so start to think that why not we just do it by myself. So after a discussion with a few friends, so we thought that it is a good opportunity. Then, so we started the journey. We started Axiom IT Solutions at that time, right? We started doing that on focusing on the cloud, okay? Especially we were partnering with Microsoft, right? We did that, and then within the first month, we got a PO. It was very happy, when you get a very first PO, actually that's a very happy moment, regardless of what is the value. Right, so we continued that, and then within the next 2-3 years, so one day in 2013, somebody from Microsoft called me, Lam, there's a partner event in US. Would you like to attend? So I told them that no lah, so far away, need to travel so far, and then they said no, you must go. So I say why? Then he said that actually you won an award, right? Okay. So we went there. So we flew there, 20 hours flight, long journey. So then to our surprise, we won the Partner of the Year award for PAK. So so that was the Cloud Partner of the Year for PAK for covering all the Asia and Australia, New Zealand. So we were the #1 among the 28,000 Microsoft partners. So I mean, of course, that was we were very super happy, right? It was also a validation of what we are doing, right? So definitely, I mean, that gives us a booster, right? So yeah, and it validated what we thought of, what we wanted to do, and it really gives us the confidence. But of course, at the same time, we also thought that we requires to create our own product, our own IP. That is important because it will differentiate us from other people, other competitor. So we did that. And we are pretty successful, and we have customers in Singapore, in Malaysia, in Hong Kong, as well as the Thailand. Okay, so that was what we have done over a few years. And when Microsoft introduced Microsoft Teams about 4-5 years ago, right? We also saw that there was an opportunity for us to do the Teams calling. That means enabling Microsoft Teams to call to external telephone number, whether it is the mobile phone or fixed line or any numbers, just like a cloud PABX. So I feel very strongly about that because of the background that I mentioned. And then, of course, we have a team of people who is able to provide that solution. So we started in that journey. We became the very first in Singapore to offer that service in Singapore. And it was doing very well. And then during the COVID-19 hit last year, right, because of the sudden lockdown, a lot of people need to work from home. So that solution became very useful because enabling Microsoft Teams to call to the PSTN, basically it enables everyone to work from home such that they do not need to be in office to answer all the official telephone call. And even they can call to anyone from their mobile phone, from their PC, from their home. Right, so that solution become very suitable. It became very suitable for this environment, and so we work with various authority as well as the Microsoft to promote this, and also we participated last year together with the part of the PSG grant with the government to offer the remote working solution, including Microsoft 365 and the laptop. Okay, so regarding the solution just now that I mentioned just now, I think it's very good for SME. We are seeing that it helps a lot of people, and in fact, I think it is also very useful for startup as well. Like some of your friends, some of the people here that is aspire to have your own company. With our solution, actually it enables you to give you a very professional, official telephone number, and over here also. Happy to say that we will be sponsoring this solution for the top finalists, to the finalists of this particular event. As a new company, as a startup, right? I mean, the first challenge is that your company is small when you first started, right? So whatever good idea you have, people will always have a question, right? Who you are, and is it going to work? So the beginning is always very important that you are able to establish a track record. right? Able to get some reference site. So that is the initial challenges. I suppose it is the same for all businesses, right? Yeah, so that is one. And then after you have overcome this, when your solution become popular, you can see that there are many people trying to copy you. Okay, there'll be people who trying to do the similar thing. So that's natural. If there's nobody doing a similar, means that your solution is lousy, right? When people start to follow you, that's where you have where you see that there's attraction in the market.
Hello.
Welcome back to PAK 2021. Hope everyone had a good lunch break and is all geared up for our third panel session, the final one before the PAK Challenge. This panel is titled Digital Media Panel, Navigating the Digital Media Space as a Startup. It'll explore how the panelists have used content and social media for their ventures and how new entrepreneurs can leverage digital media for growth and deep dive into the industry as a startup. The panelists for this session are Brian Chu, Managing Director of TSL Media Group, Adrian Ang, Co-founder and Creative Director of Hep Mill Media Group, and Jonathan Chua, Co-founder and Business Director of Gravity Media. This panel discussion will be moderated by Crystal Loh, Community Director at SMU Eagles, and Molly Bakshi, Business Development Director at SMU Eagles. Hope you enjoy the session, and I'll be passing the time over to the moderators.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the media panel. Thank you for joining us, and we have three amazing panelists with us today, and I'm going to invite everybody to introduce themselves. So first of all, I'm Crystal, and I'm the Community Director of SMU Eagles. This is Molly, the BD Director, and I'm going to pass over to maybe Adrian. So you can introduce yourself. And could you also tell us more about your business and the respective roles that you play in them?
Okay. Hi everyone, I'm Adrian. I'm the co-founder and Chief Creative Officer of Hatmill Media Group. Under our group, there's SGAG, MGAG, P.A.K, Hatmill Creators Network, Bad Pixels Asia. With my shades on, I'm Xiao Ming, the guy who likes to crack lame jokes and play pranks on my wife. Yeah, so I mean, I take care of the creative side of like our business, and I think most of you guys would already know about SGAG. I think we are a content business that's very focused on humor. So we have our presence in Malaysia and the Philippines as well. And with Hatmill Creators Network, I think it's all about empowering the next generation of creators. I think we're mainly focused on TikTok. And with Ben Pixels Asia, we're really looking at, how can we help YouTube creators monetize and accelerate their growth on the YouTube platform. So that is a little bit of a summary, of what we do.
Okay. Hey. Okay, my turn. Hey, I'm Brian. I am the founder of TSL Media Group. So under our group includes sites like Eatbook, Martian News, Zula, and of course the Smart Local. What I do is the business strategy and the content strategy for our group. So something I guess to share about TSL is we are also trying to expand regionally. We are in 8 different markets now, but we haven't got as much traction in those 8 markets, but we are growing slowly. And I think, we also have sites in Japan and Korea, so that means we cover a lot of Squid Game content now.
Sup guys, I'm John from Gravity Media. We operate a few media brands like Locable, also Singapore, or renamed MOSG, Real Talk, Daily Catch Up. We're also a content agency, so we are a creative agency when we need to be. We're a content studio when we need to be.
Okay, thank you very much. So the first question is for the whole panel. So how did you use social media to first launch your business? Perhaps Adrian can start first, because I read that you started SGAG while studying in university, right?
Yeah, well, always gonna arrow. Okay. I was actually from SMU. I graduated in 2012. I started SGAG in SMU. I was not a very good student, obviously, because a good student wouldn't be using, Facebook in class, and that's what I did. But thankfully, I guess it turned out well. Yes, I mean, for us, our business is entirely reliant on social media, right? And I think that is where, we found a space where, it's really, really interesting that, content can be created by anyone and can be distributed through a platform that's so accessible to a large community out there. And our business, has been super reliant on social media ever since. I think social media is super prevalent now, right? I mean, there are social media platforms that comes and goes. Some becomes a little bit more popular than the rest. But I think, social media has become like a way of life in which we are consuming content. And I think that is where our businesses have always pivoted or changed in the course of direction depending on, where the audiences are and what kind of content do they want to consume. Yeah. Over to you, John. Yeah.
Hey. So mine's not so inspiring, to be honest. My first foray into content was with a previous company I was in. It's Gush Cloud, it's a great company. And my first brush with content was actually trying to build Babe of All Trades with VNKK. And then we worked with Neo, Chalkboard Studios, and just kind of got a feel of what that new wave of new media looks like. And then we started creating game shows for brands like CPF, for example. And when I decided it was time to kind of move on and look at what else is there for me in life, I found Jackie, which is my current partner, and he started Vulcan Post, which is purely editorial back then. And so he asked me, do I want to partner him? And we then sat down and imagined what the both of us coming together could look like, and then we started launching the other brands, in a sense. One of our strategies looking at this is that we never set off to create a mainstream brand. We always try to look for the outliers, and then we're trying to create a community of outliers. And then along the way, through circumstances, and to be honest, following the money around, we also created a creative agency in that sense, because we just kind of gravitate towards what we could do at that point of time when we were first starting out, where we could find money. And so I would say that it's a journey of trying a million things and then seeing what sticks, and that's kind of how we became where we are.
Okay, we started in 2012, And that was a time where I think Facebook was still relatively new to Singapore. So we were very fortunate we started at that timing, because I think there were a few media sites which started then, which were able to understand what would do well on social media, and we were able to kind of leverage on that technology to get that widespread distribution. If not for Facebook, I think, as Adrian said, we are very over-reliant on social media. I think all our brands are relying on platforms like that. So I think the takeaway message is, like, if you are looking to start a business or a media business, it's very important to leverage on existing platforms. And what is the equivalent of Facebook back in 2012 today? The equivalent would probably be something like TikTok, where it is an uptrending platform and there's a lot of adoption with the younger users.
So thank you so much for such an inspiring sharing. And as all of you mentioned as well, social media plays a really important role in all of your businesses, such as Facebook and TikTok. So how do you think student entrepreneurs can leverage the various media platforms to get started in this industry? Anyone can start first. I'm not going to target anyone.
I think the fact that there are platforms around, which means that really anyone can be a content creator, that is an amazing opportunity for anyone who's living in this age right now. So how do you then create content which gets noticed? Probably you have to do, what I believe is ideation is a key aspect when it comes to content creation. In order to create content which stands out from the clutter of social media, just because there's so much content being created, there has to be that willingness to invest time and effort to create good content that people would share, and that's how I believe people can leverage on platforms like this and get visibility organically without having to spend a lot of money through paid advertising and whatnot. And I believe a lot of the good publishing brands in Singapore, they do this every day. They create good, helpful, humorous content with utility for people. And because of that, there's a lot of good organic engagement as well, because the platforms do want to reward this content and show it to their users.
Yeah, I think just to kind of build on Brian's point, I think for a lot of student entrepreneurs, or you guys have any kind of startups, right, and I think if you're using like social media to kind of market your brand or your products, I think the important thing is not about what you want to sell, but really what your audience want to hear. Right? So I think the way in which you're storytelling, is very important, because you've got to break through the clutter, right? If you want to get, yes, social media is there for you to use freely, but if you want to get attention, right, I think that is where, the ideation, like what Brian talked about, is super important. The way that you're storytelling, the way that you're positioning a product, what kind of value are you adding, to the audience who's watching your content, whether it's a utility point of view or is it from a humor point of view. I think these are things that have to be carefully thought about, and not just be thinking about placing an ad on social media, because that's not gonna work, or that's not gonna break through the clutter, right? On all the when you think about differentiating from the rest of the content that you're seeing on all these different social media platforms. Yeah.
So building on what Adrian just kind of touched on, and building on what Adrian kind of said, to me it's a little bit above and beyond finding out what they want to watch, what your audience want. I think number one thing to do as an entrepreneur, because entrepreneur is not a sprint. Entrepreneurship is not a sprint. It's a really long-ass journey. And I think one of the key questions you got to ask yourself is, do you have something that you want to say? Because if not, perhaps you manage to crack the code once or twice. But then as a business, as you ramp up and as you hire, you got to find what that formula is, and it has got to be something that's important to you, or you feel like at some point you got to look back and understand what's the purpose of your existence. Because I think without that, and we try to revisit what's our purpose every year. Because if you don't do that, after some time you get lost, because life happens, you hire people, you grow, you expand, you go into another country, and sometimes you follow the money. Not because we're all greedy and inherently selfish. We follow the money because we want our teammates and our colleagues, the people that joined us on our journey, to have good lives. And sometimes when you do that, you get lost. And so beyond figuring out what the audience want to hear, I think because of the fact that everybody can be a creator doesn't mean everybody should be a creator. Think back and ask yourself whether there's something that you actually want to say.
So I was just wondering if there are any specific do's and don'ts that student entrepreneurs should take care of while leveraging on social media?
But them parts are the questions. You want me to do back-to-back, man, Brian?
Okay, I think if you want to go viral, you want to go viral for the correct reasons. So that usually means investing in ideation or investing a lot of time and effort. So there are many young Singapore creators I think on YouTube and whatnot, who would maybe even invest money. I think there was this guy called Sneaky Sushi who invested money in tipping Grab drivers. So it's a very positive story. He was just doing a positive act. He filmed the whole process and he put it up as content. So I think that's an example of going viral for the correct reasons.
I think for me, maybe a tip would be to fail fast, right? Because I think you never know what actually really works on social media. I think it requires a lot of thought process. It requires a lot of testing. Right? I think from the testing, that's where you're able to gain like insights as to what actually works or not on social media. And I think being able to take those insights and tweak your content strategy from there, I think that is really fundamental. That is really super important if you're thinking about having a good, consistent content strategy that is for the long run. It's not just going viral once or twice. Right? To do it over a prolonged period of time, I think the mentality of failing fast is super important. Yeah.
For me, I wouldn't zone it straight into the media industry. I think as a young and small business owner, what's important for me is to make sure that you have the right team and a good team around you. I think one of the biggest challenges that young entrepreneurs or young leaders face is that they have a need to be liked more than the need to be a leader. Of course, it's important to be likable. And I think with what's happening in other parts of Singapore now, we see the Jeff Bezos from the other people, right? And something personally I struggled with as a leader was that you're trying to balance the need to be liked by your team and your peers, because getting buy-ins helped you do better, helped you do more. But then at some point we stopped and then we realized that have we prioritized the need to be liked over the need to be effective? Because then it's easy to be liked. Not everybody can be effective.
Right. Thanks for sharing. I actually never thought of some of these points. It's quite interesting. So all of you started your business at different points in time, right? Like Adrian started in university itself. But how exactly did you get the idea of a startup in the digital media industry in the first place? Was there any gap that you wanted to address? Or?
No, the only thing that I wanted to do was to create memes, honestly. Right, and so it's not like this very startup kind of story where we're sitting down in a room, we're thinking about ideas, and then we came up with something that was brilliant. No, it was nothing like that. It was purely because I love memes, right? Because memes are so simple, they're so easy to create, but they're so funny and they're so relatable, and I just have a passion for it. And one day there's an opportunity that came that, hey, what if I do my own memes and put it out on a page or put it out under a brand? And that was when, that was how it kind of really grew. Yeah, so my story isn't really one that I would say started off with because there was a gap in the market that I was trying to fill. But I think eventually when we got traction and we were thinking about how can we make this sustainable, right? Because I make memes for fun, I enjoy it, people enjoy consuming it. But if you're going to sustain, if I'm going to graduate from school, my parents are going to kind of ask me, right, these memes that you're creating every day sitting in front of the laptop, my mom asked me once, do you get $1 for every like? Right? Because back then in 2013, 2012, right, all parents have not gone onto social media yet, so they don't understand what is the game. So I think definitely there was pressure on my end because I also want to kind of do this for a living, right? I want to make memes a career for myself. Right? So I think that was when me together with my partner, we thought really hard about, hey, what is it that we can create that will really value add such that we can make money, we can grow as a company and make this a sustainable career for ourselves. I think that was when eventually, like many of us seated at this panel, I think we found a nice sweet spot of branded content marketing, right, which was kind of disrupting the old school advertising, right, where you're going to the traditional media houses like, the TVs, the radios, the print. Right? I think with social media becoming a super prevalent force at that point in time, I think we were at the right time, at the right place to kind of take advantage of that and being able to create content that has a good balance of the messages that the marketers want to say, as well as something that we are value adding to the audience, whether it's utility, entertainment, humor, or whatsoever. So I think that is a little bit of like the journey for us. Yeah.
So for myself, for my previous business, I wasn't really happy with what I was doing. I thought there was, not much meaning. And yeah, I guess a lot of people are like that when they want to start their new businesses, right? They want to find a new meaning, a new purpose. And at that point of time, the social media space in Singapore, it was a bit negative. There were sites like The Real Singapore, and it was like one of the most popular sites at that point of time. There was a lot of negativity, and there were also people complaining about Singapore non-stop, saying that it's boring and whatnot. So I thought, okay, that's not very nice. I like Singapore a lot. So maybe one of the reasons why people are saying this way is because there isn't a publication which is telling people what to do in Singapore, where to go, where to eat, what's new, what's happening. And so that was the problem that we wanted to solve. I thought that if I created a company like that, it would add value and have meaning. It was a deliberate intention to create positive content. But it was a completely not a deliberate intention to attract advertisers that way. We realized that I think all our brands are brand safe, and because of that, we realized that actually focusing on this positive content, actually there was a very nice positive externality. It was that for once, in social media in Singapore, advertisers had pages to go to where they could advertise and get messages out and reach a lot of people, which were brand safe, which didn't happen before, I think, and that had allowed us to then monetize. So we were really fortunate that we made a value-based decision to be positive, but it turned out to be a very good decision from a business point of view as well.
I forgot a question.
So was there a gap in the market that you wanted to address with your business, or how exactly do you come up with the idea? Yeah.
Yes, I mean, I'll be honest and echo Adrian a little bit. It's not what we see in the movies, right? It's a lot more practical, a lot more utilitarian in that sense. I think how we came up with our business model, like one of our notable shows, Real Talk, right? It was started because Dewey and I were having a drink, and whenever we cracked a joke, the table behind laughed. So then we realized, okay, let's talk on camera. So when that happened, and then the show kind of took on a life of its own. Similarly, when we were just one publication, which is Vulcan Post, we of course sold infographics as well to banks and clients. And one of our early clients started paying for us to do infographics about their product. And then they started paying us to do infographics for their channel. Then after that, one of them was crazy enough to say, can you try and pitch? We have this event. Can you be our creative agency? And so between me and another guy, we smashed out the deck. We had no designers at that point of time. And then we won it. Then we started hiring people. And so it's largely very much luck and circumstances that gave us our current business model what it is today. Because of how our clients actually, they kind of created our business in that sense. They kind of told us what they wanted from us, and we're like, can do or not? Can do for long or not? Fun to do or not? Can do. Yeah.
I think a lot of us started the business not exactly knowing where we'll end up 100%, but I think our focus was to just add value in our interactions, be it with clients or be it with readers creating useful content. And once we added that value, then other brands wanted to be involved.
Okay, great. Thank you. So in today's online world, digital marketing is essential, no matter how big or small your company is, right? And no matter whatever industry you're in. So digital marketing is the best way to grow your business. So what do you think is the most effective digital marketing strategy for student startups that are still relevant today?
Business startup, media startups?
Business in general, like for...
What's an effective strategy?
Yeah.
Gravity Media is pretty good. Smart Local is pretty good too.
There's no one size fit all out. Of course, we gotta look at what the business is, right? But we're looking at if it's a new business. I think what's coming in the trend, or rather have been slowly maturing over the years, is a brand that doesn't just sit as an invisible entity of a business. Brands these days usually come out standing for something. And trying to nail what their persona is. It doesn't have to be the persona of the person that started the business. It can be a fictitious persona. But at the end of the day, I think because there are so many options and so many things in the world already, I would also wager that half of the businesses in the world doesn't need to exist, and mine could be on that list, that the world would still live on without it. We don't need a replacement if I pass away, for example. And knowing that, I believe it's important to find what you are as a business and try and leverage your own personal brand as well. I think that's something that the Singapore government has done very well. Traditionally, they are reliant on mainstream media deciding how they want to carry their news. And then they one day woke up and be like, I'm going to start a Facebook page, lor. You know, and then they have the same amount of followers as CNA. Then, okay, lor, you do your own news. This is your persona. No one can misrepresent you. They can take you out of context, but there's always a source. So I feel like businesses can kind of look at that, do the same, and try to figure out who are they and why do they exist beyond the services they offer. What's your business persona? And try and double down on that, because I feel like you kind of know more about what your brand can or should be if you know who your brand is as a human. Yeah.
I think when it comes to how smaller brands can maybe utilize an effective marketing strategy, I think that there's always that opportunity, I feel, to come up with some sort of campaign if you angle it correctly, which would get maybe organic traffic. So maybe one example would be this PC company called Aftershock PC, right? So one of their customers have a request to go and deliver their PCs to their SHN, essentially, right? So I think that it was very clever for them to pick up on that story and then angle it in a way such that, hey, this guy made a big brain move. He is going to enjoy 2 weeks of uninterrupted gaming, essentially, and they're like a PC gaming company. So, and that story went viral across social media. It did very well and probably got a lot of publicity for their brand. So that's an example, I feel. And these opportunities, they're always around. It's about maybe having the competency to see that opportunity and get that story out.
Building on Brian's point. I think the key is that, obviously you still have to have a good product, right? You still got to brand your product well, you got to make sure your product adds value, right? You still have got to do the staple in terms of like what needs to be done when it comes to marketing. But I think when you're really looking for that explosive growth, I think this is where being able to build on trending things, right? Creating buzzworthy, headline-worthy things, or in a way publicity stunt, or reactive marketing, whatever you want to call it. Right? And these are all opportunities for brands or for companies to suddenly be on the top of mind of people, right? In Singaporeans' mind, right? So it's the ability to pick out some of these things that people are talking about and see how does that fit your brand, how does that fit your marketing campaign, right? And whether is it the right opportunity to kind of jump on, because sometimes it's a bad fit, right? But if it's a good fit, then it's actually a good opportunities for companies to be able to leverage on some of these things. And I think these are really opportunities where you really will get people talking about what you're doing. Yeah.
Sorry, I got one more. I think this is very overlooked. This was something that has happened early in many older businesses, but something that you don't see as prevalent in today's businesses, is that investing in a good explainer video of what is your business. There are a lot of brands that do videos where after watching it, you feel like they are cool, but what do you sell, right? What do you do? Why are you different from your competitors? It doesn't necessarily have to look like a Nike, Adidas kind of hip-hop music. It doesn't always have to be like that. But then they watch the video, obviously make it as watchable, as entertaining as possible, so people stay true to the end. But the more important takeaway is that if I stay true to the end, do I know what you are as a business? And that's something we also try to do for our clients. Especially those that are scaling up, then they are very heavily reliant on having that good pitch person be there when they're trying to make a close. We try and make that pitch person, we try and hear their best version of their pitch, we put it in a video, such that like now when you meet up with someone, have a Zoom call with someone where time's a bit more precious, we're not trying to close anymore. we've closed already at the time they call us. We're trying to figure out what do we do, how do we tailor this to you? Yeah.
Okay, interesting. So how much budget or resources should startup allocate for marketing?
It really depends what you're selling. I think very hard. I think for any startup.
Yeah, is there like a certain fixed
No, I mean,
percentage
okay,
of your
so
like revenue?
Marketing is what, in the past, marketing is what people can afford. So it feels like a back burner expense. That's why when recessions happen, you see marketing team and budgets are usually the first to size down. I won't be so bold as to say that's completely wrong. There is a point there. But the advice I'll give, I mean, I cannot give a percentage because it's really hard to say. But the point I'll give is to measure your marketing expenses. It is not a perfect metric, but don't blindly just measure engagement, likes, and that does nothing. You cannot eat. Like Adrian's mother is right. 1 like, it's not $1, right? So with every spend, tweak and figure out how much that does for your business. I know many startup owners that basically just do dark posts on Facebook, and they know very clearly for every $1,000 spend, they're going to bring in $70,000 worth of leads, and then how you close, it's another metric that you need to measure. Yeah, but I think people are not measuring enough. They are trying to be fun, trying to be cool, but cool doesn't fit the family. Yeah.
I think it depends, like what John said, it depends greatly on the type of business that you have. So if you are, let's say, maybe a media business, you probably do not want to be paying Facebook or Google for ads. But you want to be investing in marketing in the form of hiring someone who is good at content marketing, who then can create content which would do very well organically, whether it be in a meme or an infographic or a video. And then you have these other businesses, which are, for example, e-com businesses, where it all depends on conversions. So if, for example, you are running Facebook ads on a particular product you're selling, be it a monitor, be it an air purifier, whatever, there would be a marketing return on ad spend. That's the metric which people look at. And if you are spending, like usually people, maybe, I don't know, maybe 10 to 20%, people would set aside a certain marketing budget for that. But obviously the return on ad spend has to cover that marketing cost. And if you're able to do lots of A/B testing to the point where you can get very good ad sets, where the cost per acquisition and sale is very low, then that's probably when you're going to scale these up very quickly. And that's why I think a lot of the e-commerce companies which have started in Singapore are doing extremely well, even on a global scale, through technology.
Okay, maybe for me, I'll just share a little bit from a slightly different perspective. So I think for startup, I really think, it really depends on what stage of growth are you at. Right? Do people even know about your product in the first place, or do they know already? You're trying to get them to buy, or are you trying to retain them? Are you trying to make them repeat customers, or are you trying to, make them, your word of mouth like advertisers, right? Because all of which will really determine what is exactly your marketing strategy and how much are you going to allocate to what form of media and what kind of strategy were you going to use. Right? So I think that for me is the most important thing. You can't do everything at the same time. Right? Some stuff you can kind of lump them together. Some stuff you have to do it one step at a time so that you don't kind of jump the gun. So I think that is where you really have to have a good sensing of where your product is right now, like what are you hoping to achieve, and then what kind of marketing strategy would really work, and what kind of then platform would you use, right, to market your product. Yeah.
All right, thanks for sharing. I was just thinking, since we are talking about resources, do you think your startup journey would have been any different if you had access to a different set of resources at the early stages? I mean, I'm pretty sure it would have been different, but like in what ways? Yeah.
I think if there wasn't Facebook, we would not be around, or we'd probably be a team of maybe 5 employees. Yeah, so I use the resources which are out there, which anyone can use.
Well, for me, if we're talking about like maybe monetary resources, whether if we had access to more monetary resources in the early days, would it have made a difference? I would say yes and no. I mean, we are where we are because of the journey that we have been through. Definitely, during certain point in time, if we had access to, more financial support, definitely would have grown a little bit faster. But I also feel like, the constraints, right, also help us be creative, be innovative with what we can do and what we can squeeze out of what we can possibly offer. Right? So I would say that yes, that is good, but fundamentally I think different stages of growth requires different kinds of resources that you can kind of tap into. Doesn't mean that if you get access to $1 million in your early phase of startup means that you will definitely be on a sure path to success. Right? I think for us, being constrained in resources really made us think about being profitable. Right? We are not just a typical startup where we're just here to acquire users. We just get 2 million users and we try to think about how we're going to convert them into customers later. I think for us, I think we are traditional in that way, that we always make sure that, hey, let's be profitable and we grow, and let's try to be profitable again, right, next year, setting higher targets. Right? So I think that is where the mindset is slightly different for us.
Yeah, same as Adrian. I think I think if we have access to more money, especially for this current business, knowing what I know now, I think we have done a lot worse. I don't think we would have found our voice. We wouldn't have created the kind of content that we've created, because I think we'll just start poaching, and then we'll have other people's flavor, as opposed to sit down there figuring out, this is the best we have, this is the best editor I can afford, this is the only editor that's willing to follow me today when I only got one editor. And then we sit down, we smash out between what he knows and what I know, what can we do, right? And I think that has kind of created the flavor for the kind of content that we create. And I think if we got money, right, we probably wouldn't have found that flavor.
Right. Yeah, I think that's quite insightful, because usually people would think that the more resources you have, the better you would do at your business. But then here, the lesser the resources, the more you were creative, your creative juices just, flowed. Yeah. So as we all know how startups are all about risk-taking and resilience. So what is one important aspect of starting up that you struggled with or overlooked in the beginning?
Firing people, I think that's the hardest thing until today. I cannot fire people, very hard. I need to pray for a few weeks. Then ask God to give me strength, and then I still chicken out on the day. Which is one of the biggest lessons I've learned as well. I think as you build your team, you choose the generals that will be with you. I will call them the shit hits the fan team. So when anything happens to us, this is the core team, but they'll rebuild the business, right? And you choose that core team carefully. One experience that I personally learned from, that one experience, once again, that kind of led to a million other learnings for me, was that sometimes you think it's an act of kindness to not be upfront with someone saying that, hey, I don't think we're a good fit. You think you're being kind by giving that person time, by grooming those people. But it can turn around and backfire on you, because you can be, for example, a micromanager in that sense. Because if there's a bad fit, then I'm going to tell you more explicitly what I hope to get from you. Yeah, and it just takes a small few things, and a lot of things can change. And so, I mean, it's in every business book: hire fast, fire faster. I can't do that yet.
Okay, I mean, for me, I think in the early days, what we found out is that, what brought us to, okay, let me think of a better way to put this. The team that brought us to, where we were 3 years ago, when we were a team of maybe 20 people, is not going to be the team that brings you to 50 people.
Oh,
right?
that's a good point.
Yeah, because the thing is that the kind of skill sets that is required is different. Right, some people work very well in a small startup. Right, we are a team of 5. We are so close, and you know what I do, I know what you do, I know exactly what's the plan. Right, but when you have a team of 50, right, we're talking about structure, systems, processes, managing of people. Right, so I think that is where, for startup founders, at least for myself, I think learning the hard way is that, hey, we got to be able to recognize different leaders and their strengths, and know when we need to bring in different kinds of people to complement the skill sets that the team might be lacking at that point in time, depending on where your company is at. So I think that is something that we kind of learned the hard way, because we try to put people into positions that they weren't comfortable with, that they obviously weren't playing to their strength. I think that is where they struggled, then everybody else struggled, and then eventually I think the company also suffer as a result. So I think that is something for startup founders to kind of bear in mind as you grow. Right, you really got to look at the scope of work of the team that you have, and knowing exactly the strengths and weaknesses, and what kind of help do you need to bolster the team with. Yeah.
Yeah, I just want to echo Adrian's point. So, in our case, something similar as well. I think all founders, we want to promote internally. We want to help our staff keep growing with us. As much as we want that, sometimes it is just not possible. Not through any fault of people's own. It's just that maybe sometimes you need years of experience, and that's why experience is so valuable. So there was a big change in our company when we started to invest in senior hires, and that was after I sought out some mentors and I asked them, hey, I have this issue in my company, what should I do? And the mentors, both mentors told me, they said that I need to have more generals in the company. Someone who, like, I guess John's shit hits the fan team. I needed a core team like that with many, many years of experience. And when they came to the company, they brought that years of experience and knowledge running businesses in the past before to the company, and it just changed things completely for the better. So I guess, as your company progresses, do invest in talent like that. They'll do wonders.
Thank
you.
You
Can tell, all of which are all people-related things.
It's the hardest part of starting a business, actually.
That's the hardest. Coming off a product, selling it, making money is not that difficult.
We knew what we were going to sell from day one anyway.
Yeah, so I think, following from that, my next question was going to be, what are the important skills that you think people in the digital media industry should have, or ideally, to maybe course correct whenever you face problems?
We'll take a shot at it. I think with digital media and social media, right, is that things changes really fast. Right? We started in 2012, right? 2012, the social media landscape back then, right, has changed so drastically if we look at what it is today, right? And we are around because I think we are adaptive, right? Yes, we were there when the game changed, but the game is still constantly changing, right? Before circuit breaker last year, right? TikTok, I mean, people's perception of TikTok is just a platform where young kids go there to dance and lip sync or whatsoever. Right? People were skeptical about it. But when COVID-19 hit, and we had no choice but to, in a way, consume content wherever content is being distributed, TikTok became like a big thing. Right? And I think if we had not adapted our strategy according to consumers' preferences, right, we would have become less relevant than what we should be. Right? I think that is where, for any kind of people who are interested in the digital media, or having a business or working in it, I think being adaptive, being able to spot trends, and being willing to take that risk and experiment on up-and-coming trends or platforms, I think that is something that is critical for you to for your skill sets, right, or for your team, for your company to remain relevant to the market. Yeah.
Okay, just to add on to what Adrian has said, I believe there are two very important traits when it comes to course correcting. So the first is the ability to experiment, and this usually is a lot harder than it sounds, because people naturally are apprehensive about anything new and different and untried, because, well, I don't know, it's a byproduct of evolution, right? If you leave your tribe and go to a unexplored part of the world, maybe sometimes you don't come back, so let's not experiment. Maybe, that's like the mindset, right? Stick to what's safe. You don't jeopardize your KPIs, essentially, right? So because of that, yeah, and you see this in cultures where traditional companies, they have very rigid cultures because people get penalized very hard for experimenting and when things don't work out well. So I think it's important to go and foster that culture that it is okay to fail. I mean, you make calculated risks. I mean, you don't just anyhow try. You actually do research, use data, make calculated risks, and then you experiment. So that's one part of it, having the courage to experiment. I think the next part is having the humility to know when, okay, this is not working out. Okay, let's stop making this sort of videos. Let's start making all these articles. It's okay. Let's do something else. So if you combine both of these together, I think you'll be very good at course correcting.
Same. What they say.
Really?
Okay, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's pretty much that. Okay, I would think if I were to repackage that, it's not everything so personal, so don't take it so personally. Whether it's with your team, whether it's your content, whether it's your ideas. If it's bad, then edit or change or throw away. I mean, don't do that with people, but with ideas and content and series, right? Don't get so married to it. If it's not personal, it's an attempt, good on you for trying to make an attempt. And then if it's not doing well, then don't. Sometimes you take something and then you try and tweak it, you spray a lot of perfume on shit, it still wouldn't taste good. Yeah.
Yeah, right. So going back to the point on people and managing people, so since networks and partnerships do play a significant role in all of your businesses, such as in the case of HepMill, especially as you mentioned, HepMill Creators Network with TikTok and the partnership with Lazada. So how do you make the decision to engage certain brands to expand your startup?
Okay, I think that's an interesting question. I think the synergy has to be there, right? I think the value has to be both ways. Right, we are adding value to them in terms of trying to market their brand, market their products, and I think for them it's also acknowledging like what exactly is our strength and that they're really tapping on it. Right? Because if it's just a one-way thing, I feel like it is a very short-term kind of strategy that any brands would have. Right? Because I mean, you can tap on the biggest network in the world, but if you're marketing it in a way that is not tapping on their strength, then you can do it once, you can do it twice, but very soon you'll realize that hey, the audience are not reacting very well to the way that you're marketing those products. Right? So I think getting a good understanding, being able to educate the clients, being able to align with them and share with them exactly, hey, we are where we are because, we have experimented on some of these things and these are some of the things that have worked. Right? So if you're going to work with us, you got to trust us that, hey, whatever we're recommending is not that we are playing down your brand, it's not that we are not marketing it in the way that you want it to be, but, this is, it's a little bit of a marriage, right? You got to find the in between. Right? I think that is where we find true value when it comes to working with brands. Yeah.
I think salesmanship is an extremely important quality for any founder. Don't be afraid of putting yourself out there or being too thin-skinned and reaching out to people, reaching out to clients to try and work together. If you are not good in sales, then, well, find a co-founder who is good in sales. But usually it's that marriage of skill sets, which makes for a successful company. Some very good at the sales and business side of things, and some very good at the product, or in our case, the content.
Actually, that's very true. So my co-founder is super good with selling. Right? So that's why he runs the business side of things, and I run the creative side. I just come here to talk nonsense. Yeah, but I think in the startup journey, I think that's where if you guys are looking for co-founders, I think who you find is extremely important, right? In terms of the character. Obviously, you guys must be able to work well together, but I think that the skill set has to kind of complement one another. Right? He or she has to complement your weaknesses or area of the business that you are not strong in, so that you guys can really drive the business forward. Yeah, because if you find someone who is too similar, right, it's like your bro, then you realize that somewhere down the road your roles are clashing. They are doing exactly the same thing. Right, then I think that is where you might potentially run into some sort of a problem. Sorry, I think this deviated a little bit, but yeah, I think it's an interesting point.
It's a good point because my co-founder and I were not even friends when we started the business. Then we tried and force the friendship. It took us a while. We're like, hey, let's have breakfast together. Okay, let's have breakfast together. Try and force a relationship out. And it worked out.
I think there's also a lot of value for founders to personally go and meet clients because there's a lot more gravity in what you say because it's you who knows your business the best and you'll be able to best explain it to anyone. It also helps if you're internet famous and you meet someone essentially and do a pitch. I feel that they will tend to not me, I'm not internet famous, but I feel that in the cases I've seen, people tend to give you a lot more credibility as well.
I think it's also important to figure out, in the process of trying to close, you're not the only one. I mean, you're solving a problem for a business by generating revenue, but the only reason people will still want to meet you and give you a chance to close them is because they also have a problem that they want to solve. And don't be blind to that. Don't just try and sell what you have. You are trying to sell a service that they need. And so I think very often, Like what Brian said, salesmanship is extremely important, and sometimes we train new sales team members. They are fixated on trying to sell what we have, like this is what we have in our catalog, but we're not understanding what's the immediate problem someone's trying to fix here. Sizing up a client is really important. Are we looking at head of department of a new department? Because their priorities are different as the junior marketing guy that's trying to make his boss proud of him. The priorities and the way you approach that is slightly different as well. Are you talking to a very senior person that's already quite out of touch with on-ground engagements? Because then the priorities for that person is different as well. And so I think sizing up your clients and understanding what's their need, why do they even want to meet you? If you get through the door, there's something they want from you. Trust in that. Try and figure out what that is. Don't just take what you have and then just lay on the table and say, this is what I want to sell. Yeah.
Really well explained, thank you. So before we end the panel discussion, can you share with us one thought about your view on marketing and branding in general?
Okay, I think that people don't hate ads, they hate bad ads. So a lot of clients, I feel, they have this assumption that, oh, if it's an ad, it's going to be unenjoyable. But I don't think that's the case. I think there's so much overlap because there's so much possibility in what you can create. And you can find that overlap where, yes, we are getting the advertiser message out, but at the same time, it's also an enjoyable experience for the viewer. So this is what we do whenever we create branded content, what the new media sites do, which is quite different from traditional media, where they they don't bother to try and make it interesting. It's just a shade-on in-your-face ad. I don't understand why that's done, but that's what happens, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a random thought, if I could tell people that approach and work with people like us, we are creators, is that every one of a project brief that comes to us, myself or my team is very personally involved in it. We are the ones that have to sit down, and then we're imagining a whole 5-10 minute video, imagining conversations, how people will play out that conversation, how people can take it out of context and all that stuff, right? So we are actually quite personally vested into that piece of content already. And sometimes what our clients don't see when they work with us is that they are not as personally invested in their product as us, because they have a list of 5 pointers that they would like to get out. And they want us to just mention that 5 pointers within the first minute of the video. And so I think very often, I mean, it's not a thought or a beautiful quote that you want, right? I feel like many times when we work with marketers, there is a mismatch in what we are trying to put out, and there is a non-on-the-ground sentiment I get from them. And I feel like that's something that I hope would improve over time in that sense. Like, I hope this industry, I mean, it's still in infancy right now, like, make no mistake. This industry that we're doing right now, Facebook was new when we started. TikTok is new when we are still doing now. But in the grand scheme of things, we are the generation of people that's creating content without buying our own satellites. So we're still at an infancy of digital media, and I would like to see it mature in that sense.
Good point, good point. I think for me, I think going back to one of the earlier discussion points, right? I think, for brands, I think it is extremely important to have a voice, right? Your brand is not just your product, right? Your voice is really, it really determines the consumer's perception of your brand. Right, so I think when you think about creating a product, you really need to think about the brand and what kind of brand voice do you have. Because I think that will also eventually help marketers or content creators like us be able to come out with good content strategy that fits your brand voice, and not just selling like this bottle of water as what it is. Right, so I think that is something, for any kind of entrepreneurs or startups, if you are really thinking about marketing, to think about what exactly is your brand voice, what do you stand for, right? What is the tone, right, of voice when you have that you will have when it comes to your product and the kind of marketing messages that you send out to the audience. Yeah.
Okay, so before we go, if people want to find you and connect with you, where can they find and how?
Email email me. My email's on my Instagram page. So yeah, I do respond to almost all, especially students lah. Who I don't respond to is usually those brands lah. Now, let's be honest. Let's be honest. There are times whereby I think students have a very unfair advantage with regards to outreach. Abuse that while you are still a student, because I think many entrepreneurs are very happy to help because all of us have made, for whatever product that you see we have also tried 10 that have failed, or 10 different other approaches to make this product and have failed. And all these things are just deep inside us, you know, there's just no reason to kind of bring it out and talk about it. And so if we find that we could be helpful to you, or you could tell us how we could be helpful to you, I think most of us are very, very willing to help. And then there'll be a certain age where I'll be like, where you cannot abuse this power anymore. It's just not as easy to abuse anymore. So while you are still young, go and abuse it, go and email Adrian. Ask him to tell you his McDonald curry story.
Oh, yeah.
That's a very good story. I really like that story.
Yeah, you can find us on socials lah. I think it's not that difficult to find us because we are all on social media platforms anyway. Yeah.
You can add me on LinkedIn. Yeah, okay. But I guess before we go, I guess I just want to do a shout out to an initiative which TSL is running at the moment, and I gotten permission from the organizers to share a bit of this. I'll be very quick, about 2 minutes. So TSL, so if you are entrepreneur, you want to be an entrepreneur, and perhaps you need help with funding, mentorship, marketing strategy, and whatnot, TSL has actually has launched a TSL Startup Fund, where we are looking for entrepreneurs to pair with in the e-commerce space specifically. So this means, you know, we've all seen the success stories in Singapore, brands like Kydra, brands like Secret Lab and whatnot, and we've also read the news stories about GCBs and whatnot. So it is a very lucrative space, and I feel that it's a space which can be facilitated very quickly with the correct partner as well as the marketing distribution channels. So this is a space that we want to invest in and partner with people as co-founders, essentially, young entrepreneurs. Hopefully from SMU, some people apply as well. And if you are interested in this opportunity, you could just go to our corporate website, which is tslmedia.sg, and then read up a bit more and see if you're aligned with this, is something which you think makes sense, and then you can just send in an application. Okay, plug done. Thank you.
You can plug your plug. I've heard great things about working with Brian. I heard he has a very good foresight and process thinking.
Thank you, John.
Good time to learn something from him.
Much appreciated.
Okay, great. We have come to the end of the digital media panel. Thank you for making our way down all the way to SMU for this panel, and thank you everyone for watching.
Thank you.
Thank you to our panelists and our moderators. I'm sure all the viewers watching had a lot to take away from that. And for now, we'll be cutting to a quick break for the teams to prep for their final pitches. And we'll be back for the PAK challenge at 2:20 p.m.
Greetings. So delighted to be part of the PAK challenge this year. And I cannot wait to hear all of your innovative ideas. A quick self-introduction. I'm Andrew from Wantedly, and I'm passionate about building ecosystems to help people help others. As part of my startup and charitable pursuits, I co-founded Makan for Hope during the pandemic, which is a community for startups and entrepreneurs to network with one another and to give back to charitable causes at the same time. Fun fact about myself, as a lifelong diehard hardcore Liverpool Football Club fan, I harbor a not-so-secret ambition to be the manager of LFC one day, on top of my aspiration to be an impact investor to further the passion of helping people by building ecosystems. I would like to introduce Wantedly. In the past couple of years, as the country manager of Wantedly Singapore, I champion, together with my team in Singapore, our mission. That is to create a world where work drives passion. Wantedly is a HR tech firm founded in Japan 10 years ago. Our HQ is based in Tokyo, and we came to Singapore in 2017. Later on, we also set up in Hong Kong. As a modern hiring platform, our vision is to match talents and companies based on shared purpose and values. If you're building your startup, Wantely can help you develop and amplify your employer branding in order to attract the right talents. If you're interested in a career in entrepreneurship, you can discover exciting startups and scale-ups on our jobs website and mobile app. Visit sg.wantely.com. Going back in time, let's talk a little bit about my startup journey. I consider my career committed to the startup ecosystem in more ways than one. And before joining Wantely, I co-founded a social enterprise, the Shock Collective. I served as head of Southeast Asia and built Be My Guest. And I was the investment director at One Belt, One Road Venture Capital. Before then, as an undergraduate, I had internship stints at corporates and the public service. And I learned that perhaps that wasn't the environment where I could flourish. My parents were businessmen, and that always inspired me growing up because startups, angel investing, VC, before they became the buzzwords that they are today, the generation before us, they were true enterprising pioneers. Upon graduation, I was at a stage where you don't know what you don't know. So I decided to jump into the world of startups. Having learned a little bit over the years, accumulating some experience in my own entrepreneurial journey, plus benefiting greatly from mentorship, I definitely try to give back in my little way to support the next generation of entrepreneurs. And that could be you. Let's talk a little bit about challenges on this journey and how I overcame them. Most recently, when I joined Wantely, I had the gung-ho ambition of helping thousands of talents like you and me discover companies they can be passionate about. And then COVID-19 hit. Don't talk about matching jobs, because companies were not hiring. In fact, they were letting people go. I'm so proud of our team when we displayed adaptability, resilience, and care for the community when we made a pivot and went above and beyond to help job seekers. This was where Wantely rose to become more than a job portal, as we lent our resources to aid job seekers in the form of career services. And this was where Wantely took another step towards becoming an ecosystem instead of a closed community. While we were doing all of this pro bono, as a result of these efforts to help those suffering in the toughest job market ever, a benefit was our users almost doubled within a year, from 50K to 90K. Now, that was just one challenge, but what about the others? What keeps us going? It's always on my mind that wherever I go, whatever I do, whoever I meet, I should create a positive impact. And I try my best to apply that in my daily life, relationships, as well as short-term and long-term endeavors. As a parting word, I would like to share with everyone my favorite quote and a quote that I live by. The purpose of life is a life of purpose. Whatever your purpose is, and mind you, it will be a work in progress. It will constantly be defined and redefined. The important thing is to identify that purpose. And for me, it is helping people help others. I also want to give 2 book recommendations for those interested. The first recommendation is Trailblazer by Salesforce CEO Mark Benioff. And the second book is Tim Cook's first biography of himself, Apple CEO. Because what I learned from both of these books is not just leadership, but stewardship. And that is building organizations that don't just focus on profits, but making great impact as well. I wish everyone all the best. It's great to meet you. Thank you for having me.
Everyone, my name is Gordon and I'm a co-founder of Shura. Shura is a cloud-based insurtech platform with a digital ecosystem of intermediaries and insurers. We provide tech solutions to help orchestrate this network in the insurance industry, supercharging the workflows and processes of insurance intermediaries while driving efficiency of recruitment and product distribution for insurers. So prior to co-founding Shora, I spent the last 10 years of my career as an early stage employee of startups that have today grown to big companies, right? So I'm talking about Property Guru and Carousel. In this 10-year career with both companies, I specialized mainly in marketing, but eventually grew to also head up business strategy and growth functions as a director. So in my time with Property Guru and Carousel, I was hugely inspired by founders of both companies and how they managed to grow an idea into a business and, more importantly, leave a lasting impact on an industry. In this case, Property Guru in the property industry, and in Carousel's case, how they managed to change the way people think about buying and selling items. So this inspiration thus drove my decision, right, to co-found Shora when the opportunity came about. So speaking about this opportunity, so how it all came about was that my co-founder Darren, the subject matter expert for the insurance industry, and who is also my JC class schoolmate, he was just whining about inefficiencies of the insurance industry over one of our drinking sessions, right? So we decided then that it would be fun to build a solution as a side project and see where that takes us. In the midst of this, we got our third co-founder, Renfred, to join us to leverage his expertise on financial and operations matters, given that he had previously successfully exited another startup that he founded. And since then, we have been rather fortunate to be able to validate product market fit with good traction. So of course, throughout these 1.5 years of building Shora, there have been multiple challenges and hurdles to overcome. So essentially, you have your up days and your down days, and days where I really question, the decision to even start your own business. So it is very important, right, to remain laser focused on the overall mission and vision. Without it, you will be lost in the daily grind, and every single problem you face, big or small, will become like the biggest problem, right? Without this mission and overall vision, right, to guide your thoughts. I suppose it is also important to have strong co-founders to surround yourself with, so you can have each other's back and a good support system for each other as well, right? They are the ones who can fully understand the issues that you face with the business, and they are the ones who would be able to support you best. At the end of the day, having that North Star vision to chase is crucial, right? Like I mentioned, as it will really guide your path as you build up your business. This is also the reason why I resonate so much with a quote that one of the founders I used to work with always say, and that is that, you know what, no matter where you are, you're always only 1% done. There is always that North Star vision that you're chasing after, right? So as a founder, you will realize that the days are long, but the months and the years are short. So things can and will move crazily fast without you even realizing it. So tackle challenges with vigor, but don't forget to savor small wins and mini milestones as well. Thank you.
Hi everyone, I'm Gavin, the CEO and co-founder of Brick. Brick is an open finance platform in Southeast Asia, building modern financial infrastructure to help the next generation of fintech innovators build your favorite fintech apps and fintech features easily. And I'm doing this really because of the difficulties I faced as a fintech operator in the last 6+7 years across Southeast Asia. As a fintech operator myself at an agent banking startup, Ujibo, in Myanmar, and later on as an early team member at Aspire, the first SME neobank in Southeast Asia, I found it super difficult to find the right financial infrastructure to quickly and easily bring the best fintech experiences to my customers. Financial infrastructure today that the banks are built on and typically rely on can be 50 to 60 years old and desperately need a refresh. And I really started this journey by setting out to solve my own problem as a fintech innovator. And I'm really excited to have the opportunity to build a new age, modern financial infrastructure that allows fintech innovators to bring best-in-class financial services to the masses, especially the huge unbanked and underbanked segment in Southeast Asia. And the hardest thing that I had to overcome as a founder of an early stage startup is finding great people who are aligned with the mission, to be on this journey together with me. That's the hardest thing by far. How I overcame it is, you don't just overcome these things in a day. I'm very grateful to be able to tap on the network and the goodwill that I've built the last 6-7 years in fintech. So know a lot of great people who are like-minded. That helps a lot. And yeah, I just guess being sincere, building up your network, being truly passionate about the mission that you're going about. That would really help attract the right people to join you on this journey. It's a big mission. I know I cannot do it alone, and I need to do it with great people. Other smaller points might be rewarding the team right with employee stock options, the right monetary rewards, although that shouldn't be the most important, but still is an important factor for anybody who were to join your mission and to continue for a long time on your mission, or your combined mission, rather. What keeps me going, again, is the people. Hopefully, as a founder, you surround yourself with people that you would love to work with. The first person would be my co-founder. Your co-founder should be somebody who you are comfortable sharing all your difficulties with, bounce ideas with, interacting with every day, perhaps even more than your spouse. So he's the first pillar that keeps me going. And also the rest of the team, seeing how hard they push, and also the sense of responsibility you feel towards them to keep the ship or rocket moving at the right momentum, in the right pace, in the right direction. And just some parting advice from me to all of you. If you were to set out on this journey to be a founder or an early team member of any startup, two things I think you should optimize for. Firstly, a cockroach mentality, meaning never give up and optimize for survival first. If you survive long enough, eventually one of your great ideas will work out and find traction. And then the second thing, which I truly believe in, and I think that everybody in startups should optimize for, is momentum. The speed at which you move at will determine the speed at which you learn, the speed at which you fail, firstly, and then the speed at which you learn, which also increases your chance of success, number of cycles you can learn in the runway that you have. So momentum is the startup secret sauce. That's all from me. I'm Gavin. Nice meeting all of you.
I'm Joel. I'm one of the co-founders at Aspire. And prior to this, I've actually been a multiple-time entrepreneur. Before entering the fintech space, I actually started and exited a couple of e-com startups, during which I experienced firsthand the pain of dealing with corporate finances for my startup, which eventually led me to found Aspire together with my other co-founders. Aspire is an all-in-one finance operating system designed for startups and growing businesses. We started Aspire because we experienced the pains of managing finance in the various startups that we had run prior to starting Aspire. And one of the main insights was that banking and software was disconnected. So the average business ends up using 7 different financial services to manage their finance operations in a startup. This is a very fragmented and disconnected way of managing finances, and takes a lot of time away from focusing on the core business. So with Aspire, we bring everything together in a single delightful account. It's all in one. It saves startup founders time and money, and it helps them grow their business. I think one of the key highlights is being able to serve other startups in the ecosystem, right? So today we have the pleasure of serving over 10,000 startups throughout Southeast Asia, and it's very heartwarming to see other large startups that you look up to, or your peers using you and dropping you notes of how much you've impacted and actually helped their business. I think, you know, running a startup is really a roller coaster ride, right? It's you have your highs and your lows, and sometimes all of that within the same day. So I think, you know, being able to manage your emotions and to keep a rational mind is extremely important. But if I were to say one of the challenges today that we face is also looking for top talent to help us build our vision, right? It's becoming an increasingly competitive space in terms of talent, and it's something that we're focusing a lot on in the company to try to develop, you know, both internally the culture as well as externally in terms of, you know, branding and attracting the best minds to be inspired by the mission and to join the ship. I think it's really about impact at the end of the day. I think we are very fortunate to be, or at least I consider myself to be very fortunate to be where I am. I'm building a product that you know, I'm very passionate about, but at the same time brings a lot of real impact, right? Real measurable impact in terms of, you know, time saved or money saved, or, you know, the growth of the businesses that we have the privilege of serving, and that really drives me. Having sort of been a founder all my life, maybe looking back, one of the advice that I would actually give is to pick the right experiences to immerse yourself in, right? So if I were to do it again, I'm not sure if I would necessarily have jumped into the deep end straight away and started my own company. I feel that there's a lot of advantages with picking the right mentors or picking the right opportunities or experiences or startups to work with, to kind of learn the ropes, get a broad view of how things are actually run before sort of taking that step on your own. I'm a big fan of Naval. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of him, but he's a, you know, a venture capitalist based in Silicon Valley, but he talks more about life in general, building life and building wealth in life, and the medium just happens to be startups for him, and, you know, a lot about mental well-being as well. So it's one of my go-tos.
Hi everyone, I'm Gavin, the CEO and co-founder of Brick. Brick is an open finance platform in Southeast Asia, building modern financial infrastructure to help the next generation of fintech innovators build your favorite fintech apps and fintech features easily. And I'm doing this really because of the difficulties I faced as a fintech operator in the last 6+7 years across Southeast Asia. As a fintech operator myself at an agent banking startup, huCap, in Myanmar, and later on as an early team member at Aspire, the first SME neobank in Southeast Asia, I found it super difficult to find the right financial infrastructure to quickly and easily bring the best fintech experiences to my customers. Financial infrastructure today that the banks are built on and typically rely on can be 50 to 60 years old and desperately need a refresh. And I really started this journey by setting out to solve my own problem as a fintech innovator. And I'm really excited to have the opportunity to build a new age, modern financial infrastructure that allows fintech innovators to bring best-in-class financial services to the masses, especially the huge unbanked and underbanked segment in Southeast Asia. And the hardest thing that I had to overcome as a founder of an early stage startup is finding great people who are aligned with the mission to be on this journey together with me. That's the hardest thing by far. How I overcame it is you don't just overcome these things in a day. I'm very grateful to be able to tap on the network and the goodwill that I've built the last 6-7 years in fintech. So know a lot of great people who are like-minded. That helps a lot. And yeah, I just guess being sincere, building up your network, being truly passionate about the mission that you're going about. That would really help attract the right people to join you on this journey. It's a big mission. I know I cannot do it alone, and I need to do it with great people. Other smaller points might be rewarding the team right with employee stock options, the right monetary rewards, although that shouldn't be the most important, but still is an important factor for anybody who were to join your mission and to continue for a long time on your mission, or your combined mission, rather. What keeps me going, again, is the people. Hopefully, as a founder, you surround yourself with people that you would love to work with. The first person would be my co-founder. Your co-founder should be somebody who you are comfortable sharing all your difficulties with, bounce ideas with, interacting with every day, perhaps even more than your spouse. So he's the first pillar that keeps me going. And also the rest of the team, seeing how hard they push, and also the sense of responsibility you feel towards them to keep the ship or rocket moving at the right momentum, in the right pace, in the right direction. And just some parting advice from me to all of you. If you were to set out on this journey to be a founder or an early team member of any startup, two things I think you should optimize for. Firstly, a cockroach mentality, meaning never give up and optimize for survival first. If you survive long enough, eventually one of your great ideas will work out and find traction. And then the second thing, which I truly believe in, and I think that everybody in startups should optimize for, is momentum. The speed at which you move at will determine the speed at which you learn, the speed at which you fail, firstly, and then the speed at which you learn, which also increases your chance of success, number of cycles you can learn in the runway that you have. So momentum is the startup secret sauce. That's all from me. I'm Gavin. Nice meeting all of you.
My name is Gordon, and I'm a co-founder of Shura. Shura is a cloud-based insurtech platform with a digital ecosystem of intermediaries and insurers. We provide tech solutions to help orchestrate this network in the insurance industry, supercharging the workflows and processes of insurance intermediaries while driving efficiency of recruitment and product distribution for insurers. So prior to co-founding Shura, I spent the last 10 years of my career as an early stage employee of startups that have today grown to big companies, right? So I'm talking about Property Guru and Carousel. In this 10-year career with both companies, I specialized mainly in marketing, but eventually grew to also head up business strategy and growth functions as a director. So in my time with Property Guru and Carousel, I was hugely inspired by founders of both companies and how they managed to grow an idea into a business and, more importantly, leave a lasting impact on an industry. In this case, Property Guru in the property industry, and in Carousel's case, how they managed to change the way people think about buying and selling items. So this inspiration thus drove my decision, right, to co-found Shura when the opportunity came about. So speaking about this opportunity, so how it all came about was that my co-founder Darren, the subject matter expert for the insurance industry, and who is also my JC class schoolmate, he was just whining about inefficiencies of the insurance industry over one of our drinking sessions, right? So we decided then that it would be fun to build a solution as a side project and see where that takes us. In the midst of this, we got our third co-founder, Renfred, to join us to leverage his expertise on financial and operations matters, given that he had previously successfully exited another startup that he founded. And since then, we have been rather fortunate to be able to validate product market fit with good traction. So of course, throughout these 1.5 years of building Shura, there have been multiple challenges and hurdles to overcome. So essentially, you have your up days and your down days, and days where I really question, like, the decision to even start your own business. So it is very important, right, to remain laser focused on the overall mission and vision. Without it, you will be lost in the daily grind, and every single problem you face, big or small, will become like the biggest problem, right? Without this mission and overall vision, right, to guide your thoughts. I suppose it is also important to have strong co-founders to surround yourself with, so you can have each other's back and a good support system for each other as well, right? They are the ones who can fully understand the issues that you face with the business, and they are the ones who would be able to support you best. At the end of the day, having that North Star vision to chase is crucial, right? Like I mentioned, as it will really guide your path as you build up your business. This is also the reason why I resonate so much with a quote that one of the founders I used to work with always say, and that is that, you know what, no matter where you are, you're always only 1% done. There is always that North Star vision that you're chasing after, right? So as a founder, you will realize that the days are long, but the months and the years are short. So things can and will move crazily fast without you even realizing it. So tackle challenges with vigor, but don't forget to savor small wins and mini milestones as well. Thank you.
And now it's time for what everyone's been waiting for, PAK Challenge 2021 Finals. Here's a quick recap of what PAK Challenge is. It's organized by SMU Eagles and is Southeast Asia's largest student-led startup competition that aims to identify student teams across Singapore with the most executable and validated business ideas, and to provide them with real funding opportunities to help make their visions a reality. This year, PAK Challenge 2021 had a new record number of startups signing up for the competition. And now we have with us the final 10 student startup teams, all vying for that startup capital, a $50,000 grand prize for first place, and collectively $20,000 for both second and third place teams. Today, we're also honored to have with us 4 amazing judges to evaluate the team and decide which teams will walk away with the grand prizes. Our judges are Benjamin Toon, co-founder and COO of Funnel. He's also an SMU alumni and a donor for SMU Eagles. Next, we have Winnie Koo, partner at Antler. And Kevin Chung, co-founder and CTO of Caro, and he was also an SMU alumni. And last but not least, we have Wei Hao Cho, investment director of Razor's Z Ventures. So, how will the competition go? Teams have up to 8 minutes to pitch and around 10 minutes for Q&A. Any excess time from the pitch can be brought over to the Q&A, and when their time's up, the bell will ring. And with that, let's begin with our very first team. The founders are Brian and Henry, and their startup is called Load and Go. Let's go, Brian and Henry.
All right. Testing. Good morning, Benjamin, Calvin, Winnie, and Wei Hao. My name is Brian, and I'm here to pitch you the next billion-dollar idea. Load and Go lets e-commerce businesses build international storage and fulfillment networks in minutes. Imagine you are an e-commerce seller selling watches, and you are selling to over 30 countries. Question, how would you set up your logistics network? How would you get your products delivered to over 30 countries? Think about this for a moment. Lost? Don't know where to start? That was exactly where I was 3 years ago after a successful Kickstarter campaign with buyers from over 30 countries. After 2 months of painful back and forth with suppliers and last mile, first mile warehousing suppliers, I came up with an expensive solution. And it is from this experience that Load and Go was founded. I found 3 problems. The first, choosing and finding multiple suppliers and logistics partners is an extremely challenging process. The next problem, Customers expect fast and free deliveries, and that's not possible because fast is never free. And the third, managing of multiple SOPs and sales channels is extremely tedious. With these problems, I ask myself a question. Why can't everything you need fit into one platform for e-commerce logistics? And that's exactly what we have. A consolidated end-to-end single platform for all e-commerce sellers to use. Now imagine again, you are the same e-commerce seller selling watches to over 30 countries. How would you set up your logistics? You go to your Load and Go dashboard, key in the product name, product details, and then you are prompted, you're asked, which countries do you intend to sell mainly to? Which means which countries do you have more than 30 orders for? And in this particular case, you have Singapore and United States, 300 and 500 respectively. After keying in the relevant details, you are then given a proposal right from the start. Store your products in Singapore and United States. And this makes sense because storing your products in the United States will cut down the last mile delivery distance for your United States orders. And this will help save time and cost. So from this particular case study, you will save up to $6,600 per month from your 500 deliveries. With Load and Go, you have a curation of warehouses and delivery services you can use. And because of our focus on service excellence, you can be rest assured that any partners you see listed have passed our strict operational efficiency test. With that, you can connect any of your sales channels, Shopify, Lazada, Amazon, WooCommerce, to this one single platform. And there, within minutes, you have your single source of truth, your one platform to manage all your e-commerce logistics related matters, and also fulfill customer expectations. Load and Go started in 2019 with the goal of being the most customer-centric logistics company. We started small with a last mile delivery fleet in Singapore. And from that last mile delivery fleet, we netted $98,000 in 2019, $513,000 in 2020, and we'll hit $1.8 million this year, just with that service alone, with an average profit margin of 35%. My co-founder and I assessed this growth and the Singapore market and found it to be extremely limiting. So we want to expand internationally. There are two ways to do so. One, rather than going with an asset-heavy method where we have to open our own warehouses, build our own delivery fleets from scratch, we distilled our know-how in the Singapore market and created systems and softwares that any transporters and warehouses around the world can use. In June 2021, we launched an internal system for managing all our deliveries. In December 2021, this same system will be open to public, anyone or any transporter around the world, to use as a SaaS platform to manage their deliveries. In January 2022, an internal system for managing warehouses will be opened alongside our new warehouse in Jan 2022. And in June 2022, our SaaS platform for managing warehouses will be open. With the users on our SaaS platform for managing deliveries and warehouses, we will then open our seller platform in October 2022. Alongside this, because of the volume we will have, we will partner with large logistics companies like DHL Express for volume discounts of up to 80%. Compared to traditional service providers, the ease of use with our platform and our service is much higher. Compared to platforms like EasyShip, rather than just focusing on deliveries, what we focus on is a full supply chain, meaning that we get to make use of strategic warehousing to lower last-mile delivery costs and increase speed. Companies with a similar business model as us are relatively new, like Florship, which started in 2019. The main point of distinction between us and them is our curation of logistics suppliers. Because we are operators in Singapore alone, we have expertise and software required to enable it to happen worldwide as well. For our seller platform, there are two ways we make money. We charge sellers a fixed pricing based on the monthly number of orders monthly, and we do a revenue sharing with logistics providers. For example, 12.5% for warehousing and 7.5% for last mile delivery. We are projected to make about $500,000 in 2022, and the nice thing about this software business is that it grows exponentially. Our services in Singapore will continue to grow linearly, and the main reason for this exponential growth is because as we cover more of the world with more transporters and warehouses with us, more users will find our service useful. So why us? I believe we have the unique set of experience and expertise to bring this forward. My co-founder has 25 years in the logistics industry, served in large multinational corporation logistics companies and companies like H&M and Adidas. I myself am the younger, more audacious one. I launched 2 e-commerce brands. I've shipped my products to over 40 countries, and over the last year, I've closed $750,000 in revenue through BD alone. I lead a BD and tech team. The e-commerce industry is huge, $4.9 trillion this year, scheduled to grow 10% over the next 3 years. E-commerce logistics market is about 10 to 12% of this e-commerce market. If you like us and you like our ideas, vote for us. The $50,000 will be used to hire 2 full-time developers for 6 months, after which our SaaS platform will be revenue generating to keep them on board. We are here to create the best seller experience for e-commerce brands. And if there's one thing you can remember as you listen to 9 other startups for the next 4 hours, it is this, just this one question. If you are an e-commerce business with customers from over 40 countries to ship to, who do you think of? Thank you.
Let's see how, okay. Thanks for that presentation, Brian. I'll start things off, right? Just want to get a bit of clarity around your projections, right? So you mentioned their revenue from services. Is this just sort of the gross number, right? And you're making a percentage of that? So it's flow-through revenue, or is that revenue that the business actually makes?
So for the services portion I shared with you is revenue we actually make, because we are operating in Singapore.
Okay, and my second question very quickly is in terms of the platform you're looking to build, right? You obviously need to integrate amongst like a whole group of partners, whether it's DHL or whether it's FedEx and a whole bunch of other them. Question here around who you think will be your first couple of solution providers, right? The guys that will provide the services that you need to get on board before you can really scale.
Fantastic question. So how we are approaching this is the selection of partners we have on our platform is everything. That's what drives seller experience. And for big players like DHL Express, we have to integrate with them. They're not going to use our system. For other smaller SMEs, we expect them to use our system, our software. And that really standardizes how we work across the board for anywhere around the world. So we will have to integrate. So to answer the question, how many of these do we have to integrate with? We have already negotiated a deal with DHL Express, 80% discount flat of their listed prices. And even when we don't have volume now. And with DHL Express, we have DHL Express and DHL Commerce. And that covers almost everything we need at a basic level already.
Got it. So you'll be working with the developers to integrate with DHL systems, right?
It's just, so it's through API.
Okay, got it. Yeah, thanks.
Hi, my name is Kevin. Nice to meet you. Thanks for your presentation. I just have a couple of questions on your model. I think what you're trying to do, right, is to get the best distribution network, right, that is located within the country of where you're doing the commerce, if I'm not wrong. And I think there are quite a few other competitors in that space as well. Even if you go back to a traditional e-commerce players, right, Amazon, they do that. I think in Singapore, Q Express does that, even from door to door, for quite a few countries within the Asia-Pacific countries. So I'd like to know a bit more about your competitive strategy. How are you actually going to address those low-cost, door-to-door competitors that you might actually have if you're operating, let's say, from Singapore?
Okay, just to clarify, you are asking how we compete with deliveries, say, for Q Express from Singapore to US?
Both. There would be fulfillment partners like Amazon and whatnot, right? And then there will be door-to-door people who actually take care of your deliveries for ad hoc shipping. So take, for example, right, if let's say we were to do shipping from Singapore to Australia, for example, right, what is your competitive advantage, right, that you might have, right, as compared to a local partner or a person who is there, who is already there, who is able to do that same service for you?
So the idea is if you have more than 30 orders per month in Australia, you want to set up a warehouse there. Because shipping one by one to Australia is never going to be as cost effective as shipping within Australia itself. So that's how we beat point A to Singapore to Australia. For how we beat anybody in Australia, if you're in Singapore, you wouldn't know anyone in Australia. Like, you would come to us, and then we would tell you who to look for. Because that was a personal struggle I had. The main sellers we are targeting, right, are not Amazon sellers, are not Shopee, Lazada sellers. The main sellers we are targeting, Shopify sellers, WooCommerce sellers, independent sellers. And there are, on Shopify alone, there's 1.8 million of those merchants who struggle. Because, for example, I'm in Singapore, I have 50 orders in the US per month. I don't know who to go to. I Google, I cannot find anybody. And even if I Google and find somebody, I don't know who to rely on. So we are helping close that knowledge gap. Because this tradition, for example, in the US, there are 200,000 transport providers, and there's 2,000 warehouses in the US. Most of them are not online, and most of them can't be easily searched. So if you're in Singapore and you cannot find them, you only know 2 or 3 names you can work with. And what we do for you is we link you up with the lowest cost, the best service providers who use our system. And then, so if you have 50 orders in Singapore, you want to ship 500 watches to the US first, all you have to do is create a stock transfer from the Singapore warehouse to the US warehouse, and we'll settle everything for you. And then everything is handled from the US warehouse alone. Does that answer your question?
Yeah. In terms of cost, right, would that be lower as compared to you going direct to your partner or going direct to the partner itself?
It'll be lower because whoever works with us, right, what we promise them is a certain volume. And with that volume comes the requirement for lower pricing to begin with. Okay. And so if you go, the thing is you most likely won't be able to go direct to you wouldn't know who to go to. So okay, I get your question. So like if they see on our platform and they just approach the client directly, the thing is the system they work with is with us. The all-in-one platform is with us. And if they want to go to the partner directly, they can. Just, it doesn't really solve the hassle of everything. Does that answer your question?
I think that's what I'm trying to get to, right? If I'm an e-commerce player, if I'm owning a Shopify shop, right, and I know majority of my customers are actually in US or in Australia or wherever it's hard to ship to, right, I would just approach a direct partner over there, right, to actually set up a fulfillment center of sorts. So that's where your competitive advantage might be thinner, right? Unless you're providing additional benefits, right, that I can get, right, on top of these fulfillment centers.
So the context here is if you are just selling in the US as a Shopify seller, and 100%, you go direct.
Yep.
If you are selling in the US, in Singapore, in several other countries around the world, which is the most likely situation, because you won't just limit yourself to US, then we have the competitive advantage. Because we then can, one single source of truth will then be able to manage everything for you.
Got it. And do you foresee handling returns? Because I think that's a huge part of the e-commerce game as well.
Built into our warehouse management system, built into our transport management system, it's very standard. We have to handle returns.
Hey, Brian, thanks for the presentation. I think I wanted to understand a bit more about your sort of expansion strategy, right? Kind of building upon what Kelvin said. In terms of, you alluded earlier about onboarding partners as a key part of the strategy, but in terms of globally, where you're going to focus on first, because to actually build the full suite of supply chain solutions, like you mentioned, there's going to be quite a number of partners that you actually need to onboard. Where, are you going to focus on more or first to sort of build out this entire supply chain?
Okay, just to clarify, how are we going to build? The question is more, how are we going to build our partner network?
Correct, your partner sort of onboarding strategy.
Got it. So for example, for our transport management system, launched in June, the SaaS platform is launching in December. We have 14 partners already for that. And we think we can hit 20 by December. So from the get-go, we'll have 20 transport providers with an average of 25 drivers per transport provider worldwide. And onboarding, the thing about our transport management system and our warehouse management system is that we use it ourselves. And we've designed it such that other transporters and warehouses can use it. So the key to expansion is really getting enough people on board these two systems so that it can feed into our seller platform. Does it answer your question?
And from a geographic perspective, like where does it cover? You just, because you mentioned the full sort of supply chain solution, right? Does it cover every part? I mean, are you going to blanket worldwide, or is there a specific region that you're going to focus on more as a first step?
At the start, definitely the US, Australia, and a couple of European countries. Asia is not very exciting for us at the moment because majority of the e-commerce sales comes from marketplaces, and those are closed doors. So we are expanding, and from our personal experience chatting with, I talk to 10 to 15 of these sellers every week through BD. And from our personal experience, they want to enter the US, they want to enter the European countries. And that's where we try to cover first.
Cool. Maybe one question from my end, right? What are the critical numbers that you track as a business now?
For right now, for last mile delivery, number of deliveries completed per day.
Okay. And then you are focused on the European corridors now. Any specific corridor that you are very dense on?
No. To be honest, of the 14 transport providers, for example, that are going to be on board from December onwards, 10 of them are from the US. And from our personal experience, where people want to go to right now is the US. Like e-commerce, like Shopify sellers want to have operations in the US because that's where they run their ads. That's where they do their sales. And the European countries, it has been very tedious because customs and regulations is so tough. You get taxed so highly there. So it's not a market that our e-commerce sellers are that interested in yet, which is why we're not really expanding there.
Okay, then one last question, right? This is about risk management. What about your relationship with DHL? If it falls through, what is the backup?
Falls through meaning?
Meaning they build their own, they decided internally that they don't want to have an API.
So if they don't want to, the thing, our relationship with them is we give them money. Like we give them business. So if they don't want that, then there are alternatives. There's FedEx, there's UPS, there's a few other selections.
All right, team Load and Go, your time is up. Thank you so much for your pitch, and thank you, judges. Brian, you may make your way off the stage on the left. And we'll now be moving on to our second team. The startup name is Floramis, and its founders are Raghav and Ojas. Please make your way to the stage.
Testing. Okay. Sorry, let me just double check if my slides are working. Okay. Is it supposed to show up on there as well? Okay. All right. All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Raghav, and with me I have Ojas, and together we're the co-founders of Floramis, an integrated hardware and software solution that not only helps you take better care of your plants, but also makes them more interactive. Before we begin, I'd like to start with a little story about a friend of mine, who, in the trying and turbulent times of COVID, managed to find solace with a companion. Now, this companion not only gave him someone that he could bond with, but also gave him someone that he could talk to in moments of grief. Sadly, just 2 months after getting this new companion, it passed away. My friend was devastated. I am, of course, talking about a bonsai tree that was gifted to him by his mother. Now, Ojas and I, being plant hobbyists, as I'm sure many members of the audience here are as well, are no strangers to the untimely death of our plants. And this response to the death of a plant is really not a surprise to anyone here. However, this exchange does bring about 3 key problems that we have identified. Firstly, plant keeping is a relatively solitary and often boring task. And second, plants die because people don't know how to take care of them, and they often get bored of them. Lastly, people want pets, they want the companionship of pets, but they can't afford the commitment that comes with that. So in comes Floramis that attempts to solve these problems. How do we do this? Firstly, we create a community around plant keeping. Second, we make plants more interactive so that they're more fun. And lastly, we lower the commitment that comes with taking care of plants so that people have an easier time when they buy an exotic plant, for example. So how exactly do we do this? Well, here we have a short video that I'll be showing you to demonstrate our fully functional product and how it achieves our 3 problem statements.
So what the judges and the audience saw in the video just now, as well as on the table in front of me, are the first versions of our prototype, which is about 80% functional. What you see in the picture now is a render of our final product. The only differences being they'll come in a greater variety of sizes, with this one being the smallest one, about 50% smaller than what you see here, and it'll also have a unibody anodized metal finish. Now that we've told you about the product, let's talk about the market itself. Now, the global indoor plant market is set to boom at $7.2 billion US, and Singapore is certainly no stranger to that, with millennials scooping up plants left and right over the past year during the pandemic, not only from large nurseries, but also smaller boutique plant stores that have been popping up all over the nation. Now, we do realize that this demand is a bit artificial, created due to COVID, where people want to buy desk plants to populate their work-from-home spaces. So that's why, besides taking 5% of the local market share, we also aim to create a niche product that has an intersectionality with the mobile F2P games market, as well as smart home IoT products. Now, in terms of revenue generation, we'll initially be generating revenue through our app, which will be based on a freemium model, and we'll be getting revenue through ads and in-app purchases. Following this, we'll be launching our retail hardware pod for $80 a piece, and we estimate a net income of $133,000 by the end of 2023. Now, you might be thinking, well, this sounds kind of familiar. I've heard of something like this before, and you're not entirely wrong. There are competitors out there that do things similar to Floramis, but nowhere near what Floramis can achieve. For instance, we have Blossom, a plant care and identification app, which is the market leader with over 10 million downloads, which allows users to take pictures of their plants and then identifies them and give them care instructions based on that. But it lacks any kind of hardware to give them real-time health metrics of the plant. There are smart planters out there like EcoCube, which retail for over $150 that do exactly this, but they simply take the joy out of plant keeping by removing that meaningful connection you have of actually taking care of the plant. Now, I'm sure some of you are familiar with Tamagotchis, which are all about making meaningful connections with inanimate objects, but they simply lack community features at large. Similar with the market leader for virtual pet apps called Po, it relegates itself to simply being a virtual image on your screen and nothing else because it doesn't have a real-world connection outside that. Now, Sony solved this problem with their Aibo robot dog, but it's simply too expensive at $4,000. Who's going to pay that? And while Parrot makes great drones and also some good headphones, they had a misguided step with trying to enter the self-watering smart planter market with a huge form factor that didn't really appeal to many. Our closest competitor is Lua, an Indiegogo campaign that was quite successful 2 years ago, that aims to turn your plant into a pet. However, it lacks anywhere near the amount of interactivity that Floramis offers, which is why we believe will appeal to more audiences. Speaking of these audiences, let's take a look at a few people who would buy a Floramis product. First, we have little Tommy, who wants a dog, but his parents just don't think he's ready for it. He's full of energy and loves playing video games. Next, we have 22-year-old Alice, who's a college student, who loves to buy plants, but they just keep dying. Maybe because she's too busy with college and can't find time to take care of them. And lastly, we have Musha, a 27-year-old who has just entered the banking industry and is slowly adapting to the work-from-home environment. And amidst their many, many Zoom meetings, they have taken solace in tending to a home garden that they've created. But they wish to take the next step up to becoming an intermediate gardener and step up from just being a casual gardener and learn to take care of more delicate and exotic plants. So how does Floramis fit into these three individuals' lives? Well, for Tommy, he can simply download the app and play with it as a virtual pet, even without owning a plant. For Alice, who wishes to take care of her plant using this app, but simply doesn't want to spend $80 on a pot, well, she can do that too, with routine notifications. And lastly, for Musha, who actually buys the pot, not only does it give him real-time monitoring of the plant's health, but it even syncs with his work calendar to give him reminders of his work meetings. Now, we'll be initially launching our app on the Play Store and App Store to build brand awareness and a larger user base, and then we'll be launching on Kickstarter with our hardware product. We'll then go into sales channels with collaborations with boutique plant stores, hobby shops, and electronic stores, and our marketing pipeline will be largely digital, focusing on Google, Facebook ads, and influencer campaigns. We aim to roll out our alpha with a Google ad campaign by the end of this month, which we're on track for. By December, we hope to have online functionality alongside an influencer campaign. And then we'll work with our Kickstarter marketing partner called Enventus to launch our campaign by February of next year. And then we hope to fulfill pledges by end of April and stock local shelves. Now, if we were to win the prize money, it would be largely devoted to growth and marketing. As I mentioned, building brand awareness and user base is essential for the success of Floramis. We currently have a 3-man team of unpaid interns that form our art department, so we will be looking to hire a full-time art professional. And our production costs are relatively low because we are using a crowdfunding model, so any cost will be prototyping or pre-production related. Most importantly, however, is the team. And why exactly should you trust the two of us to be successful with this? Well, to give you an idea, we actually came up with this concept around early July, late June. And within that short span of time, we have developed quite a large portion of our product. And not only that, but gone through multiple iterations alongside our academic semester, as well as our full-time summer internships, which we're juggling alongside that. We believe that with this philosophy that we have of iterative design and being able to fail fast and learn from it, we will be able to stick to the tight timeline that we've proposed earlier. With that, we come to the end of our presentation, and we open the floor to any questions.
Thanks for the presentation, guys. Very interesting. I could imagine something like this taking off when people are stuck at home. A couple questions, right? Your community, first 1,000 folks in your community, what's the type of profile you're going for? How are you going to onboard them? Because that's going to be so critical, right, in terms of helping you succeed and then grow your base of users.
All right. So you're asking about our customer profile, essentially, right?
Yeah. And the first 1,000 guys you want to get in your community.
Got it. Okay. So initially, when we came up with this idea, we thought that people who are plant enthusiasts would love this idea because what we already know. I have a few friends who love to talk to their plants, and they say it's a good form of stress relief. But whenever I pitched this idea to them, they didn't like it because they already know how to take care of their plants. This is not for them. This is more for the casual plant hobbyist, someone who, on a whim, passing by a plant shop in Funan would say, this would look cool on my desk, I'll buy it. And then just 2 months later, whoops, I've overwatered my cactus and now it's dead. This is the kind of product that appeals to this type of audience. So our first initial user base, because during the staging phase, we'll only be launching the app itself, will mainly be people who are looking for, let me get to this. Yes, here. So initially, we'll be targeting casual mobile gamers, virtual pet enthusiasts, so people who love the trend of Tamagotchis, as well as people who are looking for that pet, as Raghav mentioned earlier, but can't afford the commitment. Then, once we transition to the model where users can actually use their phone to start taking scans of the plant and identifying them, that's when we get to the next stage of audience members, which is people looking to buy plants, people who have recently bought plants, and casual mobile gamers who seeking pets, etc. And then finally, with the release of the pot, we're looking at the smart home market as well as people who are more interested in spending a higher dime to get a better product.
Yeah, no, thanks for that. Just quick thought here. I wouldn't be too many things to too many people, right? So I'll focus on one segment, build up the community, and spend my marketing dollars in those areas. And naturally, you also think about who would be willing to pay more, right? From a dollar value perspective. I think you broke down the typologies. That was great. But kind of focusing on one segment there, whether it's the freemium or premium model where people buy hardware would be important. Just quick second question before I hand it to the rest of the judges. In terms of engagement and the data that you collect, any thoughts around that? How do you keep the community engaged? How do you keep people coming back? And what are you thinking around the use of data, which I think would be quite important for you guys?
Okay. 8.1. Got it. All right. So in terms of collecting the data, we really value people's feedback on this because we don't have as large of a test bed as we would appreciate, right? So this is actually a roadmap of the app. And for the first part of your question that you mentioned, how do we keep them, how do we retain these customers? Because it would have a huge drop-off, actually, right? So we have a monthly update schedule with major features that keep coming in. So this will not only help us retain existing customers, but also allow us to bring in people with various interests. So that's one thing. And we'll also incentivize them via the use of in-app currency to actually complete feedback surveys, because we believe that the users would be the best way to test this. So from the period of October to February, as you can see, it's a staging phase. So this will be our alpha and beta. And we'll only publicly launch once we're fully confident of the software side of our product as well. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
If I can just add just a short comment on that. Just in response, sir, to one of your concerns about whether we are approaching too many market segments at the same time. The reason that we're going with a staging phase before actually deploying our final product, this is just a prototype, but the final unibody product, before we go into that, the reason we're going into the staging phase is to target just perhaps the mobile market group first, get their feedback on what they would like, some of them who are plant enthusiasts, what they would like in a smart planter, and then iterating on this design. This design is really not final. There are actually many CAD models that are in the works right now. But yes, we completely understand the concern about trying to be too many things at once, which is exactly why we've planned our app roadmap like so.
If you had to pick one of the three, which one would you go for?
You mean the community, commitment, interaction?
Yeah.
Well, I'd say it's probably the mix of interaction and commitment, because those go hand in hand.
Cool, thanks.
Yeah.
Agree.
Yep. Let me go next. I have exactly the problem that you guys described. Everything I touch dies. Yeah, and when I moved to my new place, right, I ever had the thought of having my own herb garden and stuff, right? So you can see all the things within my balcony or within my storeroom. And you're right, that commitment is a very hard problem. But I also like to address that planting is actually a very passive arrangement, right? I don't want to put that much commitment in there. So I probably won't see it as a pet. What I want to see is the aesthetics of it, or even the growth of it, right? And there are many competitors out there. I think you guys haven't addressed the large space of the competitors in this, or basically the gorilla in this space, right? IKEA is launching something like that in the hydroponic space within Europe. And they would actually bring it across the entire globe sooner or later, right? And there are products at Brantui, which my friend was actually bringing in for a period of time as a distributor. So there are a lot of competitors in this space, right, for each of the vertical that you are talking about. For community, there's urban farmers. For your interaction, I think pets-wise is going to be difficult to acclaim to. For the planter itself, there are Plantui, there are Click and Grow, there are quite a few of these guys in the market itself. And they even come with light attachments and stuff, which requires lesser commitment to what you guys are doing. So I can see where you guys are developing towards, but I think you guys might need to refine a bit more on the attachment to what you guys are building. My question for you is, have you thought about edibles, and that being the latest trend within Singapore, right, where even the government is sending you seeds to actually try to plant it, right? How are you guys going to address that? And whether your system can be modular enough, right, to actually help with that?
All right, I guess I can start with that. To address the specific concern that you had with us not addressing the specific competitors, I think I mentioned in the competitor analysis that we are not going towards the smart planter market like EcoCube or Click to Grow is, which are basically smart planters that take away the effort of actually owning the plant. It does everything for you with the grow lights and self-watering and etc. We want to actually hit people who want the plant for the sake of owning a pet, and having some kind of companionship with it. So we're not looking to target the market, which is basically just owning a plant for the aesthetics of it. I mean, of course, we are trying to make an aesthetically pleasing product so people own it and put it on their desk. But we want to also make them interact and bond with their plant a bit more. We want to increase that level of companionship. If you could imagine a scale, right? If pets are all the way on this side, where they have huge emotional returns, but also huge commitments, plants are all the way on the other side, with zero commitment, but also zero emotional returns. So we want to keep that lower commitment, but give that higher emotional return to the audiences. So I agree with you, it's not for those people who want to just grow plants and wash their hands of it and let it take care of itself.
Yeah, but have you validated how big that market is? Because if I were to choose a pet, right, I would choose something that can engage with me, right, as compared to being passive, right? So how have you validated that piece, that audience?
Okay, so that's over here. So we did our market validation, and agreeably, I think that's one of the limitations of our market validation process since we're so new into the market. We did it largely with a university audience. So we tested positively with a largely female group because they're the ones who preferred actually interacting with their plants, whereas the largely male audience, they want to, exactly what you said, wash their hands of it. But actually addressing the edible question as well, we are looking to move into edibles since the database we use actually has edible plants in it as well, but that's in a later stage. First, we'll be starting off simply with basic house plants. So things like your succulents or your phytonias or your snake plants, things like that. So it'll first be solely for the purpose of, like Raghav mentioned, targeting those casual gamers who actually want something with a more real-world presence, like a physical presence. So the edibles will come later, and as for the self-caring plant package, we really aren't targeting that side of it. So we are looking to work with market validation companies like Greenhouse to actually increase our sample size and further validate the product. But as for now, it's largely tested positively with 18 to 34-year-olds, predominantly female, around 70-30 split. Yeah.
Do you have a slide on, what does your economics look like without the Kickstarter model? Because Kickstarter model is like there's a time to delivery thing, right? When you're in production, what does it look like?
I wonder if you can see this. Are you able to? Is it a bit small? But basically over here you can see demonstrated sans our pot revenue. We also have our in-app purchase revenue and ad revenue. So I think that's what you mean with without our Kickstarter model, right? Because the Kickstarter is specifically for the hardware product itself. The app will be launched separately on its own without the need for a Kickstarter.
Yeah. What I mean by without the Kickstarter model, that means that you have enough demand to manufacture this through a whole supply chain end to end yourself.
Enough demand
that you don't need the You don't need to.
Oh, so that's what the staging phase is for.
Bulk, like product, right?
So currently, as I mentioned, we're extremely new, so I think that would be a risky option to take, which is why we're going for the crowdfunding model, for the hardware aspect of it at least. The software has lower costs built into it, so we can release that, as you said, to the market in general. But we do think that a crowdfunding model would be the best option for the hardware itself. So even without the pod itself, people can still use the app. Yeah.
Okay, then, in terms of features, right, other than the basic watering reminders, what else do you have in terms of features?
Yeah, I can take this. So it's slide 2.1. So in terms of the features, yes, currently this prototype only has, okay, is that up? Oh.
Yeah.
But basically, we do have light sensors, and we will have pH sensors as well in the final thing. We're already getting these sensors from suppliers, and we'll be testing these in the future prototypes of our product.
Yeah, hey, so quick comment, because I represent, I come from Razer, right, gaming hardware software, so I just wanted to make a quick point. So on our end, I mean, this is clearly gamification, right? So I think I do agree that the TAM is not necessarily just the indoor plum market. So us at Razer Ventures, we have recently backed a company that's looking to gamify mental wealth as well. I think just to leave two parting thoughts. One is it would have been good to understand a bit more how does your hardware, how does the product actually work, like what does it actually contribute to the overall gamification aspect, right? Does it actually read like sensors, how the plant is feeling after you water it, does it feel happy or whatnot? And I think a second parallel point, because we don't have much time, is whether or not you can actually do away with the hardware, because hardware is tough. It's a lot of work. You take years and years to do it, and it's very hard to really take off. So if it doesn't add that much value to your overall product, then consider just going via the software route. Thanks.
Just a small comment on the first part of your comment. We do have a demonstration of this after this, so we invite the judges to come and look. This is actually fully functional, so we invite you to water it and actually see how the app will interact with that.
After the presentation, of course.
Okay. Thank you.
Sorry, Team Floramis, your time is up. Thank you. Thank you, judges. We now have our third team, and their startup is called RoadMaple. The founders are Michael and Ethan. You may make your way to the stage.
Imagine that you're trying to learn Python. So you'll probably go on Google and you'll search how to learn Python, right? And then this is what Google will give you. Just page after page of Python courses and Python-related websites. In fact, when you search on Google, Google will literally give you 300 million different search results, when all you need is the one good resource, right? And you see, here's the thing. There is a huge amount of resources online to learn just about anything. But the problem is that they're disorganized. And because of how disorganized it is, learners don't know how to choose the best one. And this creates three problems. The first is that they choose low-quality resources. So as this business student says, some resources are really good, but some of them are outdated or just downright bad. And this is especially true in tech, where technology can change once every 5 years, right? Courses go out of date really quickly. So she spends as much time vetting resources as she does learning, which is incredibly time-consuming. And it's also very easy to choose resources that are overly difficult. So let's say that you want to go online and just learn one topic, but MOOCs will throw literally everything at you, and you end up feeling demotivated, and you might even want to stop learning. And another problem is a lot of resources don't have a suitable teaching method for yourself. So let's say that you want to learn finance, right? Some people prefer an ebook, some people prefer video courses, some people prefer lots of practice, right? And how do you choose the one that's suitable to you? And it's an incredibly time-consuming process. And here's the thing, 700 million online learners worldwide face this exact problem. And this is what our mission is centered around to organize the world's learning resources. So how does RoadMaple solve this problem? So first, we'll create roadmaps. So you will give us a skill that you would like to learn, and we'll give you the list of topics that you need to learn in order to master that skill. And we'll curate the best resources for you. So instead of giving you thousands of resources that you can choose from, we'll just pick the best few for you so that you can immediately start learning. And we'll also have a coaching service. So even if you're self-learning, having someone next to you to guide you can be incredibly powerful. So coaches can give you personalized roadmaps and learning materials based on your individual constraints and goals and objectives. So here's a quick demo of how it all comes together. Let's say that you want to become a developer and you've chosen to focus on this technology called React, right? So you go onto our website, and then let's say that you choose the React developer roadmap. So the first thing you see is the list of topics that you need to learn. Let's say that you've finished the first one, which is set up the code editor. Then you go to the second one, HTML and CSS. And you will see 5 to 6 of the best courses in order to learn this skill. So based on the description and the ratings, you choose the one that's most suitable to you, and you can immediately start learning. So you will never face the problem of having to go to Google, sift through hundreds of Reddit comments and posts and Twitter threads just to choose the one suitable course. Just come to RoadMaple and you can know what is the resource that is best for you.
Right, thanks Michael. So let us move on to our solution validation. Our users actually love us. So we've launched actually just 2 months ago, and we've gained more than 1.8K users in just under 2 months. And this was done organically. Second thing is that we have reached over 10 different countries, including learners in India, Australia, and even in the US. And 97% of our users say that they want to come to RoadMaple and they want to learn content on our website. So this is how our revenue model works. We are based on a freemium model, and we charge $99 per month for users who want to get 2 hours of live coaching, and as well as a personalized roadmap for your own needs. So this is the market that we're going after. We're going after the e-learning market that is growing at an exponential rate of 21% CAGR. This is almost becoming a $1 trillion market by 2025, and we'll be focusing on learners who just want to learn a new skill. So for our competitor matrix, so we are the only platform that provides roadmaps, resources, and coaches. We are not direct competitors as compared to traditional bootcamps such as General Assembly. We are just competing in the sense whereby people just want to learn new skills. So how will we grow from here? We'll be establishing credible content with companies such as iFast to develop an investing roadmap. We'll be getting our steady stream of supply of coaches from mentorship organizations such as Career Contact, and as well as growing our expanding our user base in online learning communities such as Reddit. So at the end of the day, the question is, why us? Why our team? So Michael is actually a 17-year-old high school student, JC student, and I'm a university student. But one thing that's common between us is that we're both self-learners. We self-taught ourselves in terms of data science, coding, and finance, and we understand the problem really well. So besides that, we have a good blend of technical and business skills, and we have strong advisors within the edtech space to help RoadMaple bring itself to greater heights. So in summary, actually the world's online learning resources are very disorganized. It's very hard to find good, suitable, or even relevant resources. RoadMaple solves that by creating roadmaps, the best resources, and coaching. We have 1.8K users all around the world, and we're just getting started. So join us today and let us make RoadMaple the platform to learn any skill. Thank you.
We'll let you guys start this time.
Okay, maybe quick one from my side, right? I want to know a little bit more about the verticals that you're studying with, so the subject matter that you're studying with, and also your plan to acquire like coaches and content.
Okay, so in terms of the content that we'll be putting out, right now we've chosen to focus on the tech industry in general. And the reason for that is tech is probably the most accessible out there in terms of online learning, so it's a really good starting point. And besides, the audience for online learning in terms of tech is already really strong. But I think it's really important to note that once we have established ourselves in tech, we intend to go into a lot of different spaces, and even really weird ones, because when we survey people, we actually find that they have a lot of requests that you might not think will be relevant. So for example, like cooking, languages, and some even stated physical activities. And the question that we ask is, why not, right? Like, we're a roadmap, we give you the topics to learn and the best resources. So why can't we give this kind of content? So the starting point will focus on tech, and then we'll expand outwards. And in terms of how we create the content, so this is relevant to the previous slide where we talk about who will we be collaborating with. So in terms of the roadmap and the topics out there, we intend to collaborate with experts who have an incentive to, some of them do it out of goodwill, some of them do it because they would like some publicity. So iFast is an investment company, and they're working with us with an investment roadmap because they would like to make themselves...
They actually want to generate more financial literacy. So in this case, for the tech side, we actually have tech influencers that are really strong in their fields to come up with the roadmaps with us, and actually they are listed on our website. Back to you, Michael.
Yeah, so, and then on the coaching side, we'll be matching them with learners based on what the learners are trying to learn. So let's say that you want to become a React developer, so we'll match you with junior to mid-level developers out there who can really relate to the journey that you're going through.
Okay, maybe I'll go next. Oh, great presentation, guys. Quick questions around funding, right? Like, what would you use capital for? And secondly, in terms of what you think you'd say, like, lifetime value of each of your clients would be, any sensing around that? And how do you keep them sort of plugged into your ecosystem? Because the moment they have that coaching done, they have that roadmap, they see that you created things like that, they could easily just drop off. How do you keep them coming back, and how do you continue to retain them? Some questions around that.
Okay, so I'll take that question. So there are three main questions. So the first one is, what are our revenue projections like, is it? Sorry, yeah.
Yeah, so funding. Yeah,
funding.
What do you need funding for, and how would you spend money, essentially?
So actually, we started this whole entire startup just by ourselves. We did all the coding our own. And we see that this funding, we do want to make the product better. We don't want to focus on anything else as of now. We want to make RoadMaple something that people really want. We want to make it the all-in-one website where people can just come, start learning a new skill. And because people are genuinely interested to learn skills, just like how, you know, some people want to bake, not because they want to become a chef, it's because they really enjoy it. And I'm sure all of you really relate to that, just like both of us. So that's how we're going to be using funding. We want to funnel it into product development and also expanding our reach across the online communities.
So hiring developers and then marketing.
Correct.
Online or offline, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So that's the first thing. So the second thing is about how do we get...
Yeah, like, what do you think would be like the lifetime value of a customer?
Okay. So lifetime value-wise for this, I think for traditional online courses, they actually have 3% completion rate. 90% of the users actually drop out within the first 3 weeks. For us, we are expecting a lifetime value of at least 6 to 12 months, where some of the users might drop out just because maybe it's a mismatch in coaching. But we will be sure to really replace that on the road itself and make sure there are much more stringent measures for it. But if someone has a coach alongside with you, let's say, for example, when you're doing like physical training, you're much more inclined to continue the entire product rather than having some guy that's on doing PPT and then you don't really relate to him. The human touch here is really important, and we see that this can help us continue more than 1 year's time. So last but not least, it's about keeping people in the ecosystem. Yes. So when they finish their roadmaps, I think it will take quite a considerable amount of time, definitely more than a few months, because it takes quite a number of time to do the skill. So what we can do is that we can engage them to learn more skills rather than just coding. Maybe you want to do like parkour, maybe you want to do baking or design UX UI, which a lot of people requested for. So we can incentivize them to come on board we got really good mentors to help you out with that. We can ensure that you can complete the course, and that's how they will come back to us.
One last question, right, which I think is important to what you just said. Then that would really depend on how scalably you can build that expert network, right? And whether it's your IFAST, whether it's your SUSS, to come and engender credibility to your roadmaps and to your curation. How would you scale that? How would you grow more partners? Because you're saying they do it out of goodwill now, right? And there's some synergies there. Obviously, IFAST has some benefit in growing financial literacy, but in other silos, how would you plan to do that?
I think the biggest incentive that they have to create the content with us would be publicity, right? It's the same way that many people contribute to open source software because maybe they're seeking a job and they want to show that they can work on an actual running code base. So that's one example. Or if you're a course creator, I created a course on coding. I want to tell people that I know my stuff, right? So I would help with this roadmap, add myself as a collaborator so that people can see that I am a genuine expert at this. And on our side, of course, we will vet them to make sure that they know that what they're talking about. We don't want to run into the same problem where they access low quality resource, and one of them being us, of course. So, yeah.
Oh, great job. Pretty inspiring story. All the best.
Thank you. Thank you. Hey, quick question from my end. Is it right to say that you actually don't own most of the content? Content creation is mostly by third parties and you are just curating the roadmap, which is the best credible source. Is that the correct understanding of your product? Yes, so we do not create courses. We compile the best ones. Correct, the best third-party sources, right? So I guess my question really is, so given that you don't own the content, right? Quality content is sort of quite key in terms of customer retention and all. How do you actually ensure the credibility of your advice? Because something like coding can be very personal. Different coders will have different methods. So how do you actually ensure? I mean, someone like a masterclass, for instance, right? They get top in their class people, top chefs, top writers. They actually get instant credibility for people to come on board. How are you going to get people to pay to say that, hey, you guys are the subject matter expert for all these coding, or even if you venture into other subjects? I think in this case, this is also where collaborators play a big part, right? Because so far, who have collaborated with is tech influencers on Twitter, and their combined following is about 100,000. So we know that these are people that the community already trusts, and IFAST is an investment company. So by partnering with credible people, it's sort of like borrowed credibility, right? While we don't have credibility yet, we can borrow other people's, and at the same time, we can establish our own and slowly build it up.
Yeah, so just one, I think, opinion from me. I actually did that for my interns who came in on the summer internship over the past few months, right? We actually sent them a roadmap of things that they've studied before they actually got into internship. So I think that's something that you guys might want to pay attention to. Nobody's going to contribute supply or roadmaps for free. So you need to find where the source and the demand is, right? So that you can actually objectify, right? What exactly are you trying to achieve out of the system or your software that you built? And two is, I think a lot of times, right, it's not learning that is difficult, it's validating that's difficult. Meaning after I learn, right, how do I know whether I'm up to scratch? How do I know whether I'm accomplished in this skill or not? So you probably have to pay a bit more attention to that to see how you can actually try to qualify them. And what's the end outcome that you want to achieve out of this entire roadmap that you actually got to? Yeah, for us, right, it's very straightforward. Before they got on the internship, right, at least they know the basic skills. So you might want to pay a bit more attention about how you script that into your growth strategy.
Can I just take that question? Yeah. So about the getting onto the platform and then seeing an end goal to it. So we do see that is a problem. And I think that one of the end goals can be like the investment companies or companies out there, they can curate this kind of resources and they can have a potential pool of applicants back into their companies. I think that's the first way. And sorry, your second question was?
Not really a question, but I think just an opinion from my side, right? That I think there is some leaks in what you're trying to do. I'm just saying that how do we actually put an outcome, right, to their learning? Even if I go through all the YouTube videos, right, it might not make me strong in that to progress in the roadmap, you see.
Yeah, we actually really understand that. Because like you can learn the entire thing and you still don't know how to apply. So actually we're building the second part of RoadMaple, actually. So you can get all the practices and the resources that not are just like courses themselves, but you also need the practice. You also need the coaching part as well. And I think that really fits really well because like you can learn the same topic, such as economics, but you have so broad differences in one of the topics, and you need to practice different ones to really understand the subject. So we will have this kind of resources, open source resources to be contributed on a platform as well, so that people can really try it out, such as coding projects. We do have some on the website already. You can check it out, and people can actually try and really apply their knowledge. One minute. We have 1 minute. Oh, yay.
No, I think we were just discussing, right?
Oh.
I think that I think what we are alluding to, right, is that there needs to be qualification or expert validation, right, as to how they actually go through the entire roadmap. Because for people to continue learning, right, there must be constant feedback and constant encouragement to go through the entire roadmap, which we see very lacking, right, in a lot of the things that are out there at the moment.
Okay.
So we probably want to, how do you look at that space, right, in terms of how do you understand, right, where you are currently at in the roadmap? It's not something that just because you've gone through it, right, you'll be able to claim that you know this topic, you see.
Yeah, that's actually something that we're thinking about. And right now we're trying to solve it partly using our coaching service. So by having someone more experienced at you, they can, in the case of coding, they can look at your code and they can see where are the parts you're making mistakes, where are the parts that you need to improve on. So that's how we're tentatively solving it. And what you say about qualifications is also quite relevant to us, right? Imagine if you can create a roadmap and still get a certificate at the end, so we verify their skill. But the reason why we haven't so quickly implemented it is because just like how resources are disorganized, there are thousands of them, there are also thousands of certifications. We don't want to just become yet another certificate company. There's no point to it, right? So one option that we're thinking of is maybe we can collaborate with people who are already creating certificates, or maybe even companies, because those are the actual people who will be looking at these certificates, right? So we need to think more about it, and in a few months we'll get back to you.
All right. Thank you so much, Team RoadMaple. You may now make your way off the stage, and thank you to our judges as well. And let's now meet our fourth team. Their startup is called dateideas, and the founders are Raimi and Arvind. Raimi and Arvind, to the stage, please. Thank you.
That's okay. Hi everyone, my name is Raimi, and here at dateideas, we empower couples' relationships one date at a time. Now, before I jump into the business proper, I'll just begin by sharing the how and why behind dateideas in the first place. I come from a family of 5 siblings, in which I'm the eldest son. When we were young, our parents never saw eye to eye. They slept on different beds, and whenever they talked, it always ended up into a heated argument. I recall us living through our childhood and teenage years in fear that the next heated argument will lead to the much dreaded divorce. So when my siblings and I got older, we took it onto ourselves to start planning bi-weekly activities for our parents to do together. And before we knew it, something very magical happened. Our parents started rekindling the lost love that they once used to have. And in 2019, just 2 years ago, they actually celebrated their first wedding anniversary in more than 20 years. And this was planned fully by themselves. We knew then that we'd finally succeeded, but I soon realized that my parents aren't the only ones. Couples from all walks of life find it difficult and time-consuming to plan for unique date experiences. They all yearn for the perfect dating life full of memorable moments, but when life gets in the way, they always default back to the usual movie and dinner dates, which end up stagnating their relationship. Conversations start running dry, and they stop learning new things about each other altogether. On the other hand, merchants with unique experiences find it difficult to effectively target dating couples. They create endless listings on a bunch of lifestyle apps, but couples aren't shopping for unique experiences on those platforms in the first place. These merchants also lack the technical capabilities to rank highly on Google search, which is where couples are trying to source for unique date experiences. And so this is where dateideas comes in.
We are the world's first unique date experiences marketplace for couples, where we link couples who are looking for experiences to spice up their dating lives with merchants who are able to provide them. We launched just 10 months ago with a huge bang, where we ranked highly both on the Google Play and Apple App Stores, well ahead of other popular apps like OkCupid, Tinder, and Coffee Meets Bagel. Within the first 24 hours of launch, we achieved over 1,200 signups purely organically via word of mouth without any marketing spend at all. These are just some of the live app pages that couples can expect when they download and use our app today. It's a very simple process where couples can browse for unique date ideas, they can book and make payment through the app, and finally, they can write the review at the end of the experience. We generate revenues via a commission-based approach, where merchants pay us a 15 to 20% cut for each unique experience that's booked through our platform, and this is how it works. Couples first pay us through the app when they book a date idea. We keep the percentage commission that's already been agreed with the merchant, and finally, we'll disburse the remainder to the merchant automatically when the couple heads down to the outlet and scans the QR code to redeem. In the first 10 months of operations, we had a total of 13,000 mobile app signups and sold over $100,000 worth of unique date experiences. Again, purely organically, without any marketing spend at all. As you can see on the graph, our revenues are growing at a very healthy rate of 20% month on month. And our signups are also organically growing by about 22% month on month. But what's even more exciting is that our users are coming back. In February, 46% of our users were repeat users, and in April, that number rose to 54%, and even higher today. This shows that our couples are continuously coming back to our app month after month to look for new date ideas to purchase, and hence there's some stickiness factor to it. We are also winning on the merchant side of the marketplace. Our merchant numbers are growing by about 31% month on month, and over 80% of our merchants choose to stay on board our platform after joining us. Many of them mentioned that without date ideas, they have practically no other way to effectively target dating couples, which they feel is a very lucrative market. We have a comprehensive go-to-market strategy moving forward to grow our user and merchant base. Today, our only marketing comes from Telegram, where we run the largest community of couples in Singapore with over 50,000 early adopters. Because of our high and growing retention rates, we believe it's the right time to start investing into digital marketing, namely paid ads, SEO, SEM, email marketing, and content marketing. To grow that further. Also, we harness our current community, which is highly engaged, to grow our brand moving forward as well. Lastly, we'll continue to improve our product to boost user delight, retention, and referrals, and to achieve product market fit as soon as possible. The dating couples market remains a highly lucrative yet undisrupted market. In Southeast Asia, we see a total of $3.4 billion in commission revenues to be extracted, and we plan to capture 20% of Singapore's market share in the next 3 years, amounting to $20 million in annual revenues. But what's even more exciting for us is that the online dating app space is expected to grow by over 65% in the next 3 years. What this means is there's going to be a huge influx of new couples forming, couples who met through dating apps and who need more activities and experiences to get to know each other better over time. So we see this impacting our market directly and growing it because more couples will spend more time and money on dates than ever before. And hence, there's no better time than now for date ideas to exist. As mentioned, the prevalence of dating apps in the last 7 years and only today becoming more mainstream will result in more time and money spent on dates. The rise of e-commerce will continue to habitualize the purchase of not just products, but experiences online as well. And lastly, COVID-19 has only educated couples that they need to go out of their homes to do new things together, rather than being cooped up at home. Here's a snapshot of our roadmap and milestone, split into 3 distinct phases: build, grow, and scale. Today, we are in our growth stage, and we've successfully closed our pre-seed round about a month back, and will be focused fully on growing our merchant and user base. We plan to close our seed round of 1 million Singapore dollars in August 2022, which will be used to scale into Bangkok, Manila, and Jakarta, as we've identified that couples in these cities spend the most on dates. I'm happy to share that we have a super strong co-founding team to bring date ideas to success. I myself am the CEO, and I single-handedly built the largest community of couples in Singapore with over 50,000 subscribers and over 20,000 weekly active users. My CTO, who's with me today, Arvin, has over 4 years of engineering experience in both Bloomberg and Grab, which is Southeast Asia's largest marketplace. Hence, he knows exactly what it takes to be building a regional winning platform. Finally, our COO, Adam, has over 4 years of experience working with government-linked agencies and will be crucial in unlocking key strategic partnerships to accelerate our growth. We launched our platform just 10 months ago, but have already since achieved numerous accolades, awards, and key partnerships, and achieved various features from prominent and renowned media outlets like Straits Times, Vulcan Post, Prudential social media channels, and the Scape TV along Orchard Road, and definitely many more to come. But we are only just scraping the surface of our long-term goal of becoming the super app for couples. I'm sure all of us are aware that the dating apps of the world, those platforms that just focus on the 3 to 6 months of bringing new singles and matching them together, is already worth a $20 billion market. What we are doing is continuing that layer, right? Focusing on helping couples maintain strong relationships from the very early dating phase all the way throughout their 20 to 30 year-long relationship life cycle, solving social, emotional, and financial needs along the way. And we believe that that market itself is more lucrative and has a far larger lifetime value. But our vision of the company remains crystal clear. It is to empower every serious relationship to become a couple that's forever in love, inspiring a world where broken families and unhappy children cease to exist. It might take us the next 10, 20, or even 30 years, but we're fully dedicated and confident that we'll make love last a lifetime for the millennial generation of couples and beyond. Thank you.
Okay, maybe let me start. How do you solve for the leaky basket issue, right? Because, like, you know, they may not do the transaction on your platform because they can go straight, right? All they need is ideas, right? And then the second thing is, do you have any thoughts about, like, you know, how will the business stop evolving into a deals platform? Yeah.
Yeah, I think thanks so much for the question. It's definitely something that we were very concerned in from the very beginning as well. But I think the key, because of that, the key metrics that we tend to track are retention. Something that we really value a lot. We want to make sure our month-on-month, 3-month retention, 6-month retention is kept at a high point and not dropping. So quite encouragingly, our current retention, both on the user and customer retention perspective, is kept at a quite high rate. So I think that in itself solves the leaky bucket, or in some sense, them couples coming back to our platform and not churning away to book directly through the merchant.
Yeah, but how? This is the indication that it's not, right? But
Yeah.
then how do you manage to do it?
Okay, yeah. So we did via 2 ways. Number one is with our product. Okay, what we have that these couples want is ideas which are suitable and catered to their needs at that point in time, based on their ability to pay and based on what they're interested in. So we actually launched our recommendations algorithm, which I think Arvind can talk about.
Yeah, so maybe just to talk about the recommendations algorithm. So when couples search for date ideas in platforms like Google or Klook, it's not catered to delivering an idea which is suitable for both them and their partner, but that's something we do. So we collect couple-centric data about both them and their partner, and we suggest dates which are more suitable for them as a couple. So couples really love this, and they're able to find date ideas much faster on our platform. So that's why they keep coming back to us.
Okay, maybe let me rephrase the question. How do you get your users to complete the transaction on your platform?
You mean how the payment process works?
Book for the thing and all that, right? They don't go somewhere else to research and then book through some other places.
Okay, yeah, I think the fact that we have everything in one place, that's a major convenience factor for them. And we price it at the same level as what they'd find anywhere else. And we already have an established level of brand trust. So customers actually feel more comfortable coming to us instead of going to merchants. Some of these merchants are actually pretty small, so they trust that date ideas will fulfill their transaction more than the merchants in many cases.
I think just another point to add is also I think the product team has put in a lot of effort in the user experience. If our product is broken or there's some gaps, it's very easy for them to churn away and go back to find the same merchant on their own platform. But I think our product's user experience is very efficient, very seamless, so they can just find everything at one place. That's one. The second thing also is a lot of our merchants and ideas are very unique, very curated. So even if they go to do a simple Google search, it's not easy to find certain experiences that we target. And that's what we realized to answer your second question. Actually, couples value the uniqueness and how interesting the idea is rather than the price point. So time and again, we've been doing a lot of experiments. Deals matter, but what matters more than deals is actually how curated and how personalized and unique the experience is. So from the very beginning, we've been preventing ourselves from branding as a deals marketplace, and I think that has been working quite well.
Yeah, just one quick question for me. Thanks, guys. In terms of strategies, right, for both your merchant acquisition and your user acquisition, can you share a little bit about that? And also, what are some of the costs associated with these acquisition strategies? And Also, okay, fine. One more question. Key channels for you to acquire. Thanks.
Right. So for now, because we haven't really spent a lot on paid marketing yet, so a lot of our growth has been organic. So from the user perspective, it's almost zero customer acquisition cost. But of course, we acknowledge that it will not stay that way forever. But I think what we want to do now, which I feel like something that a lot of other players cannot do, is because we already have this organic, highly engaged community, and we are trying our best to utilize them to spread the word, to keep our CAC, or customer acquisition costs, on the user end to be low. And how we do that is via UGC, user-generated content, referral programs, retention programs, and whatnot. And even now, we are doing a few experiments on the paid marketing side to calculate our CAC on the user end. And for the merchant side, also very interestingly, we have managed to keep our merchant acquisition cost to be very low at $10 per merchant, compared to industry standards of typical B2C marketplaces being $40 or beyond. And why we can do that is two ways. Number one, we have a very strong, robust internal process where a lot of people think that, oh, you need to hire a full-end sales team to acquire merchants. I think, but for us, we managed to have a robust process internally and depend on interns to acquire merchants at a very desirable conversion rate. And that brings me to my next point. It's also because when we pitch to merchants, they get it very quickly. They know that organically, couples are coming to the outlet day in, day out, but they have no way to target them. So the moment we come in saying that, hey, our value proposition to you is to reach out to this mass group of couples, and you don't need to pay us, you just pay us based on a commission rate, then they convert and they understand the value proposition very quickly.
Yeah, so just an add-on to Winnie's question, right? So a couple comes onto your platform, they book it, they like the place. In future, they'd go direct to the place. They wouldn't go necessarily through your platform. So I think what's the idea or the strategy around how you can keep them constantly coming through the platform, not just only on new ideas, right? Essentially, that's, I think, going to be a question from us.
Maybe I can take it. So one thing we did for this, we launched a loyalty program where they get some points whenever they make a transaction. So over time, it keeps adding up and they're more incentivized to come on our platform. The second thing, again, is we have new ideas every single week. Even if they really like one merchant and they keep going back to them, if they ever want to do something new, right, they still have to come to us. And that's what we've observed couple behavior. They don't want to do the same thing twice.
Yeah, just to add on, yeah, even if it's the same merchant with a different product set, they want the novelty of trying something new, and they know that they are going out every week or every 2 weeks. They need that volume of new ideas, and that's why they come back.
Actually, related to that, right, what percentage of merchants on your platform is actually unique to you as compared to Klook, Shopback, and Faith?
Right. So merchants-wise, it's not unique, but product-wise or date idea-wise, it's unique. So about 20 to 30% of our date ideas are unique to only, we call it unique to date ideas that cannot be found elsewhere.
Can you give me a few concrete examples of what is unique there?
Right. So one of it is a cotton candy bouquet workshop. So normally you get to make flowers together, and there's a lot of terrarium workshops out there. But we actually work with one merchant to create cotton candy, and eventually it was one of the best-selling date ideas. Again, it's unique; you can't find it elsewhere, but on our platform, that's one. Another example is a game night, or a DJ mixing workshop with date ideas, where we aggregate a group of 6-7 couples together. They create music together. They bring their own favorite songs, and then after the whole session, they get to play it to the group, and then there'll be a winner who people will vote. Yeah. So these two examples.
And are you all the people going to advise these merchants to actually create these date ideas? And what's stopping Faith or Klook to go to them and offer the same thing?
Right. I think, yeah, we are the ones who guide the merchant to think that way, not because they actually can fulfill them, but we are the ones who lead them towards that direction. And yeah, true enough, Faith and Klook could go down that direction, but on our end, what we realize is a lot of the packages we curate is based on our insights, running this for the last 2 to 3 years, understanding what couples need, and also having this highly engaged community of couples who we keep getting data from when we need ideas on what would make couples tick.
I mean, if the idea is yours, right, don't you have exclusive hold on that? I mean, you could word it into an agreement of sorts with them, right? Is that being planned in your roadmap or sorts? Because I think you are doing some sort of SME education on trying to get them to target another segment. I think that idea, right, is proprietary to you guys, and that is your value proposition, you see.
Actually, that's a very good suggestion. So yeah, we actually form, so not any IP documents, but it's more of for informal agreement that, okay, you cannot list this on the other platforms. But I agree, I think we should take it one step further and make it more formalized. So thanks for the suggestion.
Yeah, maybe to build upon that, I think the whole merchant management, and you probably need a ton of like account managers to manage that and to curate ideas. And I guess the sort of next question is the scalability of that as you look to scale beyond Singapore, right? How do you actually go to Manila, Jakarta, and actually manage like thousands and thousands of merchants and curate ideas and keep it unique to yourself, right? I guess a parallel question is couples. How narrowly do you currently define couples? Are you going to eventually target families, couples with children? What about single, like elderly, like with close friends, partners, LGBT community, and things like that? How are you thinking about that?
Right. I think this dates marketplace is our first core product for sure. Again, as mentioned in one of the slides, we see ourselves going into a continuation of dates, because dates the first thing, the best way to acquire new couples, which is couples who are not married yet, but in the dating phase. Right, but immediately after that, they'll need a lot of other needs, for example, planning for marriage, financial planning, so on and so forth. Yeah, but for now, dates itself, so far, our traction has been quite strong and our retention rates are going well. So we believe when they reach the stage where it's time to get married, time to go and plan for their finances, we'll be there for them to supply them with these more super app features that help solve those problems further down the line. Yeah, and yeah, thanks so much for the questions.
Thank you, Team Date Ideas, for your pitch, and thank you to our judges. Now, moving on to our fifth team, we have Shaurya and Michelle, and their startup is called RayData. Shaurya and Michelle, you may make your way to the stage now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to introduce you to Kyle. Kyle is suffering from acute kidney injury, and it's a very dangerous disease. It kills 50% of the people it affects, and it causes 1.7 million deaths every year. Now, Kyle is very worried, but luckily for him, a company called DeepMind, which is an AI, created a medical image AI model which can go through kidney scans and reduce the detection time by 48 hours. Now this can potentially not only save Kyle, but up to 200,000 people like him every year. This is the power of medical imaging in AI. Cancer, neurological diseases, heart diseases, you name it. Medical imaging AI can save millions of lives. Now people around the world have recognized this, and the market, the medical imaging AI market, is growing rapidly with a CAGR of 36% and will be worth 6.4 billion in 2027. So there's tremendous potential, there's tremendous investments, but despite this, healthcare has one of the lowest AI adoption rates. AI has managed to capture only 10 to 20% of AI potential, which it could have achieved by now. And 37% of healthcare executives actually acknowledge that implementation of AI in healthcare has been rather slow. Now, what exactly is the problem? Medical imaging AI organizations have a lot of money, but they do not have enough data. Minimally, in order for them to create a model which can be deployed, they require 10 million data points. And it doesn't stop there. Beyond that, also, their demand for data continues to make their model more accurate. Within that data set, they need to ensure diversity. They need to cover races, different races, all genders, etc., to ensure that their model can serve all kinds of patients. And currently, they have very limited sources to obtain this kind of data. So on the one hand, you have this acute shortage of data, and on the other hand, 97% of healthcare data is unused. There is a very evident gap here, and this 97% of healthcare data is with smaller healthcare organizations in developing countries like India, Indonesia, small radiologists, and collectively they've accumulated tremendous amounts of data, even not only millions but of billions of people, but all this is out of access for these medical imaging AI organizations. And that is where we come in. Hello, I'm Shaurya. Together with me is Michelle, and we are presenting to you RayData. Now, if any AI organization has a medical imaging requirement, they can simply come onto the platform and post a request as to what kind of images they're looking for, how many of those images they want, and then smaller organizations in developing countries or all around the world rather can upload relevant images to their request. And all this entire process is facilitated by an in-platform credit economy. Now we have lots of features and measures in place to ensure that the data received by the requester is actually in line with their requirements. Now, at this point, let me inform you that selling transactions of anonymized medical imaging data is completely legal. Right? So if you have a scan, as long as you've removed the name of the person, other personal details, you are free to transact it. And we've gone through, we plan to start in 3 countries, Singapore, India, and Indonesia, and we've gone through their laws, and all of them, and so we've gone through the laws of a few other countries where we plan to scale, and they all permit such kind of transactions. Now, why would an uploader or small radiologist, say in Indonesia, want to upload on our platform? One, all these healthcare entities are already required by law to store patient data for sometimes up to 7 years, right? So they're already spending a lot of money in retaining that data, and they can't do anything with it. They don't have AI capabilities. The online data marketplaces don't address them, and that's why where we come in. We tell them that you can simply, you have all this data lying with you, you can simply upload it on RayData and potentially make a lot more money. Now, the only barrier in this whole process is anonymization, right? Because it can be slightly tricky, it can be slightly expensive, but we take care of that. We have an in-platform, free of cost anonymization tool which these people can use. So a potential uploader, all that's required of him or her is simply uploading those images. And they stand to benefit greatly, considering the average image price is $5 to $15 currently based on our research. And this is quite substantial, especially if you convert it into the currency of developing countries. Now, all other solutions out there, none of them address these small healthcare entities that we are targeting in developing countries. And by virtue, currently all these organizations, AI organizations, are getting their data from developed countries, where data can be extremely expensive. And by virtue of us allowing them to get data from developing countries, they save tremendous amounts of money. And ultimately, due to our small, our 10% commission, the uploaders tend to gain a larger part of the pie. Yeah.
So RayData has 2 revenue streams. First one's quite straightforward, being advertisements on our platform. The second one would be commissions from transactions. We foresee our commissions reaching millions of dollars, considering medical transactions today are valued at billions of dollars. So moving on to market sizing, we plan on targeting these specific medical healthcare centers here in Indonesia and in India, as Shaurya mentioned earlier. We want to target these specific healthcare entities because they have millions of people coming into and using their services each month, meaning they have a lot of data. But as an entity, they're too small currently for any in-house AI capabilities, neither can they sell their data on data marketplaces. So storing this data for them is very expensive. This is why RayData is an appealing solution for these entities. Moving on. So healthcare firms now pay a lot of money to get their hands on AI tools. So because of that, AI organizations are able to get a lot of money just for them to be able to get the data that they need for these AI tools. So these were the specific companies that we're looking at in Singapore. Medical data purchases are valued at more than $60 billion till date. So I'll quickly go through our go-to-market goals. We aim to raise awareness by subsidizing purchase credit fees for AI organizations. In turn, they will be we hope that they feature us in their white paper. And we hope to increase engagement by reaching out to 10,000 medical centers in 9 months. And we have the aim of reaching 200 membership signups by the end of next year. So we plan on doing this through first outbound marketing, where we'll be setting up virtual appointments and sending out emails to interested clients. And we'll also be improving our digital presence by publishing video infographics on how data sharing works and the benefits of this. We will also be using public relations to increase our awareness. So our targeted go-to-market strategy would be to attend healthcare conferences, as well as use push notifications on our platform so that image uploaders are reminded of the opportunity on our website. So how scalable is our platform exactly? We have the ability to reach more than 50 countries in the upcoming years. We also are able to focus on other forms of healthcare data, which also include EHRs, medical notes, etc., etc. We also have the ability to use automated image uploading systems, which makes image uploading much easier for our clients. So what is the impact exactly of RayData? RayData is able to solve the biggest bottleneck in the healthcare AI industry. And with that, we'd like to end our presentation. Thank you so much, everyone.
What is the traction so far? What has been completed by you guys, and what is to be done in the future?
Okay, I'll be very honest. We are currently only on an ideation stage, so we haven't yet come up with a platform. But what we have done from the time of coming up with the idea is we've reached out to several radiologists in so Michelle's from Indonesia, I'm from India, right? And what we are targeting is smaller radiologists, privately owned hospitals, who we expect to be the uploaders. So we've reached out to at least 15 to 20 of these radiologists and hospitals who are in medical imaging through our network, and we've been able to get their feedback, and all of them were quite positive about the idea and validated it. And on the other hand, with respect to the data sources, right, the people we expect would request for data, we've reached out to several data scientists or ex-data scientists or researchers who have also validated our data. So as of now, there's no transaction in terms of, because there's no platform.
Okay, and then take a typical standard radiologist or in the country, right, in India or Indonesia. What are the red tapes it needs? What's the step it needs for the organization to release data to you?
I see the uploaders, you mean?
Yeah, the process, right? I mean, of course, if you go to an individual radiologist, they say it's a good idea, right? But the organization itself, how do you get the organization to release the data? What are the rules, regulations, red tape?
I see. So as mentioned, selling of anonymized data is legal, right? So first and foremost, all these organizations are already required by their country's laws to store data, sometimes for up to 7 years. So they don't have to specially store data to be able to upload on our platform. It's already with them. Now, the only step which they're required to do is first anonymize these images, which we are making completely simple for them, which is we have a free anonymizer tool on our website. You just upload it, your images are anonymized, and then if you see a relevant, once your data is anonymized, you are free to upload it on any of these requests, right? And in terms of how do we reach out to these organizations, they can be very small. So sometimes in countries like India, Indonesia, you can have some radiologists which comprise, say, 30 employees, 40 employees, right? And they're already spending so much money in storing this data, either on on-premise servers or, say, cloud technology, whatever they're using. So all they have to do is simply upload these images, and they can potentially get a lot of money. So we plan to reach out to these organizations, which isn't very hard, either through our network, etc., and them having the potential of making so much money without there being too many steps. I think they'll be quite happy to get on board. And with respect to what are the different red tape, etc. So yeah, I think the only issue is the anonymization part, and we, as our platform, when the person uploads an image, will also ensure that the image is anonymized.
I guess quick point on your anonymization, right? Like, to what extent is it anonymized? Because there needs to be some basic level of data to understand or make sense of the image as well, right? And maybe a corollary point about the legality of this. I mean, I get it that it's legal, but to what extent is it? Like, how do they perceive the ethical aspect of it, and will medical practitioners think that this is even ethical enough to do?
I'd say for the second point, it's completely ethical. Why? Because ultimately this data is being used by organizations to give better healthcare to people so that less people die and healthcare is more affordable for them. So with respect to ethics, I mean, as long as it's being used for the right purposes, which is research, it's completely fine, and that we'll ensure on our part, which is that any sourcer, if they want to put a request, we'll first validate the information, get their credentials, and ensure it's going into the right hands. With respect to the legality, I agree. I mean, you require some level of information to be able to deal with data, right? But unfortunately, I mean, with respect to anonymization, the patient's personal details have to go, which is like the name, age, sometimes even location. But what information can be kept is the information of where the data is coming from. So if, say, it's the data is coming from Surabaya in Indonesia, then you know that, oh, this data has come from this region. And how this works is images in like radiology, etc., are stored in DICOM format. So like it's the scan is intact, but then on top of the file you add another label, which is like the details of the patient. So although you might remove it, the scan remains completely intact. So it still adds to the numbers which these AI organizations require.
So for your first stage of development for your product, how much do you think you need and what are the resources you require?
Yeah, first step would be definitely if you were able to, I mean, do well in P.A.K, that would be a good start. But anyway, so what we expect is, what we've estimated is the majority of our resources will go into the creation of the platform and the anonymization tool. So we foresee that we require around $15,000 to $20,000 to be able to work on this, because we want to ensure that our anonymization tool is has no scope for error. So in that we'll perhaps engage a third-party anonymizer. There are some organizations who indulge in that. So perhaps getting them on board. So that's one part of it. Second is, as Michelle mentioned, we have like an entire marketing strategy in place, right? So like for these smaller healthcare organization, in order to get them on board, we have to reach out to them personally and individually, right? And like give them a feel of the platform at times. So for that, like a few of our resources will be dedicated towards that as well, perhaps 5,000 to 10,000. We consider outsourcing our inside sales, and the rest of the money will be utilized towards subsidizing image sourcing for the first few clients in order for them to feature on our platform. But yes, I think minimally, in order to get the thing going, we would require at least, say, $10,000 to $20,000 to get the platform made.
Thank you.
Yep, just a quick question from me. How do I trust you enough to put my data on you? What do you offer in terms of data security in that aspect?
I see. In terms of data security, so we won't be the custodians of the data. So how this will work is those people, the people who are uploading, they upload the images onto a specific request, and that data is actually funneled to them. So it's available for the person who's requested to download them. And then as soon as that transaction happens, that data will be deleted off of our platform. And in terms of why should these organizations trust us, I think the trust will only be built if we have like credible faces in our organization. So luckily, like in terms of our advisors, we have one ex-cancer researcher from Cancer Memorial Institute in New York, and we have an ex-data scientist from Singh Health who have been involved in this kind of work. So of course, like having them on board perhaps might be substantial in terms of generating that sort of credibility.
I think you need to pay a bit more attention on the cost of compliance. I think data security is a huge thing in healthcare data. Your earlier proposition is that healthcare providers, right, can actually store data on you so that you can actually resell it for them for revenue. But you're saying that you're not storing the data. So this is going to be difficult to actually prove, right, to any healthcare provider, right, why they need to be uploading data to you, right? That's one. Two is data protection is going to be huge. Your cost of compliance is going to be very high. I don't think you're going to get any backward government, right, would actually demand a sort of protection on top of healthcare data. So you're probably glossing over that a bit. You probably need to understand a bit more about the legality of that. I think the other part is if you are actually targeting AI for digital imaging, right, especially in healthcare, right, the part that is actually lucrative, right, is not the imaging. It's actually annotation. So imaging itself, right, can be easily normalized. You don't actually have to pay too much attention to normalizing because imaging doesn't represent a person, right? But annotation is. So you probably want to actually look at how do you annotate and keep the metadata on top of the imaging, right, secure. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Do I need to respond to that? That was,
All right. Thank you so much, Team RayData. Thank you, Shaurya and Michelle. You may now make your way off the stage. And thank you to our judges again. We'll now be taking a quick 15-minute bio break. We'll be back at 4:25 p.m. to hear from our last 5 teams.
I'm Joel. I'm one of the co-founders at Aspire. And prior to this, I've actually been a multiple-time entrepreneur. Before entering the fintech space, I actually started and exited a couple of e-com startups, during which I experienced firsthand the pain of dealing with corporate finances for my startup, which eventually led me to found Aspire together with my other co-founders. Aspire is an all-in-one finance operating system designed for startups and growing businesses. We started Aspire because we experienced the pains of managing finance in the various startups that we had run prior to starting Aspire. And one of the main insights was that banking and software was disconnected. So the average business ends up using 7 different financial services to manage their finance operations in a startup. This is a very fragmented and disconnected way of managing finances and takes a lot of time away from focusing on the core business. So with Aspire, we bring everything together in a single delightful account. It's all in one. It saves startup founders time and money, and it helps them grow their business. I think one of the key highlights is being able to serve other startups in the ecosystem, right? So today we have the pleasure of serving over 10,000 startups throughout Southeast Asia, and it's very heartwarming to see other large startups that you look up to, or your peers using you and dropping you notes of how much you've impacted and actually helped their business. I think running a startup is really a roller coaster ride, right? It's you have your highs and your lows, and sometimes all of that within the same day. So I think being able to manage your emotions and to keep a rational mind is extremely important. But if I were to say one of the challenges today that we face is also looking for top talent to help us build our vision. Right, it's becoming an increasingly competitive space in terms of talent, and it's something that we're focusing a lot on in the company to try to develop, both internally the culture as well as externally in terms of branding and attracting the best minds to be inspired by the mission and to join the ship. I think it's really about impact at the end of the day. I think we are very fortunate to be, or at least I consider myself to be very fortunate to be where I am. I'm building a product that I'm very passionate about, but at the same time brings a lot of real impact, right? Real measurable impact in terms of time saved or money saved, or the growth of the businesses that we have the privilege of serving, and that really drives me. Having sort of been a founder all my life, maybe the looking back, one of the advice that I would actually give is to pick the right experiences to immerse yourself in, right? So if I were to do it again, I'm not sure if I would necessarily have jumped into the deep end straight away and started my own company. I feel that there's a lot of advantages with picking the right mentors or picking the right opportunities or experiences or startups to work with to kind of learn the ropes, get a broad view of how things are actually run before sort of taking that step on your own. I'm a big fan of Naval. I'm not sure if you guys have heard of him, but he's a a venture capitalist based in Silicon Valley, but he talks more about life in general, building life and building wealth in life. And the medium just happens to be startups for him. And a lot about mental well-being as well. So it's one of my go-tos.
Thank you so much for inviting me to speak in this particular event. Yeah, like many years ago, I was just a student like you. I used to study EEE in a local university. But guess what? I was studying electronic in EEE, and then but I ended up doing as a software engineer in one of the Japanese MNC. So after a few years, I managed teams of developers in Singapore, India, as well as China, right? So as things changes, so the teams get bigger and the technology changes. So we did into new areas of development, including VoIP, voice over IP. And then subsequently, a few years later, we became the director of managing the hardware and storage of that company. So during this process, I was had the opportunity to work with some of the startup from US. So that was beginning of 2000. So it was quite fun. I saw them how they work and so on. Then at that time, I was thinking myself that maybe one day I want to start my own company as well. Just like them. But of course that remains as a dream at that time. As the things progresses in about 2010. So I think technology changed. That was where the cloud came to the picture into the technology area. And because I was selling the servers and storage at that time to the people to build cloud, so start to think that why not we just do it by myself. So after a discussion with a few friends, so we thought that it is a good opportunity. Then, so we started the journey. We started Axiom IT Solutions at that time, right? We started doing that on focusing on the cloud. Okay, especially we were partnering with Microsoft, right? We did that, and then within the first month, we got a PO. It was very happy, when you get a very first PO, actually that's a very happy moment, regardless of what is the value, right? So we continued that, and then within the next 2-3 years, so one day in 2013, somebody from Microsoft called me, Lam, there's a partner event in US. Would you like to attend? So I told them that, no lah, so far away, need to travel so far, and then they said, no, you must go. So I say, why? Then he said that, actually you won an award, right? Okay, so we went there. So we flew there, 20 hours flight, long journey. So then to our surprise, we won the Partner of the Year award for PA.K. So that was the Cloud Partner of the Year for PA.K for covering all the Asia and Australia, New Zealand. So we were the #1 among the 28,000 Microsoft partners. So I mean, of course, that was we were very super happy, right? It was also a validation of what we are doing, right? So definitely, I mean, that gives us a booster, right? So yeah, and it validated what we thought of, what we wanted to do, and it really gave us the confidence. Of course, at the same time, we also thought that we requires to create our own product, our own IP. That is important because it will differentiate us from other people, other competitors. So we did that, and we are pretty successful. And we have customers in Singapore, in Malaysia, in Hong Kong, as well as the Thailand. Okay, so that was what we have done over a few years. And when Microsoft introduced Microsoft Teams about 4-5 years ago, right? We also saw that there was an opportunity for us to do the Teams calling. That means enabling Microsoft Teams to call to external telephone number, whether it is the mobile phone or fixed line or any numbers, just like a cloud PABX. So I feel very strongly about that because of the background that I mentioned. And then, of course, we have a team of people who is able to provide that solution. So we started in that journey. We became the very first in Singapore to offer that service in Singapore. And it was doing very well. And then during the COVID-19 hit last year, right, because of the sudden lockdown, a lot of people need to work from home. So that solution became very useful because enabling Microsoft Teams to call to the PSTN, basically it enables everyone to work from home such that they do not need to be in office to answer all the official telephone call. And even they can call to anyone from their mobile phone, from their PC, from their home. Right, so that solution become very suitable, it became very suitable for this environment. And so we work with various authority as well as the Microsoft to promote this. And also we participated last year together with the part of the PSG grant with the government to offer the remote working solution, including Microsoft 365 and the laptop. Okay, so regarding the solution just now that I mentioned just now, I think it's very good for SME. We are seeing that it helps a lot of people, and in fact, I think it is also very useful for startup as well. Like some of your friends, some of the people here that is aspire to have your own company. With our solution, actually it enables you to give you a very professional, official telephone number. And over here also happy to say that we will be sponsoring this solution for the top finalists, to the finalists of this particular event. As a new company, as a startup, right? I mean, the first challenge is that your company is small when you first started, right? So whatever good idea you have, people will always have a question, right? Who you are, and is it going to work? So the beginning is always very important, that you are able to establish a track record, right? Able to get some reference site. So that is the initial challenges. I suppose it is the same for all businesses, right? Yeah, so that is one. And then after you have overcome this, when your solution become popular, you can see that there are many people trying to copy you. Okay, there'll be people who trying to do the similar thing. So that's natural. If there's nobody doing a similar, means that your solution is lousy, right? When people start to follow you, that's where you have where you see that there's attraction in the market. But having said that, in order to keep ahead with from all the competitors, we need to continue to innovate. Okay, we need to continue to innovate, to have a new thing, such that you're forever running in front. And when people catch up with you, you are one step, two steps further. So I think that is the important. I think it's important as a mindset, as an entrepreneur. We need to have this so that we are always leading. Yeah. Okay. Customer is the one that keeps us going. When you have something, when you have a solution, you have a product that people is using it, people tells you, kind of say that Mr. So-and-so, products really helps me. I think that keeps you very happy and keeps you going. That is very important, especially as I mentioned just now, during the past 12 to 18 months during COVID, we find that our solution really helping people. And then we are very happy about it. I think it is not just about selling and doing business. I think we'll enjoy, we'll see that your product is bringing value to the community. No, I mean, I just want to share some of my thoughts, right? I think today, because of the COVID-19, I think the world is really changing, the business world, the way that people are doing things. I think that the current timing is very suitable for entrepreneurship, because the entire business is reshuffling. There are new things that come up. Whoever that have new ideas, whoever who has the passion, will probably win the game. So talking about passion, I think that is very important for any startup, because I think this is the number one ingredient. So you need to have the passion of what you're doing. That will keep you to overcome whatever challenges that you will foresee, because nothing is smooth. Definitely along the way you will face challenges, but if you have the passion, you will overcome it. And then the second point is that remember to bring the value to your customer. I think that is also very important, right? When you have the value to your customer, so automatically the business will come, investor will come, your network, your friends, everything will come, right? So I think that is the key. So yeah, so I thought that these are the few points that I would like to share with you. Definitely, I'll be happy to meet you, or anyone who would like to have a chat with me for further discussion or any advice or help. Thank you.
Welcome back to the stream. It's now time to hear from the last 5 teams. And before that, here's a quick recap of the competition. Teams have up to 8 minutes to pitch and around 10 minutes for Q&A. Any extra time from the shorter pitch can be brought over to the Q&A. Our 6th team is a startup named Quest, and the founders are Evan, Matthew, and Craig. Please make your way to the stage.
Hey everyone, I'm Evan, one of the co-founders of Quest. So Quest is a platform where you can actually hire a hero for pretty much anything. Sounds cool? Let's find out. So we are a community where Gen Zs and millennials can access earning opportunities by solving everyday kind of problems. So be it hiring someone to do a TikTok dance for you for $50, or just last week someone hired a hero to kill a cockroach for $50, you can actually get someone to get your daily errands or problem solved. So we all have 99 problems every single day. However, it's really difficult to get things done because sometimes you just don't have the time to do different things, or you lack certain skill sets. So we realize that Gen Zs and millennials have varied skill sets that can actually be monetized. They have sporadic pockets of time. They can't commit to full-time jobs, or maybe even they have a full-time job, but they have spare time and they want to earn extra income out of this time that they have. And the current platforms out there to connect these people are just not doing it right. Firstly, there's a limit to what kind of services you can find online or on this kind of platform. And it takes too long for anyone to reach out to you. And most importantly, we realize that you don't necessarily need to hire a professional or freelancer to actually solve your everyday problems. So we did things a little bit different. We call the people who seek help from others as citizens, and the people who help others as heroes because they come and save your day. So 7 months ago, earlier this year, we started a Telegram channel to actually market RayData the idea. And within 7 months, we got more than 5,000 users on the platform and generated to over $100,000 in GMV. I think one of the most amazing things that we actually wanted to target was the speed of getting the requests, and we were proud to see that 95% of these requests posted received an offer within the first 5 minutes. So this gives us the confidence and indicator that, okay, you know what, let's push out an app. And just 3.5 months ago, we launched the app on the App Store, and today we have 27,000 users or more on our app, and we are seeing around 60 to 100 requests being posted every single day. I think one of the most amazing things about the platform is the community that we are building. This actually makes a lot of daily active users, and because of how many users are online even right now, all these quests actually receive, when you post a quest to hire a hero for pretty much anything, you can actually receive an offer within minutes, or someone will actually reach out to you. And when we launched in June, after 3 weeks, we were the #1 lifestyle app on the App Store after hitting a viral TikTok video. And even till today, we are still the top 3 app on the lifestyle App Store. We have not moved ever since. So the market size of gig economy is huge. But something that we realized above this value, right, is that the shadow market, that people like you and I, we can actually help each other do different kind of skills or services. Your neighbors can come and help you. And these kind of transactions are often go unaccounted for. So it's huge. And against our competitors, how we differ? Firstly, we are a request-based platform, and we are a broad-based structure, meaning that we do not impose on any limit what kind of services you can find in Quest. And as long as you don't violate any trust or you don't post things that are not illegal. And the most amazing thing, as mentioned, is the speed. So 80% of these quests receive an offer within the first 5 minutes, and that really makes a whole lot of difference against our competitors. So one of the key sustainability strategy is to increase the average GMV per active user and frequency of the requests over time. So currently, we are targeting Gen Zs and millennials through very effective growth hacking skills like TikTok, Telegram, Reddit. We keep going viral on this kind of platform. But on the long-term basis, as the platform increases, the product gets better, and the trust and reputation system get better on the platform. We hope that one day today, you can be hiring a hero to kill a cockroach for you for $50. Tomorrow, you can hire someone to be a makeup artist for $100. In the future, when reputation keeps building up, you'll be confident enough to use Quest to hire someone to maybe even do your interior design for $1,000. So we push the Quest to the people with the right skill set. Something that we're trying to make is that right now we are seeing that there's a lot of quests being posted every single day and things are getting crowded. So what we're going to do is to actually build an algorithm, we call it a TikTok algorithm, that we can show quests to you, like more for you, that actually push the quest that is more relevant to your skill sets to actually what you want to filter. And we take a 15 commission on a transaction. So if we were to make 100,000 transactions on the app, we will make 750K in revenue. So for our key financials, earlier this year when we started the Telegram channel, we were like, okay, let's plan the projection and hope to hit 90K GMV by June. But we're proud to see just through Telegram alone, we make more than $100,000 in GMV. But on the more relevant vote, in terms of like, something that we can control, which is the cost, we spent less than 20K on the app. But although I think we'll hit more than that by October, but we actually hit quite a large GMV and a large user size. And this is done by my team here. So Matthew here is my CPO, and Craig is my CTO. And I'm really proud of what we achieved thus far, but we are really just getting started. So today, we are a platform for everyday kind of problems, errands, and targeting the Gen Zs and millennials. But tomorrow, we want to be the #1 marketplace for any kind of services. And what you see here, the product roadmap, right, will ultimately focus on increasing our 2 sustainability factors, which is higher frequency of requests, people coming in for random kind of quests, and higher GMV per active user over time. So regarding this, the use of fund, we will focus 70% on product development to really hire developers to really help us with our development for the next UX UI or our next version of the app in the next 8 months, and the rest to spend on growth to establish ourselves as the dominant market player. So at Quest, we believe that everyone has different skill sets, and our goal is to empower individuals to realize the value of their skills, their talents, and ultimately increase their income opportunities. So judges, I hope you can support us in our journey to reimagine the future of work by providing the next millions and millions of jobs through this kind of peer-to-peer transactions. Ultimately, our goal for the next 5 years, we want to replace Google as the top of mind for any kind of help. Thank you.
I'll go first. So this is the second time I heard your pitch. I think, yeah, quite amazing how far you guys came from the last time I heard it. I actually wanted to know a bit more about what are your target audience at the moment? What's your makeup of the current DAUs, MAUs, as well as what's the current quests or tasks that you actually have, right? What's the top 2 or 3 that is most common?
Okay, I'd love to answer that. So for our demographics, I think last time when I first pictured you, we had the whole idea of like getting freelancers. But I realized that this is such a competitive market, and that might not be really what people wanted. So right now, because we went viral on TikTok and the amount of users on our platform, the demographics on our platform is very Gen Zs and millennials. So aging from like even actually sometimes they're not really legal limit, but 18 to 20 plus or 30s. And those are the people on the platform, and we can easily target them through effective TikTok videos because we understand the trendiness. So even like the recent Squid Game, we just post all these kind of like notifications, and I think that helped us gain a lot of traction. Regarding the type of quests posted or our daily active users, I think we are seeing around 3,000 users every day active on the app. And even right now, like last I checked just before coming up, I think there were like around 300 plus people online. So I think this helps to make things super fast. And regarding the top kind of quests being posted, we are actually seeing a lot of the anything else category. So we categorize a few things like anything else, errands, and everything. I think a large 40% of all these quests being posted daily don't really belong to any category, but they are the anything else random kind of quests that our users love to see. That's why they're so into it, and they want to see what kind of things you can do. So, for example, I was sharing the $50 for cockroach. That was really done. And I think last month, one thing that helped us went viral was someone posted, help me test my boyfriend's loyalty for $20. And we had 80 offers within the first 1 minute. So a lot of people love to see this kind of like interesting kind of quests. And these are the things that people come out. And we see the trends. For example, I think 1 month ago, there was like this skating trend within the younger generations. So someone posted, help me, teach me how to skate. And within the week, we see a lot of help fix my rollerblade, teach me how to skate, come to my house and like help me fix that ball bearing or something on my rollerblade, or help me clean my Lego set. Yeah, so we did all these kind of things. And when we do it, we also like to do the quest ourselves, and we post on TikTok, and it always go viral. And that's how we've been staying on the top of the App Store.
Yeah, no, thanks for the presentation. Like literally before you presented, the judges were just saying we hope to see a company that's addressing Gen Z, and then you came up, right? So that's great. But having said that, right, you're saying you want to grow GMV, right? Yep. Your bulk of your users are Gen Zs, right? So what are your thoughts around how you can grow GMV within that segment? And are there any plans to move to a different segment, one that could potentially afford to engage in higher GMV services or products? That's my first question.
I think, okay, to answer the GMV per active user, right? Okay, for the Gen Z, how we can grow them, right? I think we want to grow along with the age group. So right now, we are targeting them, they're 18 to 20 something, right? We hope as they grow up or they grow and they are really loyal users on the app, they'll go for higher stuff. I think something we want to believe, or what my CPO always like to say, is we want to build the reputation and trust in the system. So the more they use, they'll come back for more. And I would like to say that even though I'm pitching now saying, oh yeah, each Quest around $20 now, but there are people who actually are using Quest for higher GMV stuff even right now. So even logo designs, a lot of people are using it on Quest like $20 to $80, higher makeup artists. The examples I give you are real quests that are happening like even in the week. As for different segment, I think we actually wanted to target the next step, right, is actually to target the community at large, where our neighbors can help do different things. Because we realized that some people don't want to pay that much higher to, hire someone to help me buy Mr. Coconut and queue so long, when they can get the same price in Grab. But when we hope that we have the mass, the neighbors can help them for a cheaper price. But ultimately, we want them to come back for more blue-collar services in the future. But I think that's just an angle for us to go into the market.
Yeah, just a very quick add-on question, right? How do you curate the quests, right? I mean, one of the biggest issues this year was around inappropriate content, especially you're dealing with Gen Zs, millennials. That's something that parents would be concerned about. So I wanted to hear some thoughts around how you kind of straddle or manage those issues.
There's a story to this. When we first, the third week after we launched, right, when we went viral, we have more than 3,000 users coming onto the app. And that was really scary for us because when you have so many users and the app was just on version 1, we didn't have any way to ban them or report them or censor any words. So within that 2 days, my CTO was like, okay, sure, I need to build all the codes, right? And we developed a system where we censor all the words. So like for your cigarettes, if you post, help me buy cigarettes, you will be deleted. And we have to spell out every single kind of wrong spelling of cigarettes also. And we do that as the first layer. But ultimately, we had the banning system, reporting system. So I think the most amazing thing for checking violations, right, is actually our users. Because of how active people are, even at every second, the most amazing thing is that our users report every single thing. So right now you post something like, I want to be your sugar daddy, right? We might not cancel sugar and daddy, but I think in 5 minutes, right, on our back end, we receive 20 plus reports saying, wow, this is a bad quest, delete it now or something. So we were just discussing maybe we can even follow Reddit, right, and give our users a bit more power. So for example, if this user transacts through the app a lot of time, they have a good reputation on the app, we might even give them moderator power to actually flag out stuff or hide stuff. And that might be something we are thinking moving forward.
Oh, great. Yeah, but as you get bigger, I think regulators will expect you to be more proactive in these areas.
Yeah, definitely.
Makes sense. Thanks.
Just want to understand the product a bit more because I guess I'm not on the Gen Z or TikTok. So how does the bidding process actually work, and how do you ensure that the task is completed and then you actually have to pay the transaction? Like killing a cockroach, right? Like you insist you kill it, then the other person say no, the cockroach is still moving. How does that actually work on the back end?
Okay, understand. So it's actually quite simple. So you post a quest and someone say, okay, help me kill a cockroach, right? And the person bids. So we have a bidding system. So this is something we are yet to teach the users. So when we post $50, you can actually bid and say, I can do it for 50 or 40. And we do have users doing that. So for example, I bid $40 and you say, okay, that's great, you're cheaper, right? So I will accept your offer. So once that's done, they can click accept offer and we will charge payment to them through escrow. So we'll hold the money, and once each party say, the task is complete, the money that will then flow through. So the most important thing for us is escrow payment. And we do that because we realize that other than just helping our users from being scammed on the app, escrow payment actually benefits the heroes the most because they know they have to be paid and the assurance to get materials if they need to. So that's something we're doing. But I'd like to bring in another thing, which is one of our biggest problem, which is the cost of, we used to have a booking fee, and because we use Stripe as our booking fee, right, it's really very expensive. It's each transaction costs 3.4% plus $250 to actually do the whole payment, which is now we are actually trying to work with another company, a fintech company, to do peer-to-peer wallet. And this transaction will be much smoother, and the wallet costs substantially cheaper. It's 17 cents per wallet.
Oh, kind of a corollary point to Ben's point is like, I wonder if your USP of your product is really allowing people to do quests or tasks, or really just the novelty of, just like a, community where people are interested to find out what interesting quests are people actually bidding for and thinking of, and then that brings the point that if that is the USP, then, how do you generate more and more interesting quests, and that doesn't fall into the gray area of subjective content, right? Yeah. So I think that's one of the concerns.
Yeah, we understand that because we always see like people posting all these kind of quests. So I think the exciting thing we're building now is the algorithm, but it's really hard to build the because now we got a lot of data. So we're trying to get all this data and build the AI system to detect good quests and bad quests. And I think we look up to the TikTok algorithm a lot. So we hope that the next version of the app, we'll change it, instead of recommended, we'll change to For You page. So it will show you what is the quest you want to post, and we'll push the quest that is good up. And if it's bad, right, or we detect words that are bad, and we might not be there to delete it yet, they wouldn't be the top app. So because it's so crowded now, we'll push the good things up. And this could even be a next revenue model for us, because we might go for the freemium model where we understand that leakages is one of the biggest problems in our services marketplace. This freemium model with like boosted quests and stuff might be another way to go, which we're very open to looking. So if you have any feedback, I'm very happy to hear it, if you think that's a good or bad idea. Yeah.
Okay, maybe the last one from me, right? Yeah. What do you think is that one key factor that helped you achieve this, somewhat product market fit? Like one key driver that you have done?
I think one of the things we hit into this product market fit, kind of like hitting to this product market fit, is that we understand the problem of our users. So yesterday we actually took a long time thinking, what exactly is our user facing? Is it why they're coming to our platform? Is it because of a social factor? Like they're lonely, they see so much comments. Like when you post a quest and it's weird, right? And people will comment. Is that the reason? Or is it because they really want to earn money? So we did a deep dive and see what kind of quests people are posting. And if they post a $1 quest, will they do it? But answer is no. So they're actually quite price sensitive. So if you want a quest to be done, yeah, I'm saying like 80% get done, right? But the 20% is because people don't put the correct pricing. So for example, they put $2, help me go Jurong and buy a hot dog and come all the way to Changi. So nobody will do that. So it's not really a social factor, but people really want to earn. And they see that this is, I think one of the users told us that, we are like decentralizing the ability to earn, like giving them access to earning. And when they see these kind of opportunities, they come forward and go into our app. Yeah.
Yep, sorry. Can I just have one more question? Yeah. I actually wanted a bit more stats, right, as to how you validated your product market fit. Because maybe I'm not Gen Z, so I find it very challenging to understand, right, what are the top segment of tasks that you actually fulfilled, and how many people actually recur on posting tasks and accepting tasks. Because I can see that downloads are important, DAUs are important, but I don't know what's conversion and how much you actually spend on your app, how much time they spend on your app even. Yeah. So yeah, if you have any figures, that would be great, so that I can understand a bit more about the dynamics that you have built.
Okay, I can answer this. Okay, so for the app usage, right, we realized that a lot of users are coming back. So we don't have a proper data matrix now set inside the app to have trigger points to know whether how many users are coming back. But we do something that we constantly do is to talk to our users. So we are always asking them, like, I like to copy and paste and send all my users like, how do you know about this app? Why are you coming back? And I think one of the top reasons is that people like to see the random factor of kind of quests that they can do. But when you talk about stats of like recurring, I think something I would like to share with you for the stats, right, that is amazing, is that we realized that more than 30% of our users are actually like both heroes and citizens, meaning that they are coming back. They could be here to hire a hero to kill something or whatever, right? But then they realize like, I can actually use quests for different things, and then they post a quest, and then they see another thing, I can do this for you, so I'll come back and help this person do something else. So I think that's a more interesting stat that I want to share with you. Yeah.
All right, thank you Team Quest for your pitch, and thank you judges. Now moving on to our 7th team, we have a startup called Fluidlytix with the founders Darren and Wan Lung. Please make your way to the stage. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. Firstly, thank you all for coming and taking the time to listen to our pitch. So yeah, we are Fluidlytix and we are the one-stop platform for intelligent water management systems and solutions. The team was founded by Darren, Adriel, and myself, and we also happen to be water polo teammates back in the days for a very long time, and we even played together here at SMU. And below are some of our advisors who has been very pivotal and crucial to our growth and scaling strategies. So I think we all came together, three of us, with a common interest and shared passion to really solve water sustainability issues and creating a holistic ecosystem. So as you all are already aware, I think water security is becoming a very inherent and increasingly urgent global issue. As the global population increases, the demand for water, which is a necessary resource, increases as well. And in Singapore, we're not invulnerable to this issue. By 2060, we expect the demand for water in Singapore to double. And I think the only real solution we have right now is to increase the price of water and assume that the demand will decrease. So I think we found a very clear and existing issue with the ecosystem here in Singapore, and not only affecting us today, but generations and generations to come. Firstly, the water market is a traditional market with a lot of traditional players that are unaware or to a certain extent ignorant of existing modern day developments. Secondly, all of us, I think including myself, have taken the comfort here in the context of Singapore for granted because I think our government has been in charge of our water resources and securities for a very long time, and I think more often than not, we take this comfort for granted. Last but not least, a lot of the innovations in the water industry has been done top-down, and none of it has really been coming from bottom-up. And I think today we can argue, especially in the sustainable industry, a lot of these efforts need to come from both ways. So I think the team at Fluidlytix has taken it upon ourselves to come and contribute back to the sustainability of water and create a holistic ecosystem with our innovative and new solutions. Today, we have developed two technologies, the wave valve technology and the IoT of water. The very first technology we created is the wave valve technology. We have identified an issue with the infrastructure, traditional infrastructure of Singapore water piping systems and water metering systems. Over here, you can see a simple pipe layout that leads up to any building and even property in Singapore. Because of a rising demand of water, and also because these layouts were built about 50 years ago, a lot of the water in the water pipes contain up to 30% of air. And what this actually means is that consumers like you and I are overpaying for our water bills by up to 30%. Today, at Fluidlytix, we came up with a wave valve technology. Installed after the water meter, it compresses the air bubbles before, at, and after the water meter. And because of this implementation, our consumers now observe 30% cost savings. Our value proposition is simple. We help our clients save up to 30% of water bills, 6% reduction in water usage, and very minimal change to their water flow. We also created a very easy implementation process in 3 simple steps. Firstly, by unbolting the water pipes. Secondly, by inserting our technology into the water pipes, which is the picture you see in the middle. And lastly, by bolting the pipes back. We've created a very convenient, straightforward, and accessible process. And this entire installation process actually takes less than an hour. So to share with you a bit of our revenue model, we use a hybrid share of savings and subscription model, where we charge 40% of the savings, which is the share of savings portion, on a monthly basis, which is a subscription. So for example, if you're a hotel and you spend about $30,000 a month on your water bills, after installing our product, you save $6,000 a month on your water bills. We then take 40% cut on this savings as a subscription. So what I'm trying to say is that we charge this hotel about $2,400 on a recurring month-to-month basis. So you can also see how we structure this entire model in a way that the product actually pays for itself and the clients still observe very significant savings. So now I'll be passing my time to Darren, who will discuss current tractions and also our scaling plans.
Thank you, Wan Long. So moving on to current traction, actually over the past 1.5 years, Fluidlytix expanded in multiple properties in Singapore and Asia. So some of our clients include Royal Plaza, Capri, Andaz, Westlight, and also Minor Hotel Group, where we are working with Asian Development Bank Ventures to scale into Thailand. We are also working with facility management companies, developers such as CapitaLand and Frasers to scale into commercial properties and condominiums as well. Moving on to our competitive analysis, what sets us apart from the rest is not only are we the only ones doing this, but Fluidlytix deals with the root cause of the problem, which deals with overpressurization of water in the pipeline. Competitors such as Grohe and Grundfos deal with the symptoms of overpressurization of water in the pipeline. Moving on to the timeline, Fluidlytix was incorporated in December 2019, and in just 1 year from our first installation in June 2020, we have installed our valve and technology in over 42 locations in Singapore. As we were talking to many of the engineers in the market, a lot of them actually came back to us asking for water IoT technologies to measure their water resources. So actually, as of June 2021, we have come up and successfully developed our IoT technology and sensors, and in August 2021, we've actually commercialized some of these. So moving on more to the IoT problem and features, let me just use Bob as an illustration to stress on why our IoT is so important. Every morning, Bob has to spend 2 to 3 hours to manually check the water meters in the building and facility. Not only that, when there are spikes in water consumption in the facility, Bob is unable to tell where the leaks are until potentially a couple of months later. So this problem is not only exclusive for Bob, as many engineers in the industry experience such problems as well. So our features of our IoT include water meter and flow monitoring, water leak detection, pump condition monitoring, and the data that we actually collect from these sensors, we are able to use AI and machine learning capabilities to analyze and drive actionable insights for our engineers on a centralized platform. So moving on to the economics of our technology, on the left is what Wan Long presented for our wave valve, and on the right is our subscription model for our IoT technology, which is about $52 a month per solution, which is on top of the subscription of our valve. So moving on more to international expansion, actually in the past 1.5 years, we've expanded to countries like Malaysia, Indonesia, and Thailand, and we've actually signed distribution contracts in Indonesia and Thailand as well. So moving on to fund deployment, how will we deploy our funds? We'll be using the funds for sales and marketing to gain a greater market share and scale our product, inventory, and R&D for other overseas markets, such as Korea and Japan. So lastly, moving on to our financials, this year we expect to end the year with about $300,000 in revenue, and next year, $800,000 with the existing clients in our pipeline. So as we move on to the year 2023 onwards, we actually expect to see higher margins due to economies of scale, and also a big jump in our revenue due to successful pilots commercializing in the respective overseas countries. So with that, I would like to thank you for your time. We hope you see our vision, save water, think Fluidlytix.
Hey, thanks, team. I think saving water is important, so thanks for the presentation. I want to understand the product a little bit more. You mentioned that it tackles the over-pressurization of water, right? So other than saving sort of costs for consumers, right? You know, what is the impact on like water transmission? Does it make it more efficient, or how does it impact? Because I'm curious, because I see that PUB is up there in terms of your collaborators. I'm curious, you know, how did your conversation with them go as well?
So I think at the start, before we implemented our product, I mean, we really had to talk to PUB to understand the problems in the infrastructure. So actually, PUB actually mentioned to us that it's impossible for them to remove the air in the pipeline because, I mean, air will just continue building up. So I think what we do is how we make the water more efficient is not only from a cost-saving point of view, but also a lot of the water supplied to consumers when you guys use the water, it's over-pressurized. So what we do is we reduce the pressure to laminar flow. So you guys actually have a comfortable, you guys don't notice the reduction in water usage, but you guys are still using adequate water to be able to wash your hands and all that. So we reduce the pressure essentially by around 6%, but consumers don't notice the difference. That's how the water saving and sustainability part comes about.
Yeah, sorry, question from me. Do you own the IP to a valve, or do you actually patent the valve? Who developed the valve? Are you engineers by training, or what's the construct of the team actually?
Yeah, so actually this has quite an interesting backstory to it, because we chanced upon this issue with the water pipes about 3.5 years ago, and I think the 3 founders were still in school, and we found it very difficult to come up with the R&D, because I mean it required a lot of money, right, to do this. So we linked up with one of our mutual connection, who is an engineer by trade, and he also works in a manufacturing firm in the US. So that's where we went to R&D the tech. But right now we have brought it back to Singapore, and we are also registering the patent here. Yeah.
You own the patent worldwide, or is it just Singapore? Because I noticed that your name is Asia.
Right. No.
Yeah.
So right now we are applying for the patent in Singapore, but the patent in the US. So the deal with the partner that we created this technology is that he registered IP there. But then right now we are already registering it under us in Singapore.
So, sorry, just to get it straight. So the owner of the IP in US is not you guys, right? But you guys have the distribution rights and the patent in Singapore.
No, so the owner in the US that holds the IP rights started a company there first, but then we did a share swap with the current company in Singapore, so we both co-own the same IP.
I see. So they are investors of sorts.
Co-founder actually.
Yeah. Okay. Okay.
Out of curiosity, how have you funded your business so far in the last 3 years? You don't mention any rounds, right?
So actually most of the funding that came into us is really purely bootstrapped. And I think we just we borrowed money from our parents when we were in school, and we just asked them for the money, and then, I mean, we just took a stride on our own and then tried. So we haven't really gotten funds then during the research and development. So it's all in for us, yeah.
Okay, so how many of this like hardware stuff or whatever like have you installed in the last 3 years? How many?
So in the last 1.5 years, we've installed about 42 locations in Singapore. And in Asia, we're actually piloting a couple in minor hotel group in Thailand, and Indonesia in a couple of buildings as well, shopping malls. Yeah.
So I think to add on a bit on Darren's point, although we say we did the R&D 3 years ago, but then when we came to PUB with the product, there's a lot of certifications in process, because, I mean, if you deal with utilities and when you touch the water that people are drinking, there's a lot of different tests that you have to go through. So really the first 1.5 years to 2 years of our company was spent on the certification process and getting the certain regulations in place. So the 42 companies that we have already done the product with actually only came in the last year.
Okay, and out of the 42, how much, what's the percentage of them that you're charged based on this savings business model? How do you track savings, by the way, also?
So actually, all of them are on a subscription model. So how we track savings is what we do is before we start the trial, so we'll do a trial for them to quantify the baseline percentage of savings, because every different pipe in Singapore has different amounts of air inside. So what we do is after the trial, so during the trial, we will actually take the past consumption data, and then we link it with key metric drivers of water consumption. And then we come up with a baseline that is agreeable on both the engineer and on our end. And then we install our valve, and then from there we observe the savings based on the baseline. So we do see our trials ranging from a time period of 3 to 6 months due to the irregularity of water usage, especially during COVID.
Yeah, just a quick question on my end. So it seems like the issue that you identified isn't just in Singapore, right? Because obviously in Thailand and Indonesia that you mentioned, so there's obviously a market there. I'm just curious, like, I think at a property level, when you trial it with them, they're open to paying a percentage on the savings, but I think that's not the scalable way to do things, right? You want to work with groups like Fraser, like CapitaLand, and all these guys, right? Does that business model still work, essentially, is what I'm asking. I mean, for big groups like themselves, they'll probably go to you and say, how much would you charge me to just install your tech, and I'm happy to just pay one off, and I don't want to pay this percentage subscription basis. It might make sense for the first property, but at a group level, when you want to acquire more properties, what's the strategy around that?
Yep, I think it's a very good point, because a lot of, exactly like you said, a lot of the bigger players out there, like the hotel groups and even dormitories, they come to us and say, hey, how much is your product? Why don't I just pay you full cash and then you just give me the product, right? So we do consider those amounts as well, and we do charge them based on different tiers of product pricing. But in the long run, we try to keep it on 70-30 kind of ratio, right? 70 running on a subscription, 30 on the fixed cost. Just for the reason because our company, what we envision ourselves to be, it's the platform for more than one solution, not just one product. So using a subscription or a share of savings model actually allows us to stack on more products to the existing subscription rates that our clients are already paying. So yeah, I mean, to just recap, we try to keep it to a 70-30 ratio, but we do talk with, for example, Fraser's and CapitaLand on certain tiered pricing models for them. Yeah.
That's extremely important, because I know someone that basically managed to grow with one of the largest developers in Indonesia. They save electricity. In your case, it's water. They save electricity, and they're a listed company today. And over just a period of 6 years, they managed to build this. So who is your biggest client here, and who is the guy that you're going all in to kind of acquire all their properties, is my question.
So I think for us, recently we've identified the dormitory market to be the biggest clients, because actually, just a fun fact, actually an average dormitory in Singapore uses about $100,000 of water every month. So actually right now we are actually pursuing a lot of our efforts into the dormitory sector to really close them as well. Because I think with CapitaLand and Frasers, I mean, they do request for a lot longer trials as well. And then with the dormitory side, there's a lot less red tape as well. So we are able to see faster implementation time. So that actually helps greatly with our cash flow also.
Okay, good stuff.
Sorry, I might have missed out. Do you mind explaining about your backgrounds and what is your team construct at the moment? Like, are you guys engineers or what's the relationship?
So how we started the company is three of us. I mean, we played polo for a very long time. I think that's how we got to know each other and the bond that we created. So none of us are engineers. We actually study in SMU, which unfortunately doesn't offer engineering. Yeah, but we met a very close friend in the water polo in the circle, and then he is an engineer by trade. So that is where we actually stumbled across this whole issue, and he really told us that the air bubbles are in the pipe, people are actually paying too much and stuff like that. And then now he referred us to different people to work with and partner with. So although the three of us don't have any engineering background, we do have several partners that we work very closely with to continue the R&D on the product.
I'm just curious to know, right, the IP, right, and the patent, right, will it be wholly owned by your company? I think that's the part that I'm extremely concerned about, because the bulk of your entire presentation, right, relies on this IP. So if your IP is not wholly owned by you, right, that's going to be controversial, and it's going to be very difficult for you to move forward.
Yes, so by the end of this year, we do see ourselves holding the IP hosted in Singapore, in the Singapore office.
100%?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so actually we just got the partnership agreement signed and stuff, so we're just going to pursue that for the rest of the next 2 months.
Since we have time, right, just going back to the PUB point, right? So effectively, you are getting them to agree that they are overcharging consumers by 30%, and that your solution, so you know what I mean, right? It's like the government agreeing, yeah, we're actually overcharging, but we don't want to do anything about it. We are getting you to go and solve individual sort of gaps. So just curious how that conversation went, and can you actually go straight to the root and get the government to implement your solution throughout Singapore? Just curious.
Because I think with the PUB side, I think over 90% of water meters in the whole world measures displacement, which is volume. So I think to use like the higher end meters that don't register air bubbles is extremely costly, sometimes going up to even a few millions of dollars. So I think and also air in the pipeline is really an inevitable one. So I mean, water just moving through the pipe actually creates air bubbles. It's just like how you hit your hand on top of a swimming pool surface and the air bubbles come up. So also other problem which causes air is when you guys are not using water and suddenly you turn the tap on, water surges through the water meter, which actually causes the accuracy of the meter to not be so accurate, actually, to overcharge, to have a surge. So it's quite hard for PUB to solve this issue. So I think right now we're actually working together with them to actually find out how we can work together on this and save water and save costs for consumers also.
One quick one. Where is this manufactured? China?
Manufactured in the USA.
In the US? Okay.
Yes. So we have all the accreditations done in Singapore already.
Cool.
Yep.
All right, thank you, Team Fluidlytix. We'll now hear from the 8th team. Their startup is called huCap, and the founders are Hans and Long Yin. Let's hear from them. Please make your way to the stage.
Okay. Hi everyone, we are huCap, and we are here to democratize access to education for underprivileged students in Southeast Asia. Have you ever imagined what it would feel like if you are born in a lower income family or in any of our neighboring countries? More than half of the eligible population in these countries do not enroll in tertiary education. On the other hand, the tech space is continuing to grow and is forecasted to have tripled by the end of 2025, with 1.2 million tech talent gap by 2030. Currently, bootcamps have great solutions to bridge this gap with practical and in-demand skills and shorter duration of study. However, these educational platforms remain unreachable to some demographics, especially the underprivileged students, because they require high upfront costs. Introducing huCap, a fintech as a service that partners with top tech bootcamps and allow them to offer income sharing agreements to their students. First, students simply need to sign up to any of our partner bootcamps and choose huCap as their financing option. Next, they pay nothing to start learning. Lastly, once they graduated and find a well-paying job, they'll pay us a percentage of their income salary for a fixed duration. huCap is committed to make sure that we offer a solution that is simple, transparent, and attractive to both the bootcamps and the students. When a student enrolls to a bootcamp through huCap, we will pay the bootcamp upfront minus the 10% commission fee. Once the student have graduated and find a well-paying job, they will pay us 15% of their income salaries. Our first initial target market is Indonesia, which provides us with massive opportunity to impact their society. As someone who comes from Indonesia myself, and am very privileged to be studying here in Singapore, I completely understand how it feels like for my fellow Indonesians to try to pursue higher education. Through conversations with industry experts, we also realized that the income sharing agreement model is more Sharia compliant than the usual traditional interest-based educational loans. Indonesia, being the country with the largest Muslim population in the world, definitely needs some disruptions in the educational financing space, because we want to make sure that more students are able to pursue the education that they deserve and improve their lives. The income sharing agreement model is first popularized in the US and brought back here by bootcamps such as Hacktivate and Glint. The model is more effective because it's more aligned with the students' interests compared to the traditional financing loans. There is no fintech startup out there yet that provides the income sharing agreement as a service. That's why the model is not yet widespread. huCap is well positioned to be the pioneer in making sure that the income sharing agreement can be a norm in Indonesia. Now, we are not competing with any of the companies in the previous slide because we believe that they are also trying to improve the world. However, if we don't believe or we don't think that huCap is the best, we won't be here talking with you guys. We would be in their companies working for them. There are 3 unique reasons why we are strongly convicted with our idea, our execution, and our team. First, we are using employability scoring instead of credit scoring because we believe that we want to assess a student's future, not their past. If we claim to be targeting the underprivileged students, this is the right thing to do. Next, there is no Sharia-compliant financing option yet out there, which means that this is a massive overlooked gap that other founders and other companies have not addressed. Lastly, I've been involved actively in the Indonesian communities way before huCap, getting to know similar-minded people in the educational space. We believe that we can improve Indonesia forward if we can empower their human resources. With these communities having the similar and aligned vision as huCap, we believe that we could gain support from these communities to scale and grow further. Next, Dongin.
For our go-to-market strategy, we plan to acquire students mainly via 2 channels that are extremely low cost and efficient. The first is by partnering with bootcamps directly, who will then offer huCap as a financing option to their students. Secondly, we also want to drive awareness amongst our prospective students by tapping onto communities where these students reside. Examples of these are education-focused NGOs, as well as the school alumni, and specifically we're looking at vocational schools and the pesantren, which are Islamic boarding schools in Indonesia, because these students precisely fit the target persona we're looking at. Our team first came together 4 months ago, and we validated demand for our solution, and we've gained initial traction as we're pilot launching this month with our first partner bootcamp, ImpactBite. ImpactBite is actually one of the first bootcamps in Indonesia to offer income share agreements to their students, even before huCap. They see the value in income share agreements. However, most bootcamps do not have the resources or the know-how to run such a financing model because their main focus is on education. That's why when we approached them initially, they were super keen to work with us. At the same time, we've garnered immense interest from some of the top bootcamps in Indonesia, with big names such as Bina Academy, Neomic, and Skillful, which have a combine of over thousands of students enrolling every year. Once we complete our pilot project and once we secure additional funding, we plan to launch our solution with them in the coming months. And going forward, we have an exciting roadmap plan. We're launching this month with our income share agreement offering, but we have plans to expand our offerings into career development services, university education financing, and P2P financing in the next few years. We're starting by tackling tech education in Indonesia, but our mission is to be the education platform to democratize access to education all across Southeast Asia. And obviously, we understand it's a capital-intensive business, but we plan to achieve profitability by lowering our default rates through our proprietary employability scoring and introducing new sources of revenue from employer matching and revenue from P2P investors. This will allow us to achieve positive gross margins by our 4th year of operations. So once again, we're pilot launching this month, but we've already garnered immense interest from several other bootcamps to partner with us. We plan to use most of the funding from the P.A.K. challenge to fund our next few batches of students as we work towards raising a seed round in early 2022. Going forward with a proven income share agreement model, we will then switch over from equity-based financing to debt financing by 2023 so that we can aggressively scale up and expand. So it's a huge mission, but we think we're the right team for it. We have over 5 years of combined experience building tech startups in the region, and we are immensely passionate about improving lives through education. We're also very fortunate to be advised by some great mentors who are industry experts across edtech and fintech, including a partner at Saison Capital, the head of product at the first Sharia digital bank in Indonesia, and the co-founder of Impact Byte. We hope that you'll also join us on our mission to transform the lives of thousands of students and to shape our future together. Thank you.
Cool. Incidentally, we've invested in a company like this a couple of years ago. I think one of the biggest problems they faced was that, it's very hard to correlate the quality of education, right? Back then was Philippines, to a job, and then to be in that job, the business model usually for 1 to 2 years, and to track, the turnover and all that, right? So, how do you mitigate that risk? Because unless it's it's a vicious cycle, right? The schools are not good, the education is not good, therefore the jobs are not good and all that, right? And therefore you don't get income. So, what are your thoughts around, mitigating the risk around, taking money from so far away to pay for something now? Yeah.
So I think, first of all, that's a very great question. Thank you, Winnie. We are going to first try to vet the bootcamps first. I'm not sure, maybe in the 3 years, how was it, the bootcamps space? But at least, as of right now, the bootcamp space is actually quite booming, and there are a lot of people who are getting jobs from this type of alternative education. And first of all, though, we understand that there is a risk, and that's why we are going to vet the bootcamps first. Now, if we are talking about collections and also whether or not the students are going to pay those kind of non-performing loans, and I think those are very technical questions. Longin can also add on later on. But first of all, we are going to have the employability scoring. Of course, there is the credit scoring part, and the credit scoring part mainly usually is assessing whether or not they have the guarantors, not assessing their current financial situations. But most importantly is giving tests such as the logical test and also the behavioral test to understand their motivation and all. So those kind of more technical part in the pre-selection. In the post-selection, we will also have, we will try to partner with, I don't know if you guys know, Financier and also Ferry Hubs to understand the financing, how they have already got their salary and all, so that we have that availability to understand. And therefore, it's kind of a closed loop. Now, any other companies could have done this actually. So we have some other more psychological based and humanized based. First of all is that we are trying to do something called like social responsibility, where we are going to post the people who we actually funded through our Instagrams, our social media, our website, so that they're already there. In a sense, it's kind of like giving the social responsibility part. However, deeper than that, the fact that we are here is because we actually believe that these people actually want to change their lives. That's our genuine belief. And if there's only one student who can change their lives, it's a student. It's not one. It's not the numbers. And because of that, we believe that people actually want to improve their lives. And we hope that they also want to improve the other students' lives. I mean, by them paying us, we hope that we can also use that fundings to fund more students in the future. It's actually very similar with how Mr. Benjamin invested in the entrepreneurship community. We really believe that inherently, people actually want to give back to their communities, especially the ones that can change their lives. So that's about it, if that makes sense. Thank you, Winnie.
Yeah, two questions from me. I mean, essentially, there are two parts to this business, right? The first part is how you screen, qualify, curate these students going to the boot camps. The second part is the financing part of the business, right? It's an extremely big market, but extremely competitive space. Your differentiation today is the income sharing agreement, right? So again, widely proven out in the West, in Asia, still very nascent. Therein will be my couple of questions, right? Firstly, how do yourselves track employability and track that payments are made in time? How do you reconcile those numbers in a scalable fashion, right? Not pick up the phone and call the employer, that doesn't work, right? So there's some level of integration on a tech perspective that needs to be considered. So that's my first question. Second question is cost of capital. You're going to need to raise money for this, right? How do you intend to do so, and how are you thinking about them paying investors to build up that first tranche of capital, however it might be? Is it 5 or 10 million?
Thank you. Great question, Benjamin. I think Long Yen wants to answer.
Yeah, thanks, Benjamin. So perhaps I'll answer the first part first, which is more on managing credit risk. So how we see our employability scoring is basically three parts that Hans mentioned earlier. The first part is trustworthiness, which is seeing whether the student has guarantors, whether they have any bad credit history. Second part is behavioral assessment, looking at their motivations, their goals, whether they're committed. And the third is this technical part. Since it's coding, we are assessing more of like their logical, doing logic tests and technical tests to assess that. That's pre-bootcamp screening. After the bootcamp completes, there's two parts that we're implementing to tackle this tracking problem. So the first is building up our network of employers that can then, like, our partner employers that will employ these students, and we'll know that they are employed through our partnerships with these employers. And initially, to be honest, it's going to be hard to build this up since we're very early stage, but we are already partnering with the bootcamps who have their own network of employers, and we are working with them so that we can get that information.
Yeah, that's extremely important. If I have a piece of advice, right, if you could even get these employers to pay you that percentage, as opposed to come from an individual, because I've seen too many of the P2P lenders in Indonesia go afoul with a lot of these debt collection issues, right? So that's a big problem. So I think that's something you need to unpack a little bit more. And then cost of capital, I think, is the other thing that you really need to consider, whether it's IDR or USD. That will be also another challenge. People are paying north of 24% to borrow, right? And this is for your own balance sheet to lend out. So I think that's something you need to consider as well.
Yeah, and perhaps one more thing that I wanted to share about collections is we are partnering with some, like Hans mentioned earlier, companies like Finantier, which are the plate of Southeast Asia. And they basically allow us to access the financial data of students, and even allow them to connect their bank accounts. And if they authorize us, then we can automate the pooling of transactions from the collections. We can automate it without the students having to transfer us the money themselves. So that would be a big game changer for us.
I think to address the capital as well, I think we very much understand that this is a capital intensive one. So that's why we actually created one specific slide on how we are planning our fundraisings and all. It's because, first of all, maybe we are going to raise through equities, but afterwards we are going to do debt financings. That's our plan to scale further, I guess. Yeah. Thanks, Benjamin.
So they asked most of the questions I wanted to ask already. So we are in lending business as well in Indonesia. So exactly the same issues, right? Cost of lending, it's extremely high. NPL is high.
Yes.
And you are working on a non-secured lending. So I actually wanted to dive a bit more into your figures. Just now, I just briefly had a glance. I'm not in this space, so I'm not exactly sure. How much does a bootcamp actually cost now? And you're saying 15% over 3 years, right? You're assuming, what's average pay you're assuming out of that? And how long does it take to actually repay a loan? Because as your cost of funding increases, right, the time for you to repay, right, actually becomes more expensive. So you probably need to get that into a very optimal stage, right, for you to be able to deal with it.
That's true. So yeah, for us, the average bootcamp cost is around 1,000 to 1,500. That's currently at least SGD. We are talking SGD and in Indonesia. So the minimum, actually, we have a minimum salary. So if they don't get this minimum salary, they don't need to pay us, actually. But this minimum salary we set at $500. So $500 is actually pretty achievable and also pretty high. If you take 15% out of that, it's kind of like $75. So to actually get until like $1,000, it takes around 15 months to 20 months. Yeah, it's kind of like it's not going to take 3 years, actually, and we hope that they are not going to take 3 years to eventually break even. However, afterwards there will be that margin that we are going to get, right? The margin that we are going to get is also capped at 1.75 times. Now, why we actually want to cap this? Because first of all, we are not here to like squeeze the students, and that's our main belief. The four of us have the main belief that these underprivileged students want to improve their lives, and if we can approach them using a humanized approach, in a sense that they will understand when they pay 1.75 times, it's not that they make us rich, it's that they pay for other students who were in their position, who is in their position, and help them to transform their lives as well. If we do that, I actually really believe, and I mean, I could be crazy and naive. We could be crazy and naive to like believe in the goodness of humanities, but yeah, that's why actually like next semester I'll be doing like a solo trip. Although I'm Indonesian, I think it's actually a bit boastful for me to say that I know all these underprivileged students, because personally speaking, I was 18 years I'm an urban boy. So yeah, sorry. At the end of the day, I wanted to do solo trip as well, so that I can understand, like what's going on with the underprivileged students and how to help them besides even funding. Yeah, that's about it. Thank you, Kelvin.
All right. Thank you, Team huCap, for the pitch, and thank you to our judges. We'll now be moving on to the 9th team. Their startup is called Calibrate, and the founders are Marianne and Brian. Marianne and Brian, you may now make your way to the stage. Thank you.
Test.
Okay.
Hi everyone, my name is Brian.
And my name is Merit.
And we are the founders of Calibrate. Calibrate is a digital wellness platform to connect you with personalized wellness solutions such as physiotherapy, chiropractor, TCM, and more. At the age of 24 years old, I was told that I have a body of a 40-year-old. And it scares me because I've been sitting, standing, and sleeping wrongly my entire life. And even right now, when I'm talking to you, my back hurts. And that Mary and I believe that other people should have a choice to stop this from happening. The open secret in the wellness industry is that our bodies are constantly degenerating every single day. And the longer that you stay seated in that chair, the next thing you know is that your body is bombarded with soreness, tightness, and aches. And on top of that, people do not know which practice to go to. There are so many practices out there. How do you know which practice is the best for you? Practitioners also face problems. They face the problems of having the lack of quality leads from other community marketplaces. For example, faith users are usually more price conscious, and they usually don't go for repeated bookings. ClassPass users usually have that try-out mentality, and they want to go out for different studios. So there's not really much of a stickiness here for our wellness practitioners. That's where we come in. We connect both parties through our assessment and our marketplace feature. Right now, today, on average, our users spend around roughly 5 to 20 minutes to find a wellness solution. Introducing Calibrate, an opportunity for you to lead a pain-free life. 3 steps: you browse, book, and pay. Essentially, you can book your treatment anytime, anywhere. It's convenient, it's credible, it's trusted, and most importantly, it's personalized for you and you only.
So our current business model is that we do take a 17% take rate from our practitioners for every transaction on our platform. And ever since we've launched about 2 months ago, we've gained about $18,000 worth of GMV with 220 users along with 61 practitioners. As for the demand side of things, an average user spends about $82 per transaction on our platform. And as for our supply, our practitioners have been growing steadily with a 35% month-on-month growth without much friction during the onboarding process. So with that in mind, let's take a look at how that will pan out for the rest of Q4 in 2021. So to deep dive into the numbers, we've actually increased our GMV from August to September from $1.3K to $18,000. And that's because of the new B2B2C strategy, which we've recently focused on. And there are 2 aspects to this, which is firstly, corporate tie-ups, as well as flexible benefits partnerships. So as for the rest of Q4 in 2021, we do see and forecast a 60% month-on-month growth from October to December. As for our milestones, we also do have a key milestones in mind. So for 2022, we hope to launch our SaaS wellness product, and by 2023 and 2024 to expand into Southeast Asia. So if we're able to utilize our funds, we'll allocate that mostly into tech development to accelerate our progress into data collection, and that could help us in terms of innovating our product to continuously improve on our wellness SaaS product. And with that in mind, we also have identified a few go-to-market strategies. Firstly, is on the corporate route, and we've recently shifted from B2C to B2B2C, which is our main focus right now. So for flexible benefits portal, we have 2 major clients right now, which is Twig as well as Benefits. And as for our corporate clients, we do have some tie-ups with Yara and Silicon Labs. And we're tapping on the growing trend that more employers are actually placing more emphasis on the health and wellness of their employees, including mental and physical aspect of things. And we also do utilize our social media presence along with our Telegram channel with about 1,000 plus users to increase that top of mind recall of Calibrate in the wellness space. And we do see that there's a huge market for us with $4.5 trillion for the entire wellness industry globally. While Singapore is just a stepping stone for us, we do hope to target 150 million of SOM within the Singapore market. And we do foresee ourselves setting our eyes on Southeast Asia as well within the next few years.
And everyone wants a slice of the huge pie. And how Calibrate stands out upon such competitors is through our AI assessment, where none of these wellness startups actually have this in Southeast Asia. So we want to utilize our first mover advantage to collect data as quickly as possible within the market. So 3 steps when you come to our AI-powered assessment. Step 1, come over and we will ask you a series of simple demographic questions. Number 2, go in front of the camera and move a little bit to let us access your body. And last but not least, we'll give you a report about what's going on with your body and also some solutions for you to calibrate your body. And we believe that we are the only 2 in the world who can bring this idea into a reality. Mary and I both have personal experience from Fortune 500 working experiences, and we are also currently leading a team of 30 plus employees here today, and who are also very interested in the wellness industry. Personally, I take care of the technology discovery and delivery, while Marian takes care of the business, sales, and marketing. And together with our unique skill sets, our passion, and our youth, we have found ourselves to be a very unique duo. And our mentors, we're also very blessed with their guidance and their teachings. They are based in both US and Singapore with esteemed credentials such as Harvard MBA, Forbes 30 Under 30, Amazon, and Sony. And we're also very lucky that our practitioners want to come on board with us to give us a helping hand to make sure that we can change and impact the wellness industry. We're also very blessed with these organizations helping us in terms of resources, knowledge, and connections. Well, our action plans begins today by building the right product and delivering value to our users. And we have set our eyes towards 2022 in launching our SaaS product, which is very strongly demanded by our corporate clients. And moving towards 2024, we want to expand to the rest of Southeast Asia with a target revenue of 22 million to begin with. But these goals is not just our goals alone, it's the world's. We believe that everyone wants to be in their prime condition at no matter what age they're at. Mary and I have started a movement to empower the world where people like you and me can feel like they're in their 20s even when they're in their 80s. And we hope that you can come on this journey with us. Thank you.
I'll ask the first question then. How do you prevent a leaky bucket? I think the same question as we asked earlier in the day, right? That when somebody discover, right, who is the merchant that you have on your platform, right, the easiest way is to book a recurring package there. How do you actually do that?
Thank you for the question. I think that's a great question, and every marketplace do face that problem. So because we are currently focusing a lot on corporate partnerships as well as flexible benefits tie-ups. So for example, we are partnering with Twig and Benefits. So basically their employees can only use their flex benefits through our platform. So let's say if they were to go directly to the practitioners, they will not be able to use their flex benefits. So this is one way to ensure that they go through us as a route.
And I think to add on a little bit more about that is that you wouldn't stick to a single practitioner for the rest of your life. At times, you may find certain practices may be suitable at you at different ages. So that is where you really want to see a bunch of different practices to look at, to choose from, and not just going to one. Because by going to one only, and then from there they recommend you to someone else, is only within their circle. Whereas for us, it's looking at what's really suitable for your body condition through our AI assessment.
Sorry, just to add on to what Brian has just mentioned, because we do realize after many user interviews from our practitioners is that the ecosystem of holistic practitioners work very well together hand in hand. So for example, chiropractic work very well with yoga. So if they were to come, through our platform by having a chiropractic session, but they want to further enhance their wellness, they could also go on another yoga session through our platform as well. Yeah.
I think just to summarize that, right, you're saying that your value proposition, right, is because you're on benefits, right? But what is stopping them from actually accessing all these merchants directly and then offering the same thing that you guys are offering? Then falling back on your secondary proposition, right, is saying that you have an AI model. But the AI model requires data to work, right? And you need the modeling to actually help that along, right? So how are you going to address all these issues?
So currently, yes, they can just take that away from us very quickly. But I think what's happening is that the practitioners, the platform that we have is very UX tailored into the wellness industry. So what happens is that we, essentially today when you go to any practice and then they will just say, I can solve back pain. And everyone raises their hand saying they can solve back pain. So we actually force them to sort of just curate to what's their specialty. And then when we talk to users about it on what they need, and then when they search through the pain, they actually can search through that. And that is the main focus of what our platform delivers. And in terms of the data that we're looking at, yes, it's true that we're still looking at harnessing the data before we can AI power it. So at this point, it's really about monitoring about how their pain level increase or decrease and what's suitable for their demographic before we reach that phase yet.
Yeah, just a quick question on your B2B2C strategy, right? Sounds like that's going to be the key driver for your revenues, right? What exactly are you kind of bringing in terms of convenience, integration, in terms of panels, approved panels, right, of wellness service providers? So specifically, want to just better understand the kind of value proposition you bring to them. And again, you see, you're building that AI tech, right? So I'm thinking in my head, like, if you're going to spend money on tech, is that AI thing going to come to fruition quicker, or is some level of integration or money spent, right, on tech to integrate with all of these B2B clients going to be more useful for you, better use of resources? So I want to hear some thoughts around that.
Okay, thank you for your question. So I'll answer the first question regarding the B2B2C strategy. So for the B2B2C, what we intend to value add to companies is basically are able to curate a holistic wellness program, and that is something that we have been trying to embark on for different corporates. So by tapping on our different practitioners, they do offer different kind of webinars and activities for their employees, and for them, they would not have to, directly go out to reach out to many providers. So we're able to curate a holistic program for them, and they are able to select from vendors based on their interest, just for their interest as well as the employer and demographic needs. Yeah.
Yeah, and adding on top of that, I think you were asking along the AI part, or whether
whether your resources are better put into building that AI feature, which, like Kelvin said, you've got to need a lot of data. It's not going to be a one-year thing to roll out. I think it's going to be longer term, right? What are your thoughts around your spending on tech, right, to serve that B2B segment?
Thank you. So 2 points. Point number one, I think we do pride ourselves with very low burn rate today because of the team that we have. We're tapping into some government grants, and we actually have a team of strong tech team together to put together this idea together. So I think that part is quite okay. But I think it's more of like what we should put funds onto one or the other. It works both ways. They work hand in hand. Reason being because when we talk to users, they have two main problems. The main problem, number one, is I don't know where to go to, who to go to, and number two is it's too expensive. That's why we pivoted from consumers to to corporate. So I think both of them actually tie very well together. So that's why we need to do this idea together, so that when we target corporate along with the AI assessment, it will help all together.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, just thinking that for the AI thing, if you really want to build that seriously with the kind of expertise you need on data science, engineering, even like sector experts, wellness experts, that's going to cost quite a bit of money. It might take a bit of time for it to reach a level that you might be satisfied with. So here's something to think about.
I hear you. Thank you for your suggestion.
Okay, so a little bit confusing. I'm not very sure whether you are a consumer marketplace where you solve data, right, searchability and discovery, right, or you are B2B2C benefits platform that you solve for affordability, or you are a tech AI platform tool to do assessments, it sounds a bit too big if you want to do all three, and it's three different businesses basically. So what actually, can you very concisely say what business are you in?
Thank you. Apologies if it's too broad over there. But what we're looking at is essentially this tech initially was built for consumers, but right now we're targeting towards corporate, and we're tailoring our efforts not only in marketing but in technology all towards corporate right there, so that their office workers can use essentially. So we realized that people who sit in the chair for too long usually need such
so your benefits platform?
I wouldn't say we are a benefits platform, but we are looking towards targeting corporate.
Maybe let me just paint that as a picture. So the underlying problem that we are trying to solve is that many users do not know who to go to. So that's our number one problem that we're trying to solve. But our distribution channel, or the way to reach targets, the users, is through the corporate route.
Okay, so when you go to a company, right, what do you sell them? You sell them a platform, right? Because you have 10,000 practitioners on your site or whatever, right? You have a lot of businesses on your, a lot of merchants, right? So you're selling them a platform with a lot of merchants with cheaper rate? What are you selling them?
Yeah, so basically we have a few programs for them. So firstly, we do sell them promo codes. So basically they can pre-purchase promo codes to provide that as a flexible wellness benefits for their users. And in fact, I actually reached out to Razer, and they expressed interest as well regarding, just having such programs. And besides that, we also have another program that we have is the Holistic Wellness Program, basically consisting of webinars and activities. So these are our main two routes when we reach out to corporates.
If I could help concise that, it's whatever practitioners are selling, we will be selling on their behalf as well. The thing is, we have to curate and streamline what your company employees need.
Maybe one last question from me. So market here, obviously, you've got a good grasp of it. Like when you want to scale regionally, where do you start, right? Is it with companies that would use your platform, right? Or is it with the service providers? Obviously, a chicken and egg issue, but just want to hear your thoughts around your strategy there.
Thank you for that question. So definitely we want to look at also a similar kind of country as compared to Singapore. So number one, like a first world country. And then number two, there's also somewhat English speaking. So I think the closest to us right now at this point is KL, Malaysia. So that's somewhere that we want to target as when we start to look into expanding to Southeast Asia at 2024.
Just a suggestion, right? I think you guys need to concentrate your spending on either one or the other. Because what you're doing in acquiring merchants, right, is actually educating a market. And that can be easily ripped off from you. So there isn't a core value proposition, right, that will actually entice anybody to stick on you, except the discovery of the merchants on your platform. Or make it easier for benefits, right, to actually extend their merchant list. But that is too low a barrier of entry. It's too easy to just sweep it under your leg. So you need to really focus on what exactly is your core proposition. If it's AI, like what you mentioned, right? But that is probably the hardest thing that you can achieve without resources. So you probably need to reconstruct, right? What exactly are you there for? And what is your strongest value proposition, right? That nobody can take away from you guys. Yeah, that's why I think we are a bit in the middle, right, of everything. And none of it is strong enough to stand by itself.
Thank you for the suggestion. Maybe just to add on that point, for our short-term goal, what we intend to do is to reach out to corporates, and when we've gathered enough resources, we will then be able to focus on the AI assessment as well as the SES. So that is something that will be the driver for the next few years, and that will be our focal point. But for the short-term strategy, will be B2B2C. Yeah, I hope that clarifies. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Team Calibrate, and thank you, judges. We'll now be moving to our final team. Their startup is called Locable, and the founders are Abel and Mao. So I'll invite Abel and Mao to the stage.
Okay, yeah. Hi, everyone. Let me just see if it works. Okay, so can I just start? Okay, great. So hi, everyone. I'm Abel, the founder of Locable, and let me begin by introducing Ching to you. Ching is a handicapped person with a myriad of disabilities, which prevents her from seeking from work outside of home, which is why she decided to start her own home-based micro-business, and now she's earning a sustainable income for herself. She is not alone. Many other individuals, from the elderly, single parents, and youth communities have started their own micro-business from home. Even our president has emphasized on the importance of such businesses in our society for unemployment. To put it into perspective, the employment rate for the handicapped, single parents, and elderly are extremely high, ranging from 25% all the way to 95%. In comparison, the national average is about 4%. We therefore look to micro-businesses as a solution for the unemployment situation here. So what exactly are micro-businesses? Micro-businesses range from a range of genres, from the gifting industry to beauty services and to F&B, which is the beachhead target that we'll be serving first. However, starting a micro-business is not that easy. They face a myriad of problems for delivery. Now, they face expensive delivery options because of their small volume. At the same time, they are not sure how to extend their reach to more customers, especially for the less tech-savvy. At the same time, most of them do not have formal business knowledge and rely on Google searches for improvement of their business, which can lead to inefficiencies as well as expensive mistakes for themselves. So here are some real-life examples for expensive and unreliable delivery, all the way up till lack of business knowledge. So to solve this problem, we are coming up with a one-stop micro-business solutions portal for all these micro-businesses, and it will be rolled out through a three-phase implementation. Our phase 1, optimize, will be to tackle delivery. Phase 2, grow for marketing. And phase 3, evolve for the lack of business knowledge. For our phase 1, we are developing a peer-to-peer scheduled delivery platform
that pulls the delivery needs of microbusinesses together in order to create economies of scale that would otherwise not exist. At the same time, with these pooled deliveries, we'll be sorting them into optimized routes with efficiency maximizing algorithms in order to let freelancers earn more as well. All this will be governed with peace of mind, with inbuilt escrow features, as well as standard procedure documents as well. So this is a rough preview of what our product might look like. Now, we have been running this concept as an MVP for now through Google Forms. We have been manually collating the delivery needs for these micro businesses for a period of over 2 months, and we have successfully delivered of about 300 deliveries. So 75% of our customers are actually repeat customers, and we are currently oversubscribed due to our highly manual nature of matching them, which is why we are moving towards a full-scale app development. So we are proud to say that we have positively impacted all these micro businesses. Some of them have even managed to lower their delivery costs and generate more sales due to this. For next phase, grow, we have come up with an interactive Telegram directory board in order to connect micro businesses with more consumers. So we are enabling them to save more on advertisements or engaging audiences with reviews, as well as reward the consumers of micro businesses with our inbuilt loyalty programs. So you can scan it for yourself on the right, on the QR code to the right, to see how our bot looks like. But we'll be referring micro businesses, consumers, to their social media platforms as well as our website, so that they can discover more about them. So in the 2 months that we have run this Telegram bot, we have onboarded about 150 merchants. And we are proud to say that after rolling out continuous features, we have generated over 900 views for these merchants. So our last phase, evolve. It would involve us referring our merchants not only to our own services, but also to relevant business partners. So for example, we have been helping Ching Ching with our ideation of this ecosystem. For us, referring her to our own services, we have managed to connect her with more consumers while offering her an affordable delivery solution as well. At the same time, we have referred her to online e-store managers such as cartier.io, as well as freelance photographers from LaSalle. We have enabled her to streamline her operations while enabling her to sell more with nicer looking pictures as well. So at a glance, you can see how with us, our own services, and us referring micro businesses to other business partners, such as procurement agents and store managers, while referring them to volunteers as well as NGO initiatives, we can help them extend their reach to more consumers as well. So we aim to extend the impact of this initiative to the other micro businesses in Singapore, as well as the other underserved communities as well. So as an overview, these are the types of services that we aim to provide or refer micro businesses to. So we have learned that micro businesses spend about $5,000 a year on such support services. And our business model revolves around taking 10% of this business spend on these services. So this translates to about a 6.2 million revenue by 2024, with a 15% market share at that time. So how will we start? We'll start with a go-to-market phase for our first phase, which is local run. So we'll do this by connecting to more micro businesses through support partnerships, as well as community groups on Facebook. For deliverers, we have been acquiring a steady and reliable base through communities such as WhatsApp and Telegram. So how big is the micro business space? In ASEAN, there are about 27 million of such micro businesses, worth about 180 billion. In 2022, we aim to secure around 5% of this market in Singapore, and we aim to extend to Indonesia in 2024. So against our competitors, we are the only one-stop shop for support services for micro businesses. We stand out by providing a community to coordinate their needs and create economies of scale that would otherwise not exist. So for our timeline, we started ideating in March of this year, where we'll join NUS Lean Launchpad program to validate our ideas and the problems as well. In 2022, we would release our delivery app and commence our third phase as well. And in 2023, we would be expanding to other countries and beyond that year as well. So we are blessed to have a diverse team with complementary skill sets. At the same time, we are proud to say that we all have personal experiences with running home-based businesses, and therefore are better equipped to understand their needs and create value for them as well. So with the $50,000, we'll be able to accelerate our impact on more micro businesses and extend our reach onto more elderly owners, people with disabilities, as well as stay-at-home moms, and other home businesses in general in Singapore and beyond. So join us as we aim to leverage the power of technology and community building to level the playing field for micro businesses and create a sustainable form of revenue for underserved communities around us. Thank you.
So the current service just tackles last mile delivery, right? Just currently.
So currently our MVPs consist of tackling last mile delivery as well as the Locable directory.
Okay, and then all these services like exist, right? Like, you know, it's not like discovery or something new. It's just cost, right? That you're providing value at cost, economy of scale, right?
Yes, we not only pool and provide economies of scale, but we also help to do the scheduling as well.
Okay, then what do you earn from this currently? What do you earn from?
So currently, how the economies work is that after we manage to pool, we charge all the home businesses about $7.50 per drop, and then we pass on around $6 to the deliverers per drop. Yeah.
So could the business get $6 cost themselves?
So right now, it is not possible if they have very small volumes.
Yeah, if you don't mind, just to add on to this question, currently why we wanted to go about within the delivery system as the phase one, because through our interview, you understand that the primary core problem lies in the high delivery cost. So they either engage with third parties such as Grab Express, or they deliver themselves. So we identified this gap whereby a lot of home-based businesses that actually are delivering themselves. So there's a lot of room in their cars or their vehicles. So in order to tap on this, in a sense, another revenue for them, at the same time solving the increased revenue, lower down the price point. The second point, most importantly, because just now I share with you some of the third-party handlers of deliverers. In a sense, they are not used to handle the handmade goods or say pastries or cakes itself, and there's reducing into a lot of different problems. So by leveraging that, the personal home-based makers themselves delivering for other home-based makers, that helps to break the efficiency as well as lowering the price points as well as the professionalism for itself. So in a sense, for made by a home-based business for home-based businesses. So that's what I'm trying to do. Thank you so much.
Hey, thanks for the presentation. I wanted to understand a bit more about the TAM, the market that you're really targeting, right? I wonder from a micro business perspective, I mean, those really large ones that are doing well, they probably crack the code on marketing and logistics, and they probably have their own economies of scale, and whether or not you are really targeting this long tail of very small earners, and whether that will be viable from your profitability perspective.
Yeah, so for that, those that we are looking at, if they are really profitable, they would have moved towards SME side. And if they haven't, there has got to be a barrier that has prevented them from doing so. So part of our services as the last phase would be helping them to break that transition. Maybe they need help with legal issues, they need help with finding a good location. So our services will include that as well to transition them from micro business to an SME.
Yeah, so another question is this, right? And it's related to what we all asked, right? Especially when dealing with micro businesses, it can be very idiosyncratic, right? And many a times when you deal with SMEs, at least it's a bigger sort of requirement, right? Or bigger kind of an order that they place to you. So thinking around how do you kind of serve, right, these small businesses in a way that is cost effective for yourselves as well. And also, I mean, as you help them to grow that journey, in that journey, right? I feel monetizing that part just at the micro business level is great. But the point when they grow bigger, that's also something you need to think about, because that's where the bigger market is for yourselves. And that's where there'll be a lot more standardization and there's bulk, right, in the kind of value that you create where you can then monetize. So I want to hear some thoughts around that. How, okay, at this point, when you talk about the micro businesses, how are you dealing with the variance, right? Maybe even the lack of sophistication, they're not properly set up, right? In a way that's scalable and cost effective for yourselves as a platform.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for that question. So to your question about the sophistication aspect, so we will ask them, which areas they need help with. So for example, for the example of Ching that we have helped, she totally did not know how to set up a business. So that's when we bring in some external partners that we refer them to. So how we profit from that is that, when we refer them and then it's a monthly subscription, then we will get a cut from that as well. So as for your question on, why are we giving up a bigger market for the smaller market? I would say that for us, we want to grow with our customers. So definitely as we see more micro businesses from us growing, we would extend our business to have an additional tier to that, to extend towards SMEs in the future as well. Yeah.
So quick thoughts around that, quick response around that is if you could even sort of standardize the micro business journey on your platform, right? That standardization helps you guys get to a certain point of economies of scale and also ensures that you don't have to sort of cater to each and every one of those idiosyncratic requests. That is extremely time consuming and not scalable, right? But when you work with micro businesses, it's like how if you deal with mass market, right? Customer service or customer success is actually something you need to think about. Not just from the service that you provide, but also the cost that you incur to deliver that service. But then obviously when you grow bigger, right, then there'll be a lot more to play with in terms of what you see as your serviceable market.
Definitely, thanks for that. We'll be looking at efficiency for that. Yeah, thanks.
Sorry, guys, are you all for profit or not for profit?
So we are for profit. We are more of a social enterprise whereby as we grow, we want to expand our impact to create more micro businesses. And from that, we'll be gaining more revenue from that as well.
So I think, let me summarize it, right? There are two very different criteria, right, for a social enterprise versus a for-profit venture, like what you guys are trying to do, right? If you guys are for-profit, right, then what matters, right, would be how you are going to derive profitability, how you're going to derive your cost efficiencies. If you want to help micro businesses, right, then we should look at micro businesses as a whole and not just people with disabilities, because that is more for social good, right? I'm all for social good, but if you lump these two together, right, then you're confusing the story. Are you trying to help somebody, or are you trying to make this platform to be something that everybody can use? And it's going to be very difficult, right, for you to adjust your marketing spend as well. Am I going to market it because it's for social good, social enterprise, or am I going to market it because I can help a micro business transform and make more money out of it? So that is the conundrum that you have to deal with, right? And you have to disambiguate yourself.
Yeah, definitely. Thanks for that. So, yeah, we have been thinking between whether we want to focus fully on helping micro businesses or whether we want to focus fully on helping just these underserved communities. But right now, we find that if we have a solution that can help micro businesses, and then perhaps in the future we branch a separate site to really focus on bringing these underserved communities into our ecosystem, that will work as well. But for now, I would say we are focusing on building our ecosystem first, and then redirecting our focus on whether we should go towards fully micro business or just or underserved communities or both. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's where the messaging that you guys have brought across, right, isn't as clear. So if you guys are trying to serve micro businesses, right, then we have to address what are micro businesses trying to address. Is it a marketing issue? Is it a demand issue? Or is it a supply issue? And how much can a micro business actually scale? So if let's say you're going to invest into your app, right, what are you trying to solve in that aspect? Is it just delivery? Because once the micro business gets to a certain size, right, they don't need you, right? If you are trying to promote for discovery, right, then you need to address how you're going to bring the traffic over to a micro business. And are they able to scale to the size of traffic that you actually are able to deliver for them? And how will you actually address that? See?
So definitely when we look at a whole funnel, there will always be more micro businesses entering. But as they grow, we'll be steadily adding more support services that help them all the way throughout the transition to SME. Whether it be they need cloud kitchens or they need formal, for example, incorporation services. That's where we'll bring in more partners, and then we get a cut from referring them. And most micro businesses, they are very community focused. So once they will stick with someone that really helps them the most. So for us, we are not only relying on that, but also providing them a wholesome and holistic suite of services that they will need to run their businesses. Yeah.
Yeah, and also if you don't mind, just to add on regarding the dilemma between whether it's a profit or social enterprise. We have this dilemma as well. That's why we understand that we shouldn't get a cut from our micro businesses, which the commission is already, margin is very small enough already. So for the for-profit region is whereby we wanted to connect to take from the business partners, which is from the suppliers, which is, for example, the pastry mart we have, that actually connects with them with micro businesses. However, the challenge is that they requires usually with certain MOQs. And for one simple home-based business, they cannot match the MOQ of this. However, from the community that we have built and talked with them, what if we match together, say 100 home-based businesses require 100 kg of flour each month? Then we can actually connect with the businesses, partners from suppliers or not. So that is where we get the majority of our profit and revenue from the business partners rather than from the micro business itself. And regarding the point regarding whether we are going for the social cause with the underserved community, to be honest, we started out as targeting micro businesses. However, we identified that through this journey, a lot of micro businesses owners that actually from the underserved community itself, for example, from Chin itself or from single parents as well. So we are thinking that if we can actually help these micro businesses with our current products and services, why not together with the underserved communities as well? Because they, in a sense, they are the subgroup of the whole community of the micro businesses. So we hope that answers your question. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you for your pitch, Abel and Mao. The judges will now be deliberating on the winners, and we'll find out the top 3 teams in around 20 minutes right after a quick break, so stay tuned.
Hey Google, turn on the TV.
All right, turning on the Prism Plus TV.
Hey Google, open Netflix.
Opening Netflix.
Welcome back, everyone. Before we get into the results, let's take some time to show appreciation to those who have made PAK 2021 come to life. We'd like to thank SMU's Institute of Innovation and Entrepreneurship for their support of PAK 2021. And of course, we'd like to thank our partners. Without them, PAK 2021 would not be the way it is today. So thank you for being such a pleasure to work with and for embarking on this journey with us. We hope we'll get to work again sometime in the future. We'd also like to thank our judges from both the semifinals and today's finals. And thank you for dedicating your time to supporting PAK Challenge and for giving our teams your valuable insights and opinions. Also, a big thank you to the organizing teams of PAK 2021, both the organizing committee and the EXCO, for putting everything together. And last but not least, we'd like to thank the donors and the founders of SMU Eagles, Benjamin and Jeff, for making all of this possible. I'd now like to invite Benjamin on stage to say a few words before we announce the winners. Benjamin, please.
Thanks, everyone. It was a real pleasure to be here in person. I know last year we did it virtually. This year, some enormous effort from the team here, Eagles Inc., and every one of you in the organizing committee involved to get this together. So really, from Jeff and myself, thank you so much for pulling this all together. This year, I think, just talking to the judges, extremely difficult decision that we had to make. I want to say a few things. Firstly, that whatever the outcome, this is just really a part of the journey. Whatever we had to deliberate and decisions we made so close, it will not determine, the future of your company and also your journey in entrepreneurship. And I think that's the key spirit of entrepreneurship that we want to celebrate with all of you. And I think that most importantly, we want to encourage all of you to continue to push your ideas and push those boundaries. We were just talking about how we had seen some of you in different competitions and also 1 year ago. And the journey that you have been through just 1 year later, we've seen that progress, and I think that's extremely important, not just for the company, but also for yourself and your teams. So I just want to encourage everyone to continue pushing and really keep pushing those boundaries, and the quality of the companies that we are seeing here, the startups, only bodes well for the future of entrepreneurship and the future of the ecosystem here in Singapore. So once again, thank you all of you for being part of this year's PK Challenge, and thank you to everyone that's helped to put all of this together. And thank you, my fellow judges. Have a good evening.
Thank you, Benjamin. Please remain on stage for the prize giving. So we'll move on to the much anticipated results. Who will walk away with the grand prize of $50,000? Now, I have the results with me in my hands, and I'm not going to keep you on your toes any longer. I'll start with announcing the third place team, and we actually have a tie between the second place and the third place, and it goes to teams Quest and Floramis. Now, both these teams will be walking away with $10,000 each in cash. All right, and now we're down to the first place team who will be winning the grand prize. Okay, sorry. Yes, we have one more picture. Thank you. So we'll now be moving to the first place team who'll be walking away with $50,000 startup capital, and it's none other than Load and Go. Congratulations. Thank you, everyone, for joining us at P.A.K. Challenge 2021, and we'll see you again very soon.
Hey Google, turn on the TV.
All right, turning on the Prism Plus TV.
Hey Google, open Netflix.
Opening Netflix.